And good morning to the second day of the Codeforces Blitz Cup 2025. Today we're playing the rest of round 8, round of 4, and the final round. It's March 9th. It's not 2 a.m., which I'm very happy about. And I again have my fantastic true commentators and hosts with me today. They are Khan and Jonathan Ehring. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Hello, everyone. Yeah, how are you doing?
I really like that the planet is so tiny that Jonathan's and mine like view outside the window is very similarly dark, but for very different reasons now. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's 8 p.m. here. What time is there?
Um, 5 a.m. Oof.
Mhm.
Competitive programming is indeed very global, and so are our fantastic contestants today. For the first round that will start in a minute, we have Geothermal versus Alireza Kaviani, and they're in for some awesome problems today. I have no idea if they're actually awesome, and guys will tell us a little bit in a few seconds.
Yeah, and
Yeah, so
we've
it
just
looks like
started.
it starts. Yep. Mhm. So yeah, this problem is slightly more complicated than the previous A problems that we've seen yesterday. I mean, this is just an implementation problem, but it won't be a short implementation. So the problem, yeah, you can even see like the length of the problem there from their screens. It's not short. Yeah, it's basically just telling you what to do. Like the people are coming in the buses, and the order of the people that come to the buses are specified. Like first, it will fill the window seats first, uh, on the left, and then on the right, and then it also specifies the order, the people that left the bus, like from the aisle first, intuitively. And then the question is basically like you're given the number of rows, and then it asks you what's the order of the index of the people that leaves. So and the constraint is small, it's like 100. So like you can simulate the entire uh, boarding and unboarding process, I guess. But yeah, it will be some number of codes. So it won't be like 1 minute solution for problem ages. We saw several 1 minute submission yesterday. Yeah, because some of them are like 1, 2 line solution, but this one will be some implementations.
Well, then
Yes,
it
exactly.
gives us plenty of time to talk about the format. And I
Mhm.
assume that some people that are unfamiliar with the format or have not seen us yesterday or something like this, or just came to our live broadcast from Kant's personal Telegram channel that he posted to just a few minutes ago, are confused to the format. Nikolai, can you please introduce them to what's actually up?
Yeah, sure. We have a 40-minute contest that features 7 problems, but the problems are not presented to the contestants at the beginning of the contest. Instead, they are only given one problem, and the first person to solve this problem gets points for this problem. And the second person who solves or doesn't solve, or who is maybe 1 second late to submit, doesn't get any point, and then this problem is closed. Instead, the next problem opens in 1 minute after the correct submission, and so the problems proceed one by one until the 7th problem.
And that's exactly what happened to us just a second ago. We first, in 1 minute 50 seconds into the contest, we saw a submission from Alireza Kaviani, but it was wrong answer on test one. And then geothermal submission just 16 seconds later at 2 minutes 6 seconds, which it sounds absurd, but is somewhat slow for first problem in our competition. Got accepted right away, and Kavi would not be able to resubmit. In 30 seconds, we'll see a new problem will open. Both contestants have a notification about this, isn't like bright blue in the top of their screens, and so they're they're anxiously refreshing the page because probably even those 3 seconds. That if you open problem statement 3 seconds later than your opponent, it can maybe cost you. As we realized yesterday, it's a little bit of a speed reading competition. It's a little bit of a speed typing competition, but mostly it's a competition where we're kind of breaking the habit of our contestants usually, and it's a good practice, and everyone does it, and even OpenAI LLM does it. you should first read the problem statement, then you write a solution, then you test the solution on sample tests, and then if it works, you submit it to the testing system. But not here. We encourage early submissions. We encourage submitting as soon as you have at least something written, but there is also no penalty for incorrect submissions. So in a way, you should treat all the submissions to the system like a way for us to see your source code. We don't really care
And to see your progress.
to see your progress. Yeah. We don't really care if you haven't finished debugging or anything. We want to see your source code, so our spectators, our commentators can start looking into it, start figuring out if you're actually close to the real submission, to the real solution or not. And this actually works. We've seen a lot of tiny fixes, as well as so many contestants actually think that they can read problem statement in 3 seconds, then write a solution half ready, submit it, and then it passes. So it's actually a lot of fun.
And sometimes it's to a wrong problem because they read it incorrectly, or sometimes they missed some very important condition in the statement that makes their solution too easy or too complicated in comparison to the correct solution to the problem. Anyway, now we have the second problem, which is also not an easy one to type, right, Jonathan?
Yeah, this and these problems actually have a lot of constraints, a lot of conditions that your solution has to produce. So if they missed some of them, they will get wrong answer, and it's because they're skimming the problem statements. I can imagine there will be several wrong submissions in this problem as well. Unless Geothermal actually proves me wrong. His solution is running on test 81 now and got it right.
Oh
Okay,
my God,
yeah.
he's just so fast. Also, one of the sweetest things is that he sometimes writes like a short comment in a notepad in a text editor just for us to see what he thinks. So he's very aware of the fact that he's on a live broadcast, and I feel like he enjoys it a lot. Geothermal streams plenty. He's been very successful with his competitive programming career. I think he even won a Div 1 Codeforces round at some point, which is not an easy feat. There are not a lot of people who've ever done this. And I'm very happy to finally see a person who is not startled by a camera, but rather kind of feels him. Like, this adds a little more motivation, knowing that there are people in the chat supporting him and rooting for him. But Kavi has a huge group of fans, and we can see them in our chat right now. And let's pick a Kavi emoji. I want all the bots in chat that are rooting for Alireza Kaviani to pick something that they would identify themselves. So that's a pretty strong contestant from Iran, and so I'm so happy to see him go as far as to round 8. It's not just the top 16; it's the top 8 contestants in the world. Contestants in the world, we are not trying to build a real, true, competition where every single person in the world participated. But I'm so happy to see him go this well. Geothermal, though, is probably one of the favorites to win the whole tournament. So I wouldn't say that this bracket was too nice to him as well.
Yes, but now he has a very strong start with 2 implementation problems being submitted earlier than I would expect. And now the problem C, we can probably explain the statement, right?
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So the problem C is when you remove the complicated legend, it's quite standard one. You have N people, and the ith person can talk, can have a special meeting with another person at most AI times. After that, they leave, and you want to schedule as many meetings, as many paired meetings as possible among these people. So each person cannot be used more than specific number of times, and you want to have as many meetings as possible with 2 people.
So it's basically like a graph problem where you want to put as many edges as possible, and each node has a maximum degree, right? It cannot have more than this number of neighbors. And so it's a greedy problem where you pair every 2 nodes with the maximum of that number every time. And Geothermal just solved it as well.
Actually, Khan started explaining one of the previous problems. Well, whatever. And it feels like it takes us more time to explain a problem than it takes for JLeads to type it, submit it. And his
Yes, exactly.
accuracy is pretty brilliant. I agree with Amit in our chat. We usually see so many wrong answer test one, and like again, they do not usually mean that someone is like not a good competitive programmer at all. It's more about we ask you to show us the first version of the code you have. And so sure, pretty often it will not compile or it will not pass sample test. But Jay was able to do a clean submission on both B and C, which is pretty surreal. Well,
And
apart
on
from
A as well.
yeah, and they as well. Sorry, I'm blind because I'm looking at the list of all submissions. And I'm like, okay, there is a stray wrong answer. And no, this was Kavi's. Like, that's impossible. But
And
okay,
yeah,
good job.
a reminder that like Geothermal in the first round beats with 30-1, and on round 2 beats 45-0. And on the third round, it's less dominating, but also quite some margin, 35-10, I think. That was my match actually, yeah. So yeah, I think he's been dominating a lot in this tournament.
Yeah, and we haven't talked about the scores. So the scores of the problems are 2, 3, 4, then 6, 8, 10, and 12 for the consecutive problems. So the more progress we have in the match, the more difficult are the problems, and therefore the higher is the score. So currently Geothermal is winning with 9-0 because he solves the first 3 problems.
But it's not like, it's not done yet. It's absolutely not done. There are
Yeah,
still
it's
so
very
many
open.
problems in the round.
We've seen so many comebacks after at least after the third problem, maybe after the fourth problem as well. And now the fourth problem, I guess, is much more difficult than the previous 3.
Will we actually have time to discuss problem statement before they get it accepted? Let's go. Let's not waste a second.
Yes, Jonathan, can you tell us the statement of this problem?
Yeah, sure. So basically, you're given an array of n integers, and then you want to also construct another array of integers such that is it called Cartesian sum? Basically, like for each of the n square pairs of ai plus bj, for all pairs of ij, you want that value to be different. So yeah, you're given array A, you need to construct array B such that ai plus bj are all different. And the constraint is n is 100, and the array's values can be 1 million. And I think, yeah, just in time we finished the problem statement, and then Geothermal solved it again. So
I really like that. So there is a common joke in competitive programming, specifically where you have like pre-tests and submissions are not tested on the final test set during the contest, but rather until the very end. And we often joke that during the contest, judges have enough time to prepare tests. But in this case, commentators have barely enough time to read through a problem statement. OMG. And again, a clean submission. What the hell? Was he like practicing our stuff? That's weird.
Yeah, what is that? Like 2 minutes for the first problem, then 3, and 3 minutes for the next 3?
Okay, I want to publicly apologize for stopping Khan from adding more problems to the set. So like an hour ago, I have a Telegram message in our org chat from Khan, and it's like, good morning, are we adding problem number 8? And I'm like, nah, it's gonna be fine. And it was a mistaken judgment, and I should have agreed. And thank you for the suggestion. You're just smarter than I am.
it's also worth mentioning that for problem BCD, it includes the 1 minute to wait for the problems to be open. So it's like from the reading of the problems, like it's basically 2 minutes for each of the tasks. Then it's all 2 minutes. Not 2, 3, 3, 3. Yeah.
Okay, hopefully we'll get them more distracted by the following problems.
You can explain.
I haven't read it yet.
Okay, so
we lost.
Yeah, I read this one. So you are given 4 integers, CNT1, CNT2, and X and Y. And then the question is, you want to distribute a set of numbers so that the first two people, you want to distribute to two people. The first person must get CNT1 different numbers, and all of the numbers must not be divisible by X. And then the second person needs to receive CNT2 numbers, and all of the numbers must not be divisible by Y. And then the question is, what is the minimum number of V such that you can start with a set from 1 to V, all distinct numbers from 1 to V, and then you can accomplish your goal. So obviously V has to be at least CNT1 plus CNT2, and then there's also these conditions of like the numbers that you distribute to the first people must not be divisible by X, and the second must not be divisible by Y. And Geothermal solved it again. Oh my god.
That's ridiculous.
This is too fast. Like, yeah. And then another 3 minutes from the time he solved
Yeah.
So that is another 2 minutes from the time he read the problem. Yeah.
And the reason that he writes, GG, 33 points is enough to win the match.
Yeah.
Going
Now
to
I
solve
feel
F
bad.
and G for fun. Well, I hope that he had some fun solving previous problems as well. But this is quite a poll. Yeah, let me copy him into the next round. That's something. And again, I think that's the first time we don't just see a clean sweep, but rather a one without incorrect submissions. This just never happens.
And yeah, at this rate, he can finish the contest in like 20 minutes if he keeps this 3 minutes tempo. And then it's like half of the contest. It's crazy.
Yeah.
And now I'm feeling better that I can snatch 10 points from him.
Yeah, it seems like Jay is in a good shape today. Maybe he secretly trained. We haven't seen any warm-up matches between rounds yesterday and today, so it is quite strange that it seems that the performance is improved quite a lot.
Yeah, I feel like it's a woke up and chose violence kind of situation where he's just, this is the format that works for me. It was handcrafted by Codeforces headquarters team to match my strengths. I will make sure that I use it to the maximum. And yeah, this is wild. Oof.
Yeah, so the next problem is
I'm not sure we should,
follows.
but can you try explaining it slowly? Maybe that's the issue. Maybe we're just talking about it a little too fast.
I'm afraid we have to explain it faster than before, so that we can at least share some ideas. So the problem is as follows. You are given a string of digits of length at most 5,000, and you have to split it in several substrings, so that each substring is a number and each consecutive number is bigger than the previous one. So the statement says that it is an ancient writing on the wall, and this is a sequence of years. And the suggestion is that every consecutive year is bigger than the previous one, and we have to count the number of ways to do so. Mm-hmm. So this is some obviously dynamic programming problem. However, it is not that clear how do we do. Of course, the dynamic programming state would be what is the number of how many ways are to split some prefix. But then one has to be careful to compare the next number to the previous one, which is not that easy to do.
I see. This is also one of the older problems in the contest. This one is originally, I believe, from New Year and Ancient Prophecy. It's from Goodbye 2015. So it's from the very end of 2015. It's almost a 10-year-old problem, but at the same time, it's from a really special, I feel like always goodbye and hello contests on Codeforces are, I don't want to say they're specifically harder or easier than any of the other ones, but they're special. They always attract a huge participation. And in this specific contest, 2,500 people were able to solve it. But we definitely checked that Jay did not participate in the contest, neither did Alireza. We make sure that when we select problems, they have not been seen to the reasonable level by any of our contestants. Obviously, yesterday we realized that one of our contestants said that they saw a specific problem, but did not participate, did not test, and it turned out that they saw this problem on one of Ericto streams where he solves the Div2 contest, also speed solves them. So there are so many ways to, leak your training data set in a way. But here, this problem specifically had 0 submissions from either of our contestants, and we hope that this is the first time they see it and they solve it. On the contest, it was problem, what? Give me a second. It was problem D, which is
So it's
also
like a
not for nothing.
Div1B problem. And speaking of Ericto, this problem is obviously authored by Ericto, as we can see by the character in the statement. So that would mean that the problem is of high quality, definitely.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, and we see that our contestants already spent more than 2 minutes on this problem,
Yay! Lucky us.
which makes us very happy. Yes. And but I'm also not sure if we will have any incorrect submissions here, because normally when you have a dynamic programming problem, especially like this, it either works or not.
Well, speaking about wrong submissions, in the original contest when it happened, Piotr Mitrichev, who placed second in the contest, failed system test on this problem, and Bruce Mary, finishing contest in 8th position, has 3 wrong answer on pretest 8 and was never able to submit something that passes all pretests. So there is still a chance, even though a long 10 years passed and we see submission from Kavi. Let's see how it goes.
Oh yeah, that is
It's
interesting.
memory limited
Memory
seated
lim-
on test 1. Interesting. That's not a verdict that we see way too often.
Yeah, we saw only one before, right? Oh yeah, the free
Eraser
arrays
submitting
of-
again.
Fix.
Now it becomes wrong answer on test 1.
Okay. This is a good direction in a way.
What was the difference? I'm wondering. Okay, he replaced all the variables from long to int, which saved him half the memory basically. But I think the free arrays of n squared is not the way to solve this problem. That's quite a lot, and usually when you have a lot of memory consumption, it also makes your code run slower.
Cache miss is a real thing.
Yes. And the only thing slower than that is when you have like a recursion function calls. So yeah, when we speak about complexity, some people say, oh, 2000 square is not a lot. It can obviously pass, but that really depends on what you do.
Okay, Alireza solved it on the 3rd submission.
And that's crazy fast. Don't get me wrong. Like, you may think, oh no, that's a sweep. That, well, if you look at the real contest, people like Piotr, Yegor, RNG were spending like upwards of 20 minutes on this problem. And Alireza here, incredibly fast, lightning fast. We had like 6 maybe minutes from the moment that this problem was opened. Good job.
It's funny how actually he only used 2 of these free arrays.
It's
In the
okay.
original submission.
You see, you don't want to spend time on deleting something. You just don't use it. That will be fine.
So his final accepted submission actually removed one of the arrays.
Nice.
But also included some initialization for the DP, which was obviously crucial. Otherwise, all the answers are zeros.
Yeah. Good job. Again, what I love to see is our contestants are here not for the wins. They're just for the joy of problem solving, for the thrill of being able to steal a whole 10-pointer from Geothermal. That's damn nice. Of course, I can see why Jay may not be like as motivated as in the previous 5 problems where he was like locked. But that's still very cool. I'm not suggesting that Jay was not trying to solve the problem. Look at him. He was trying real hard.
Should we
Then
add the 8th problem as a surprise?
No. We'll break something. Let's not.
So for problem G, the question is about a binary string. So we define or at least the problem defines a binary string balance if the number of subsequences of 0, 1 equals to the number of subsequences 1, 0. And then the question is, you're given a string, determine the number of swaps that you need to do to make it balanced. And the length of the string is at most 100 only. Yeah, this is probably another DP problem. I haven't figured out the solution yet.
This problem is from educational round 153, which is less than 2 years ago. And that was problem D in that round as well. So we'll see. I think the newer problems with the same rating tend to be a little bit harder, or at least not as known as the other ones.
It's kind of cute how educational rounds with help of Blitz competitions are now educational also for our LGMs.
Yeah. I mean, the educational rounds nowadays don't contain very standard problems as they used to have in the very first, I don't know, 10 rounds maybe. So it is another way of saying a div2 round. So in this sense, and the div2 rounds are now also quite complicated in terms of difficulty. Not every international grandmaster would solve all the problems in a typical contest.
Oh yeah. Which is, again, fun. When we look at the difficulty of old problems, it feels like we misestimated a little bit because contestants are just smarter and smarter every single year.
Yes. So in that educational round, 400 people solved this problem. And the submission from Jungli, for example, came 8 minutes after the previous problem. So we might see some quite fast submission here as well.
Have you have a match in this tournament that ended in 30 minutes yet? Do we have one?
Almost. It almost finished in 30 minutes. It might be 31 or 32. Yes, let's see how fast this one is going. We still have 3 minutes until this record, so to say.
Yeah. Honestly, if they would be able to not finish this problem before 30th minute, I would already feel good. In my mind, minute 30 is what a freeze time is for ICPC contest. Like if people are not done before that moment, we were lucky with the problems that we got.
Yes.
Seems like Geothermal is already running some code with their terminal open.
No way. 3 more minutes, sir.
I don't know what he's reading there on his terminal.
It's quite difficult to see maybe here.
Yeah, in old times, one of the ways to give spectators access to contestants' codes was to kind of force them to type the code in the website of Tokoder, for example. But it proved to be not very useful, as well as it breaks people out of their good habits of writing code in an IDE and having a nice installed environment. So unfortunately, this is the best way we can do. But I promise you, for the next Blitz Cup, we'll try to stream in 4K. That would allow you a little more resolution in our contestant screen.
Yeah, so what it says, as far as I can see in Jay's terminal, it says 1 test failed as a result of the invocation. At least that's what I see on the stream, which is lagging by 30 seconds maybe.
Also, he's using the plugins or something that runs all the test cases in one command?
I think so, yes.
It is a convenient tooling. In like algorithmic competitions, tooling is a little less crucial than in marathon competition matches and longer competitions. But it's still something that you can definitely notice that people care a lot. And experienced contestants, together with building their pre-written code library, which we do not allow to use today, but is still a thing that plenty of contestants use all the time, take care of really well. And, you know, you're just as good as your tools are. This probably applies to any engineering work.
Yes, now I'm thinking what should be the solution of this problem, because to say that the string has the equal number of subsequences 0, 1 and 1, 0, it's quite easy to calculate how many of them are in the original string, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, we can swap any arbitrary, not the neighboring, right?
Not
Not
consecutive,
only-
yeah.
Yeah.
Any arbitrary, yeah.
Then, of course, we only swap zeros with ones, because swapping 1 with 1 doesn't make any sense and doesn't change the answer. Then what happens if I swap some 0 on the left side and some 1 on the right side? Obviously, we change this.
Oops. Oops.
Let's say there were.
Wait.
What happened?
My internet is dead. It's okay. Give it a second.
Oh, it's going fine, I think. So if there were x zeros in the middle and y ones in the middle, then we are like removing y subsequences 0, 1 and removing x subsequences 0, 1. Yes. No, wait a second. The 0 was on the left, the 1 was on the right. Then we have x zeros and y ones. So we are removing y subsequences 0, 1 and also x subsequences 0, 1. But then when we swap the 0 and 1, what we have is we add how many?
Yeah, I'm thinking of a TP solution where you just process from left to right, and then like you keep track of how many zeros you change to 1 and how many ones you change to zeros, and then what's the number of zeros and ones that you've put so far, and then also like the number of subsequences 0 and 1 and 1 and 0 that you have so far. But that would be a bit too expensive, because like the number of subsequences can be n square, right? But something along those lines.
I like your approach that we can actually, instead of thinking about swaps, we can just try to build a new string, and then the number of swaps would be the number of characters in incorrect position divided by 2.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think that's a more suitable approach for this problem. And then indeed we can go left to right. And what we should keep track of is the current balance and the number of zeros and ones. I mean, we can keep track of one of these values because the other one is current length minus the other one.
Right. Yeah, that would be n to the 4 or something like that. It would be tight. I think we might need to remove one more space. But yeah, I think it's something along those lines. Yeah. And you have to keep track how many zeros you change to 1 as well, because in the end, it has to be equal, the number of zeros that you change to 1 and the number of ones that you change to 0. Jay submitted, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Running on test 8.
8. Okay. Yeah, it's running.
It's wrong answer,
running
32.
away. What? Oh, there are actually tests with a number over 30. So one of our competitive programming dedicated chats is called Wrong Answer 123, because we feel like it's pretty heartbreaking when you get a verdict, for example, a wrong answer on a large test number. And recently one of our contestants in that chat received wrong answer on a test like over, what was it, over 800 or something. There are some judging teams that are probably a little too eager to build a very big test set. So this could have been even scarier.
Yeah, that's quite interesting because the test doesn't look to be anything special. It's not different from any of the previous tests with a string of length maybe 30 to 50. And the participants' output, so J's output is 2.
From Kavi?
From Kavi, yeah.
Let's go. Memory limit 1 again. Again, you know, old habits with long longs, I guess.
And
here is a resubmit from Geothermal.
Yep.
So I can tell you the
Oh my,
difference
oh
and pass
my.
that test.
Okay, passing that
And
test. Running
it
on test 45
is
now.
accepted.
Okay.
It is accepted, yeah, and the change is quite complicated, I would say. It's not one character difference. Has some logic at the end of the dynamic programming.
Yeah.
So it's not that easy to tell you what exactly was the difference. But anyway, I think we run out of problems.
Yeah, yeah. Well, we almost pulled it to the 40th minute. I feel like we were lucky with the automated selection of the problems that was available, and could have gone so much worse for us. We could have had significantly less fun and time for this set of problems, and making Geothermal spend, what was it, 10 minutes on one of them is a GG for us. And we hope to get our contestants here shortly. Jay is already here. Let's give him a
It's
second.
already here.
Hey, how are you doing?
Doing well. How are
Hello.
y'all?
Dude, too strong. What the hell? Like, honestly, have you been practicing or something? No, we know you were busy yesterday, but like the preciseness of submissions, where are my wrong answer ones? What is this?
I mean, I think it helps that I have a good command line tool for local testing, so I don't need to like copy and paste so much. I think like I don't know. I think testing locally is just pretty valuable in general. It takes a couple seconds to submit, but it helps that I just have to type like G space T and it just runs all the samples for me. Yeah, I don't know. A through E felt pretty good. I think I slowed down a little on F and G, but we'll try and clean that up for the next match, and hopefully it should be fun to play against Turmax.
Yeah, turmax will not have submissions as clean, I'm pretty sure.
We were discussing about if you keep your pace from A to E throughout the whole match, like you can finish the match in like 20 minutes, like half of the contest. But yeah, that did not happen.
No, it did not. Yeah, no, it felt a little bad getting like stuck trying it. Or I think like I initially misread G as only swapping adjacent numbers, which should have like raised the red flag because I knew it was 2200 rated, and so like it couldn't be that easy. But then like I tried greedy stuff that I don't know, didn't work for reasons that I realized several minutes in, and so once I like realized I had to just write the DP, then it went pretty smoothly. But I think that it could have gone better if I had realized that a few minutes earlier.
Yeah, yeah.
Then we
GG,
are lucky
Kavi,
that
good to
you
have
have
you
not
here.
realized that.
Can you hear us?
Yeah.
Let's do a mic check. Yay. Hi.
Hi.
Hello, good game.
Good game. Good game. You are so fast. You solve
Thank you.
problem A to E
Yeah,
less than
your F time was pretty impressive.
15
I think
minutes.
yeah, A3 were fairly speedy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Kavi, we are tied with 10 points now. We are keeping standings of how many points we can snatch from Geothermal, and we are both tied on 10 points. And for the round 1 and round 2, I think only 1 point can be snatched from the first 2 rounds. So yeah, at least we get some points from him.
At least I solve at least one problem.
Yeah, I think I solved A and E when during my match with Jay. So yeah, we're both tied at 10 points.
Great. He was
What
too
do you
fast.
think about the problems?
I liked problem F since it was the only problem I solved. But problem G was also interesting.
Yeah, I
I
thought it was.
missed the
Oh, sorry.
by just like 20 seconds.
Yeah, we saw that you had like open submission window and the code passed it, but then there was no option to choose the problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels heartbreaking. Should we allow like upsolving for a few extra seconds just so we can see how close the other contestant was to the correct submission?
And then maybe they got like half a point for submitting correct solution within 30 seconds of the
Within the intermission. Oh, that can be a fun comeback mechanic. I can see how that could work. But also, I feel like everyone needs a few seconds to just be angry when you get a push notification that your opponent solved the problem. You need to have this moment to go like, how is that possible at all? Like, what the hell?
I also think that it feels like higher stakes for it to be all or nothing. Like if you don't get the problem first, then you get nothing, no matter how close you were.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's like heartbreaking as a contestant sometimes, but it keeps things really exciting.
Yeah.
Would you prefer if we had the problems coming as opposed to just stopping on 7 problems today?
I think 7 problems is a good number. I mean, it's nice to be able to like keep track of the score during the contest and to know like exactly how many points you need to win. And I also think like I don't know, like at a certain point, like if we get to like 2400 and 2600 rated problems, it stops feeling like such a blitz format. I mean, I don't know, it could be like a fun sort of exhibition thing to see like how many problems a really strong contestant can solve in 40 minutes as they keep getting harder. But for competitive like blitz format, I think that the balance of the number of problems we have right now is pretty good.
Can I ask your opinions on problem A? So like we saw several problems A yesterday. Is more like, oh, the problem is actually just like asking for the built-in popcorn of N, or like I think there's one round that like if a number 1 appears on the array A, then the answer is 1, otherwise it's -1 or something like that. Whereas this problem A is like more of like, oh, you don't need to think anything, you just implement what the problem asks you to implement, but it's not very short implementation. What are your thoughts on this kind of problem A?
I don't know if you saw the code for problem A. I think like I don't know. A nice thing about problem A like this one is that there's some element of skill in being able to implement it as quickly as possible just by like figuring out how to make the code shorter. And so I think there's like some room for creativity there, which makes these problems pretty fun. I think the whole implementation was about 25 lines of non-boilerplate code, which really is not that many, especially when most of them are just like a of I equals next value or whatever, like nothing really involved.
So like, which one you prefer specifically, like these kind of problems, or like those 1-liner, 2-liner problems for problem A?
I think in this format, I don't know, I like having a mix of both within each round. I think for an actual Codeforces round, I like the 1-liner, 2-liners a lot more, just because they usually can have like more interesting ideas to think about, and they also are like really quick and let you move on to the harder problems.
Alireza, what's your opinion on this?
I like easy to implement problems, just few lines of code for the first problems. It helps to move faster to the harder problems. And there was a hope that I could get that problems, but I can't get this one. I lost.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
see.
Jay
I
is just
mean,
too fast. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, J is too fast, but also we can see that 1-liner is not actually that much faster than these kind of problems. It took only, was it under 2 minutes or around 2 minute mark? Yeah, I think it was 2 minute mark, right? So it was only maybe 1 minute slower than the 1-liner, which is super impressive.
206, yeah. And I think for the 1-liner problems that we saw yesterday, it's almost 1 minute, like 50 seconds or something like that. So yeah, slightly over 1 minute, but yeah, it's still impressive.
Yep. But I think it's a good wake up for the contestants when you open and it's not a 1-liner, and then you still have to relax for 1 minute, but you have to dive into coding right away.
We're now thinking about hosting like more blitz tournaments for contestants with different rating, and I'm pretty sure that everyone is now terrified of both of you potentially getting into a match against them? Because, again, you both demonstrated incredible speeds. Are there any topics for problems that you feel you would be able to do specifically good in a Blitz format? And the reason I'm asking is also I'm considering, if possible, making a forced geometry problem in every Blitz and making a forced interactive problem in every Blitz. What are your opinions on that?
I personally like interactive problems, and I think it is fun to have interactive problems in Blitz contest. And I also like combinatorics problems, and I hope to see more combinatorics problems in Blitz maths, but I hate geometry.
Yeah, no
Nobody
geometry
likes
problems,
geometry.
please. I feel like I don't know. I mean, I think number one is that geometry problems just like tend to require spending a disproportionate amount of your time like debugging tiny edge cases and just like working out details. I also think like I don't know, sometimes they can involve a lot of like formula bashing on paper and then you're just like trying to write the or write in like the formula into your program, which I think is not very exciting viewing. I also think there's not like anything particularly like exciting or special about geometry problems that would make it worth like making sure to include them in every round. Interactive problems I like better, but I think that like they also aren't a great fit for this format because they require spending a good amount of time on like input and output stuff that also isn't as exciting to watch. And I also think like I don't know, the right fraction of or I think like a lot of interactive problems involve relatively similar ideas, like you just use binary search every time or something. And so I think that probably like there's some like optimal fraction of problems in Codeforces rounds that should be interactive, and that fraction is smaller than one problem per round or something.
Jason48 in the chat doesn't seem to agree there. Like he typed why geometry hate. I don't know whether this is the real Kevin, but yeah.
It is a real Kevin, and in
Okay.
8 hours from now, he will be giving a lecture on geometry specifically for NAC and APC audience. So I think today's he is more of a geometry fan than even usual.
I see.
But it was his match yesterday that got the problem: intersect a half plane with a rectangle and find the area and divide by the area of the rectangle. And I think he was the one who found the test case of the rectangle having 0 area faster than his opponent.
Right.
And
so I think,
like, what was it? Like 15 years ago, you had to intersect to, what was it? To semi spaces at the World Finals for a victory or something. Like this was the crucial thing that you need to be able to do. And these days, I feel like if we give it as an exercise to our Blitz contestants, they would be just like clickety-clack, click, 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 and done in 2 minutes. That's a very impressive evolution of speed of coding that we have. Oof.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, without
Sorry,
library, geometry can be very annoying. Yeah, without library, like I think Jay mentioned about like like you have to figure out the details of formulas on a paper and won't be exciting to watch. I think I can echo that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think like Jonathan said, like people are able to do geometry so well in ICPC because the state of like libraries has evolved so much, and I think like I don't know, there are probably very few, if any, people who are really competitive on Codeforces, which like involves approximately no geometry and also can like type involved geometry algorithms without a template. Like I don't know, I think in my case I really never had to learn geometry because one of my ICPC teammates just became the designated geometry person. And so beyond like problems where you like do something clever with a convex hull or something like that, not in my wheelhouse.
I mean, that's a pretty nice privilege to not be the dedicated geometry typist on a team, because I feel like for a lot of high-rated contestants, for example, if you're higher rated than the other people on your team, it's pretty often that you have to pull all the hardest cards and figure out all the hardest problems. And so anytime your teammates see geometry, they're like, you're the only chance to solve it. Now go and do this. Was it a case for you, Alireza?
I have different teams in many ICPC years, but always my teammates solve geometry problems. I even don't know how to solve them, and they solve and they code.
I see, I see. What are your ICPC plans, by the way? I never got to ask.
We lost 3 times in Tehran regionals. Each 3 times we lost to a same opponent, and this year that team cannot participate in regionals since they participate 2 times in world final, and we hope to qualify for world final 2026.
Nice. I heard there are some very exciting potential locations for 2026. So I would be very much rooting for you. And you should definitely advance and come. That's a lot of fun. Geothermal, have you ever considered coaching?
A little, I mean, not too seriously. I don't have a whole lot of free time right now, and I'm not like attached to any university right now, so yeah, I mean, I wouldn't rule anything out, but I don't have any imminent plans.
Would be cool to see you on, the other side of the competition, either being a coach or, well, a problem author is also a very common thing for top contestants to do. Because one of the things about, well, it's more of a byproduct of a Blitz tournament, but a large number of problem ideas, they usually come from misreading problem statements. And in Blitz competitions, I feel like our contestants misread a lot. So maybe there are thousands of new problem ideas waiting for us right around the corner when you're finished with your run in the Blitz.
But usually when people in Blitz read the problems, they tend to read like an easier version, to misread to an easier version. I think that's how our brains work, that you tend to assume an easier, like a solvable problem than the one that requires more thinking.
Not like we have too many problems A and B available in every contest. I mean, there are a couple of people who are happy to create extremely complicated problems with an unlimited number of them. So maybe, yeah, more A's and B's would be good.
More implementation.
I mean, can you actually argue that it's an A when Kavi and Geothermal can type it in under 1 minute? Like, you cannot say that the problem is hard if it takes them 2 minutes for both reading and typing and submitting and even sending a comment to our chat in a notepad to keep it interesting. Like, this problem is obviously easy, right?
Yeah, I mean, maybe this Blitz format can change the perception of these implementation-heavy problems, which are not really implementation-heavy when you are ready for that. Like this problem with the bus, I would say when reading it first, I was like, oh, this is quite implementation-heavy because I have to think what to do, what is the best way to store the order, etc. But then it turns out that you can type it in under 1 minute or under 2 minutes, which is faster than many easy problems where you have to think for 5 minutes and then type one-liner. So maybe we should not be afraid to put many or more implementation-oriented problems in contests.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. We have our next match coming up, which will be Ksan versus Galvanov 399. Both of them are in chat, So yeah, hi guys. Do you have any predictions on the match?
I think it's going to be more competitive than it would look based on the Codeforces ratings. Golovanov has had a pretty strong run throughout the tournament so far, and so I don't know. I could see this one going either way.
Any favorites from you, from Alireza? I'm here for the drama. I need content.
Yeah, would be funny if we have geometry again for Kevin after what he typed in YouTube.
Yeah, imagine him not getting it.
Yeah.
Should be pretty ridiculously fun. Okie dokie. We will be back with you in 6 minutes for the next round. Thank you very much for staying with us. If you're interested, stay in this Zoom call to commentate on the next round. And we'll be back in about a minute. Thanks. See you.
See y'all in an hour.
Thank you very much for staying with us. If you're interested, stay in this.
Well, Funov is watching the stream, it seems like.
Yeah, both of them. Yeah, and I returned
Oh,
us
yeah,
back
and
on the
Kevin
stream.
as well, yeah.
Both of them are increasing our view numbers. Good for them.
Yep. We should probably remind them anytime now that they should stop watching it.
They kind of hear us.
Right. I forgot.
Yep. But that's very cute. Also, one of the perks of being the one like actually managing the stream is the fact that I was able to see their reaction when I asked Kavi and Geothermal about their predictions. So it's very cute. Like everyone is smiling and being so shy. Kevin, before that, was completely out of frame of a webcam. As soon as he's mentioned, he just lowers the webcam and gets into the shot. Like, oh, finally something cool on the stream. That's very sweet. Also, Golovanov, I think, streamed a couple of previous rounds on his Twitch account, which is great. And plenty of our contestants are now trying to, blow the dust off of their keyboards and webcams and start streaming, which I'm a big fan of. That's what I definitely want to see. And we need to figure out a proper hashtag for all of you to be able to follow our contestants. But as soon as the Blitz features will be released, I'm really looking forward to a lot of weird and fun matches streamed over the internet. So again, if you have any cool ideas of legendary matchups, let us know. We are definitely waiting for Mike Mirzayanov to join us not on a stream, but rather as a contestant in a Blitz format. How hype can that be? Oh, I should make a poll. Let me make a poll. Jason.
Make a poll, and should we read the problems beforehand so that we can explain them?
Yeah.
I'm reading a. Okay.
Yeah, now we have a few minutes before the match, like 2.5 minutes. Yes. And me and Jonathan can already read all the problems that we will have in this match. So again, 7 problems. I'm still rooting for. So this is the last quarterfinal.
It is.
After this match, we will only have 2 semifinals and the final match. So I'm still thinking maybe we should make 8 problems for starting from the semifinals.
Okay, let me add a poll on our Discord then.
But yeah, for this match, it is 7, and they don't look very implementation heavy as at least in the first problems. Later in the match, we have some more vintage problems, I would say. So, Jonathan, can you maybe tell us about the first problem? While we are
The
starting
contest
the
does
match?
not start yet. Should we talk about it now?
Okay, maybe let's wait until the start
Yep.
and then.
Okay, so we should, but you're spoiled that we'll have something really old. That's nice. Well, I think that for older problems, Golovana has like a tiny advantage over Kaysan just because he's a little older, so he saw some like really old shit on Codeforces. But then at the same time, we realized that actually Golovanov and Kaysan met at one of the competitions, as in competed in, well, they competed in plenty of competitions for sure. But there is one that's a pretty significant highlight, is that they both went to ICPC World Finals 2018, where Golovanov placed second and Kaysan's team placed 11th. So we have this one very odd reference point on a competition in a completely different format. But this is definitely a nice like baseline point to look at where their career-wise, competitive programming career-wise, they were a couple of years ago. These days, obviously, Kevin, as part of USA1, is very prominently featured at a lot of team and individual competitions. And the round has begun. What are we up to today,
Yep.
gentlemen?
So I think problem A in this round is exactly what Nikolai mentioned earlier, where like you need to think more, but this is a one-liner problem, but like you might need several minutes to come up with a solution. So basically you are given an integer n, and then there are n zeros initially, and then with one operation you can either change one of the 0 to 1, or you can choose a choose an interval, and there's condition where like both endpoints of the interval have to be ones, and the sum of numbers in this interval has to be at least half of the length of the interval. And then the question is how many, what is the minimum number of times you have to change the value of single 0 to 1 in order to change all of them to 1. So the input is just n. There are several test cases, but the main problem is just building a function fn that computes for a single value of n. So yeah, we are seeing Golovanov is already coding here.
Yeah, so is the answer like logarithm of n rounded to some direction or not?
Yes, something like that. So yeah. Oh, yep. We're seeing Golovanov is trying to submit.
Let's see what the outcome is.
There
I
is a
don't see
submission.
the submission. Yeah, here is the submission. Any strong answer, test 1.
Yay!
Who would have guessed? But yeah, we are getting to the normal content on this stream.
Finally.
And
Finally.
Kevin
We
is
were
also
up to a
submitting.
very irregular start.
Kevin is also
And
Kevin
Kevin
solved
has
the problem. Yep.
My God. This was fast. Nice. Good job.
Yeah, so I think both our contestants are like more math oriented, I would say, right?
They are,
than
yeah, math is
implementation oriented.
definitely their specialty. And geometry, as we know now.
Yeah. I'm not sure if geometry is a strong point for Golovanov, because I haven't heard about that. I'm actually very surprised that Kevin likes geometry, because normally math and geometry are like complete opposite directions that you can prefer in competitive programming.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so we have problem B now. Yeah, I can also talk about this. So basically, we are filling an n by n grid with a number from 1 to n square, and the way we fill it is by row major order, but we skip one number every time. So you can see there from one of their screen. I guess the picture explains a lot. yeah, and then the question is basically you are given X and Y, and what is the number on the X row and Y column. So yeah,
Oh,
N
so
can be high, so you can't really simulate the process. But yeah.
So basically, we are first filling like white squares on the chessboard, and then the black squares, and
Right.
then, yeah. Oh, cool.
This problem is just 7 years old. Also, chess mentioned. We've seen a couple of chess-related discussions yesterday, and I feel like today there was one question like an hour ago. Why don't you guys stream or create more content? And usually the answer is it's very hard to create content from a rated competition because videos are usually doing a little worse than live streams, even though there are plenty of people who post their screencasts, including Umnik and Igor. So there is some competitive programming content on the internet, but we had issue with the fact that you need to have problems that are not secret. You need to stream competitions that cannot be stream sniped, and this is where Blitz format was born from. We were trying to figure out a way to let you make more content. And while I was telling the story of my people, Golovanov already submitted a problem, which is still wrong answer test 1, but now we can see the source code, which is also exciting.
Yeah, let's see how far it is. Of course, there are two cases, whether we are given the black square or the white square.
Yep.
But the output is just incorrect on one of the test cases, if we can say so. So the problem doesn't really feature the test cases, but instead we are given one single N and many queries, which in a sense is not very different. So again, we have a submission from Kevin that is currently in the queue. While do we have the queue?
Okay, it's now evaluating.
Wrong answer on test 2, which is still one of the example cases. So Kevin can just look at the second test case and try running their code there.
Yes, but I think that I'm not sure if he can just look at the checker comment on this test too. So one of the hidden features of Codeforce, I would say, that not many people know about is that if you get the wrong answer for the first test case, you can usually open your submission and there you would have your output and the checker comment for this test, which might be very useful both for normal contests as well as Blitz, because then, I mean, it doesn't help a lot when it just says you printed 14, but it should have been 16. But sometimes when the construction is needed, it would say you that, let's say, you printed more integers than needed, or maybe the total sum of the integers is not 0 as expected. And there you can...
And interactive as well, right? It should be helpful on interactive tasks as well, where it's printed like you called too many queries or something like that, right?
Yeah, that helps a lot.
Yeah, and you
Is it
at
only-
least can see your output, which is often a problem.
Is it only on test 1 or all of the sample cases? Actually, I'm not sure.
I'm not sure.
Another submission from Kevin. It is unfortunately again wrong on test 2, and then another submission on Golovanov, which is back to wrong answer on test 1. So we are still statically on the same status for both of them.
So it seems like the implementation problems take less time than non-implementation. Well, this one is a little bit implementation, but not that much, I would say. But we are already in the 8th minute of the contest, and we still only have one problem solved.
And Kevin
just solved it.
Fixed problem B. Will we get any juicy sads from Kevin today, I wonder?
Kevin is strong.
He's also very well known for his like crazy one-liner reactions to. Barely can hear him, unfortunately.
Oh, yes. Then we go to the next problems.
I started to write this problem, but I can't understand this one. So can you explain, Nikolai?
Let me read it.
Wait. Problem is not yet here. We still have a couple more seconds. which is a fun moment to notice that Kevin's background has this nice off-white color, as if it's written on paper that is, I don't know, 200 years old or so. And now we're in the next problem of our contest. Okay, what's the problem about?
Yeah, so the problem is called the National Project. And it is about laying new asphalt on highways. So, yeah, I can see where this problem comes from, because this problem is about paving a highway with asphalt and also some rainy days where you cannot pave your highway.
This is basically my life back in St. Petersburg, Russia.
Exactly.
Every single time, goddammit, when they were road repairs, they would just bring a whole car of fresh, hot cement and they will pour it into water and it will not adhere to the rest of the street. You know how this works? Absolutely crazy. Oh, it's such a waste.
So, yeah, I mean, the problem statement looks to be very simple. You have to lay asphalt on at least half of the end blocks of the highway, and you can do so in the first G days, but then the next B days are bad, you cannot do anything. Then again, the G good days and B bad days, and so on. And every day you can just repair 1 unit of the highway, and not more.
Another submission from Golovanov. Let's see what it evaluates to.
Still in queue?
Yeah. Why do we have the queue though?
Is there a round in the Codeforces?
No.
No?
There are no rounds on Codeforces when Khan is not looking.
Okay. And Keisan is submitting as well? If both of them are correct, Golovanov will take the problem because he is faster.
And
Still running on
regardless
test one.
of the evaluation time, the scores will be awarded to the contestant who submitted first. So if both of those submissions evaluate to okays, Golovanov will be the one to walk away with the points. Yeah, and this is exactly what happens. So Golovanov's submission is correct. Let's see if Kevin's also finishes testing, but that would actually bring us to a full 40 seconds between them and a really nice 1 point difference. Oh no, Kevin's solution even did not pass. It has time limit exceeded on test 4. So a clean win
doesn't
from
matter.
Alex.
Yeah, it doesn't matter anyway.
Okay, 47 seconds. 30 seconds until the next problem. Is finals today? Yes, finals will be later today. Our commentators today, Army Pie asks again, are Khan and Jonathan Waring. Let's see how the day continues. We've already had our yet another round of 8 match between Alireza Kaviani Geothermal, which Geothermal dominated to advance to compete against turmax in a round right after this one. And yesterday, Anton Trigub and Tourist were fighting against each other, and Tourist advanced to the next round. So winner of Keisan versus Golovanov advances to a match against Tourist, which may not feel as exciting as this one.
Okay, so for problem D, we are given a string, and we want to modify the string so that it does not have a palindrome of at least length 2. And the question is, how many, and there are only 3 characters, ABC. You want to minimize the number of character change that you make to the string so that it does not have a palindrome of at least length 2. And there are multiple queries. So basically, that is what I experienced, just one query basically, but there are several queries of like an interval of the original string that you're given, a substring of the original string that you're given.
Yeah, so the only string of 3 different characters which doesn't have any palindromes of length 2 or more is ABC, ABC, ABC up to the permutation of ABC. So we can only have one of the 6 strings, right, as a result. Because no two consecutive characters can be same, because then you have a palindrome of length 2, and no 2 characters with a distance of 2 can be same, because then we have a palindrome of length 3. That means that basically all 3 consecutive characters must be distinct every time. So I think yeah.
Yeah, and yeah, basically you can only check for 2 and 3, right? Because like longer palindromes have definitely have either 2 or like substring of 2 or substring of 3 characters that is palindrome, right? So basically you only need to avoid
We have a
having
submission.
palindromes of length 2 and length 3. Oh, that was fast.
Wow.
And Golovanov salted. Yep.
And he returns to the lead, or rather, he has never been there, but now he's in the lead on 5 points, and Kevin looks very surprised.
Crazy, 10/5. This was so fast from Golovanov as
This was
well.
so fast, yes. Oh, this is some clever technique, I think.
Do you think we need like a tool that would allow contestants to either see each other or chat with each other during Blitz? And there will be a preset button. Wow, you're so fast. Like in Hearthstone, you know how they're trying to battle any kind of toxicity in chat, but they still want just a little bit of communication. And so there are 4 preset phrases that your hero can say, and one of them would be, "Wow, you're so fast."
Yeah. So I think what Alexander made very clever in that problem is that he computed what is the cost to change any substring to, or not any substring, but the whole string to ABC, ABC, and so on, or to any other permutation of this as the whole string, and not choosing the substring and then trying to compute starting with ABC from the position L. Therefore, when he computes the answer, he can just take the prefix and prefix sums of this cost and not care about the actual substring, so to say.
That makes sense. Yeah, that should work. Yep. Problem, where are we? Problem E now? Problem E is about painting trees. So like you're given a tree and then you want to paint each of the node by 3 colors, either color 1, 2, or 3, and then you are given the cost of each node and each color. So you're given 3 times n numbers. What's the cost of coloring each node to each color? And then you want to color it such that there are no 3 nodes that are connected by edges. So like there is no 3 nodes X, Y, Z such that X and is adjacent to Y and Y is adjacent to Z, such that the colors of for each of these chain of 3 nodes, all the colors must be pairwise distinct, basically. Yeah.
Oh no, the name Paint the Tree is not unique in the whole of Codeforces database. That's
yeah,
hard.
I mean, we like painting the trees. Looks like an interesting problem. Sometimes you don't have a way to do that. And yeah, our participants already coding. Yes, Alexander is already coding.
This round was coordinated by one of our Blitz top contestants, Isaf, which is also kind of a cute, connection. I feel like a lot of our top contestants were at different points of their lives, either coordinators or judges for Codeforces, and it's fun to see how other contestants are performing on their problems.
It's not always that coordinators, like who coordinated the round, has anything to do with the problems. I mean, there is a small difference of how the problems are evaluated by different coordinators. Some people like more, I don't know, data structure problems. Some people prefer only original problems that have no ideas similar to what people have seen before in any of the competitions. But in general, I think given one single problem, it's very hard to tell who was the coordinator who accepted this problem. So, Jonathan, do you have any ideas on how to solve this problem?
Yeah, like usually like problems with like these many numbers where all the costs are specified, usually it's a DP problem because like there's no way you can do greedily here. Because like if you do greedy, then it turns out that if you do greedily, then the rest of the tree is actually more expensive, because all the numbers are like the judges can manipulate the numbers whatever they want for each of the cost. That's like how you usually detect DP problems compared to greedy. If like the cost is like some function that is common for all nodes, then that can be a greedy problem. So yeah, and this is basically like a DP on tree where you can keep the track of like what's the color of the parents and so on. And maybe you need one more. What's the color of the yeah, something like that. I haven't
do
figured
we
out the
need
detail
like
yet.
like a mask of, so the dynamic programming of a subtree would be you have to specify the subtree, also the color of the parent or the root of that subtree, and also the mask of which colors appear as the colors of the children, right?
All right.
But also if
Both submitted. Interesting.
if a node has more than 3 neighbors, then the answer is -1.
Right.
And
Yeah.
And Golovanov is running away with the problem. It isn't okay. Oof.
Well,
This is
Kevin
a very
only
substantial
has
lead.
the runtime error, yeah. Why cannot I compare this?
Incomparable.
Okay, I can compare that manually.
Eight into 5. Kevin will need to come back strong.
Yeah, but still he has a chance, right?
Oh, absolutely. The next problem will be worth 10 points. The one after that, 12. And so there is still, what, 22 points up for grabs, which is plenty in the terms of a round.
So Kevin has to get both of them.
Which happened to him quite a couple of times. If you look at Kevin's participation in the previous contests, you'll see that he is, first of all, really good at hard problems. But second of all, this is exactly what happened to him in the first round, right? This is the only way Kevin can, well, basically the only way Kevin feels comfortable in advancing the next round. In the first round, he lost 1, he got 1, lost 2, 4, 6, got 8, 10 and advanced. Yesterday, again, exactly the same happened. So solving harder problems to win is not a new thing for Kevin at all.
The match versus Coroni in round 3, like he got problem F in the very last minute of the match, and like literally does not have any chance to beat problem G, and that problem F is crucial to win. Like before that, he was losing and then solved problem F in the last minute. So yeah, Kevin is familiar with comebacks, so anything can still happen here.
Yeah, and you can see that our contestants don't like this problem, and this is really an ancient problem. It is from Codeforce Beta round 63. I think this is the oldest we got on streams.
Nice.
So
Let me
this
check
problem.
What is the first Codeforces round that I participated? 77. So yeah, this is older than my very first Codeforces round that I participated. Okay. That speaks volumes.
Isn't that cute? Okay, if you're in chat and you were born after this problem was actually in a Codeforces contest, drop us a plus or something. Let us know where you're from.
So this is 22nd March 2011. No, this is the time of the announcement. So the round must have been a few days after that.
It's okay. Were you born after 22nd March 2011? Let's go.
And this is a problem about, at least it looks like it is a problem about parsing. You have some artifacts and you're given like their names and some other properties in the input. as strings instead of integers, which is more common nowadays. So Jonathan, have you had time to read through the problem statement?
No, I haven't. Yeah. You can continue explaining if you have.
No, but we can take a look.
Okay. I'm actually reading G right now. I'm assuming that you can explain F, so I just read G so that I can explain it later. But okay, let's read F together, I guess.
Yeah, so there are two types of artifacts in a new RPG game, whatever. There are basic artifacts that you can simply buy, and there are composite artifacts that you have to collect from a few basic artifacts. And in this case, the basic artifacts disappear. Now, basically what you are given is the sequence of operations one made in the game. You're given all the basic artifacts and also the instructions of how to assemble the composite artifacts. And then you're given who bought what. And I guess you have to assume that they assemble the composite artifacts whenever they buy like all the necessary components for that. Yeah, so basically you are given a log of purchases of different characters. There are K up to 100 characters, but that doesn't matter. That basically means we have a multi-test, and then they buy the artifacts, and whenever a composite artifact can be composed, they use this for that artifact, and they have to output what kind of artifacts they have at the end of the log. So there is no hidden math or complicated idea behind this problem. Instead, you have to simply follow the rules that are given in the input and print the output. Yes.
How many minutes did it take for the contestants of the past to get this problem?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. Maybe one can code it in like 5 to 7 minutes.
That's a very reasonable period of time for a blitz.
Yeah, one of the difficulties here is that the statement is a little bit vague because it is from an old round, and I don't see an explicit statement that the composite artifacts are assembled once it is possible.
Like immediately, auto-assembled essentially.
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure that this is assumed, and then also it is not very clear what are the constraints, like what are the recipes for the composite artifacts. Can a basic artifact be used in different composite artifacts? And then what happens if one so the question is whether we use it for one artifact or for the other. I think it is again assumed that that cannot happen. There is a line saying that it's guaranteed that all components of the new artifact are different and have and there are basic artifacts, but that does not really specify that a basic artifact cannot be used twice in different recipes.
It feels somewhat intuitive though, so I would assume so. Well, at least if I were our contestants, I would have assumed that yes, artifact is consumed when a new artifact is created.
Yeah, I mean, this is explicitly said. The question is whether for which composite artifact we use the newly acquired.
Right, I see.
And we have a runtime error test one. Yeah, but I think this is the old meta of the older problems that you have to assume what, like, that the problem is solvable, because otherwise, if we don't give any instructions of how to use the basic artifacts, then the problem is not really well defined.
Right. Okay.
So you have to assume. So
We
we
are
have a
seeing
runtime error.
Yeah, and we are seeing Golofanov testing the code now with. Yeah, it's funny to see the popping terminals from the top of the screen. I've never seen that.
I think some of our contestants have very complicated setup on their workstations.
Professionals,
With
true
very,
professionals.
yeah, very fancy terminals, colors, and sometimes transparency settings.
I really like
Yeah.
how some of them are like specifically using different colors so that a team competition it works nicer. Specifically for Kevin, I think it's the case. That's very nice.
Yep. So unfortunately, the sanitizers were not able to provide why the Alexander's solution failed. But I guess it's not very relevant, because since then he typed maybe 20 more lines. And now it seems that it works on his workstation. At least it doesn't fail.
So he did spawn up GDB before, right? If I saw that correctly.
I'm not sure. I haven't really followed the screen.
Okay.
And Kevin looks more confused, and I think he has some compilation errors as far as I can see. So Alexander is definitely further in this problem by a few minutes at least. The question is whether he is
And
able
he's
to
submitting
start.
again. And he's submitting again.
Interesting.
If Golofanov solved this, it's all over for Kevin, right? Unfortunately, because
is.
Kevin has to get full pro. Wrong answer on test 44.
Oh
Wow.
my god. We don't have a lot of those, like, you know, large test number errors. Oof.
So in that test, it's actually very similar to the sample test. It has the same names. Maybe it was a hack that somebody used in that round, just adapting the input test case. It has the same, like, very so the names of the artifacts are not A and B and not some random strings, but rather proper words. And it seems like the assembled artifact is different. The correct output would be to assemble the artifact milestone, while Alexander's code assembled Vanguard. And let me see whether
Another submission by Alexander. Same test case.
Oh
Wrong answer
my.
on the same test case.
And it takes a few seconds for it to test up to the test 44, so it can be an extra stressful few seconds every time he submits now.
Yeah, and obviously 44 is not the sample case, so he has no idea what test case is wrong, what test case causes the wrong answer here.
But you should absolutely not discount Kevin on this one, because I feel like he's like put in finishing touches on his code. And then
I think, yeah, sorry,
go ahead.
Lydia. So I think Alexander's solution faces exactly this problem of ambiguity in the problem statement. What complicated artifact, what composite artifact we should assemble, because input starts to assemble one artifact, but then does not finish it, and instead from other parts assembles the other artifact.
Oh my.
And I think we have to assume that the first artifact that can be assembled is assembled, but not the first that we started to assemble.
Oh my.
So that
That's
must be
confusing.
quite difficult to see and quite difficult to think about that. So the question is whether he is able to see this possibility.
Yeah, he would not be happy when he learns it.
I don't know, maybe we can look at the code and see whether
He's making another submission, it seems like, from his screen. Yeah, okay, I can see the submission now. I can't see any of the source code, by the way, so. Same test case, test 44.
I actually think his code assumes the correct understanding of the problem, so there must be some bug. Because after every input, he just goes over the composite artifact
Kevin is
and checks.
Kevin is submitting
And
wrong
it's
answer on
wrong
test
answer
1, though. And
Okay.
he's using Python on this problem.
Interesting.
I guess Python is because we have some strings and we don't really care about the speed one. We just have to. Yeah, but then the Python he prints the default dict at some point. So instead of just output, he first prints the content of the default dict.
No, but
Which
Python
is-
input is actually pretty annoying because you have to read the entire line, right? There's no way you can read just one token. And then in
Yes.
this problem, like there's a line containing like strings and numbers, so the parsing of the input can be actually more tricky.
Mikhail
Yeah, but
Pekleev
in
also
the-
says in chat that in general, string manipulations are so much nicer in Python than they are in different languages. I can see where this comes from, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, some lines in this problem start with a word, then you have a colon, then you have a list separated by comma, and each element is in the list is a pair of the word and the number. So I can see where Python comes from. In the Python, you can just split by comma or whatever, and it is solved by Kevin.
Oh,
Wow.
are we going to see another comeback in the last minute, just like the previous round?
Why?
Not a lot of time.
No way.
That's
But
not a
this
lot
is
of time. They've
not-
spent so
not
much
enough
time
for
on this
Kevin.
problem. He's not yet back at all.
Yeah.
So in round 3, okay, yeah, round 3 problem E was solved in the 27th minute. So Kevin has about 12 minutes to solve problem F, but this time he only have like 4 minutes. So
He
probably-
actually needs to be too lucky to make this work.
Yeah, and this problem also requires a little bit of parsing, but not that much.
yeah.
I have partly read through the statement before.
I can explain it. Yeah,
Oh, you
I
can
read that.
explain, yeah. Yep, please go ahead.
Yeah, so basically you are given n strings, and then you can n words basically, and then you can choose non-intersecting segments. So you can choose like a consecutive words, and if that consecutive words appear several times, you can combine. You can like abbreviate them. So for example, the sample case here is to be or not to be, and then you can combine the first to be and the last and the second to be just TB. And then and then you can do this several times. If let's say there are multiple to be's, you can all abbreviate them. So basically to combine segments that appear more than once, and these segments have to be non-intersecting. And then basically, what's the shortest word that you can form? Yeah.
But you are only allowed to do that once.
Yeah.
And there are only 300 words, so basically you can choose the segment that you want to abbreviate, and then in a linear sweep replace everything. That would be n cubed.
3 minutes remaining.
Although the length of the text is 10 to the power of 5, so you have to somehow first compress.
Yeah,
the
you
words, I
need to
guess.
do some hashing to be able to compare whether to compress basically
I don't think you need hashing. You can by reading just put every word in a map and replace with an index, and after that I think it's fine.
Would that be quadratic if you
There are only 300 words, so
okay, right.
it's
So
at most 300 by 10 to the power of 5, so
Right.
it's fine.
That's true. Yep.
This problem is also on somewhat of an older side, being 7-year-old. Can be in a primary school these days.
Yes, I think with a lot of luck, it is possible to finish in 5 minutes. But maybe I have not accounted for the time that it takes to read the problem and think about all all the difficulties that we might face.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it would be really surprising, but also not impossible. We have 1 minute and 40 seconds. Let's see what's going on. So Alexander has written down the reading and compressing, I guess, into integers. Then you need to have for loops, like selecting a segment and then another for loop for that or prefix function again. But then you have to actually be careful computing the answer after that.
One of our top contestants, Nick Wu, solved this problem in the real contest this 7 years ago. This problem actually took him quite a while. I'm not looking at the other submissions too closely, but it looks like it clocked into 27 minutes or something, like a really, really long time.
I think maybe he was distracted, or again,
yeah, or
maybe he
doing
was...
another problem during this period, of course, yes.
Yeah, it could also be that, for example, he didn't think about compressing into a set, because in this case, the other option would be basically to write a try or a and then this would require a lot of time, like a
10
lot.
seconds. Oh my god, that's
No, I think
distressful.
then-
Will there be a submission at all?
I don't think so. Don't think so.
Kevin just
Wow.
submitted anything, I think, there on the screen there. But I think it was too.
And-
Oh, no, it comes true. But yeah, wrong answer on test one. Yeah.
Oh my god.
You guys can see the code. What is he submitting? I can't see the code.
Let me see the code. It actually prints one integer, so it's already good. So the reading, compressing, then computing some LCPs in square time or cubic time. I think it's actually quite close to the correct code. Yeah, so instead of that function, there is LCP, then it's poorly formatted because of time, but it is cubic, and it chooses a substring, then goes over the suffix. So I think it's pretty close to the correct submission.
I mean, it was a good try, and
Maybe one more
yeah.
minute, and he would have done it.
yeah. It's always just 1 more
Unfortunately.
minute. Well, maybe next time he'll be voting for us to have shorter intermissions. That would give him better chances, huh?
Or to add 1 more minute for every intermission to the contest length. Yeah, but
There is no difference
yeah.
to just setting longer contest length, though. But true.
hello, Kevin.
Hello.
Why are you
How are you
in? I
feeling?
did not let you in. Is everyone I've ever let in before now automatically is allowed to come in? Uh-oh.
Yeah, probably.
Hey, guys. Yeah.
Yeah, hey, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good game.
Good game, yeah.
That was borderline correct, right? For the last submission and the last second.
I mean, I didn't read the part about spaces, so I think that's
What
the
was-
main thing I missed.
Yeah, what separated your submission from being accepted?
Well, sorry, I wasn't passing the sample, but I think there are some things wrong with my switch. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, something is definitely wrong, but the logic seems to be correct.
oh,
I
I
think.
like first I need to
And
check
all-
that there's at least 2, and
Oh,
then
Khan, go work. We need you to work urgently. And contestants, please talk. You need to distract our spectators while we create the next
what
match
happened?
because we forgot about it.
Yeah, okay. I also
what?
missed the part where you need to abbreviate at least 2 in non-intersecting segments, but other than that, I just physically
okay, I'm
wasn't in
passing
time
here.
to finish my that function implementation. Even in square complexity, I didn't really care.
Wait, square complexity for what?
For that function.
Wait, which functions? Oh, Z functions. Well, I did it n cubed.
Yes, I also did it and cube, I think. But okay, first of all, I compressed every string into like its hash,
Yeah, I did that as
hash
well.
and length, and then like for every left position, I built like the Z function, and then I iterated over all possible lengths. Like basically for every subsegment, let's pretend that it will be the first one we abbreviate, and then we greedily find some upcoming ones. And to greedily find the upcoming ones, I thought that I needed the Z function or anything like this.
Yeah, well, I computed the LCP of every suffix in n cubed time.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, that also works, of course.
it's like the same, yeah. I got wrong answer in test 4, so I guess I have another bug.
Favorite problem, least favorite problem, oldest problem. You know the list.
Yes. The oldest problem probably was problem F, I think. Like it was the absolute cursed problem. I saw that, Kevin, you used Python for this problem.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if it benefited you, but I don't know.
Oh,
Try
Also, I don't know.
guessing how exactly old it is.
2012, maybe 11, I think.
Kevin?
I'll say also 2011.
It is indeed 2011. March 22nd was the announcement date. And we were trying to look for someone who is younger in our chat, but we haven't found a true, whatever it is, 14-year-old yet.
What do you mean?
Imagine having someone who was born after this problem was given on a contest in our live chat.
Yeah, this problem, I mean, I guess it wasn't that interesting, but also, like, it took away all the time to do the next problem, so that was a bit unfortunate.
Yes, this was what probably hurt you the most.
But still, I had some bugs. Like, I forgot that Python false and 0. I shouldn't have used false as my sentinel. I don't know why I chose to do that, but it was a bad idea.
I'm not sure what my error was. I had like wrong answer 44.
Oh,
and
what?
in problem F.
Interesting.
Yes, I'm not. I also at some point I even like took into account that like composite artifacts may consist of other composite artifacts, and one purchase can lead to a chain of transformations. But this is not the case in the problem. No, every composite artifact in fact consists only of basic artifacts. But I like didn't read the problem, obviously.
Well, this problem is also not written as clearly as it would have been these days. So it's kind
I
of.
I also had a
we
brief
got this,
panic moment that was the case, but then I realized that Desolator was just a basic item in this game.
Yeah.
Which specific game were they trying to reference?
Are you
trolling? Who are you asking?
Yes, why?
No ideas.
Who are you asking? Are you asking me?
Who's more of a gamer out of you two? I'm not sure.
Well, I mean, it's Dota 2, right?
Or Dota 1, like how
or like
is
whatever.
No, hold up. Is it really the only one where you assemble artifacts? What the hell?
No, the sample input is Dota 2 items.
Yes.
What?
Or Dota 1.
Or yeah, sure.
Desolator, Maelstrom, or like Vanguard. Actually, I don't know what they actually like are built
really?
of.
Yeah. Well, it changes.
Yeah,
it
doesn't make any sense.
It changes with updates.
They're like trolling, but
also
that's why I got confused. What?
How was the fact that problems C and D have some certain similarity?
That was very. I thought you were really fast on C, to be honest, but then on D, D and E, right?
ABC and 1 to 3.
Yeah, it was problems D and E.
Yes, D and E. Sorry.
E, Like
Ah,
E,
okay.
I was close on, I think. D, I was not close to finishing, so I'm not exactly sure, but it was pretty sad that they were the same wrong.
No, the problem D, like first of all, I like know the fact that when you want to forbid some palindromes, you actually only care
Yeah, I
about
mean, I
palindromes of
also
length 2
know
and 3.
that. I think
Also,
it's
second thing that probably mattered that was that I watched yesterday match between turmax and
uh-huh.
I don't remember who, not Aragorn, I think someone before him, and he had like some of the first problems like A and B where he needed to forbid palindromes of length exactly 3, and he first thought that all palindromes, and also he used this ABC stuff, and it was incorrect in that problem, but yeah. So it was in
I
my
think
cache.
it was B60.
Okay.
Yes, I
I
think
mean,
so.
I don't think I spent any time thinking about that. Maybe like 2 seconds or something. But like
Yeah,
the
what?
most of the thing was implementation, I think. I don't know
I just
why.
hard coded the permutation of length 6 for
Yeah,
6 strings, and for each of them I
I also
calculated
did that,
separated
yeah.
some. Yeah.
I was just I mean the chat had noticed that I'm not fast at typing, so I think problems where there's just typing and it's easy is not the problem I'm gonna win on. But
Yeah,
it's
sometimes
okay.
I participate in Div 3 rounds just for fun. Probably that's like why I have like slightly more experience in typing problems where you don't need to think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm also using a new laptop, so that might be part
Hmm.
of it. But I think I'm just not very accurate at
Suffering
getting the
from
C's.
success, Kevin. Look
I don't
look
know.
at my new MacBook Pro M3 that impedes my ability to write Python code.
Ah,
Did you wish to see geometry tasks, Kevin?
I mean, of course. I honestly I wish to see anything but what we saw today, but it's okay. I mean, I'm not a fan of strings. Like I almost never do the string problems on my team, so G. I mean, it's not really a string problem, but it sort of is. And then yeah,
Well,
B
the
and E.
competition is full of randomness anyway, so.
Yeah. It was kind of funny. I don't know if I laughed or not when I saw the second like the exact same problem appear again.
Mm-hmm. Like, oh, by the way, Lydia, if you are
What?
still here,
Yes, thank you.
did you in any way moderate or like shuffle the problems after seeding or like reseeding?
No,
Or...
I have no access to problems. I think that the only thing that we actually did for the previous rounds was Khan looked through the problems for the purpose of either detecting obviously misrated ones or the hard subtask of a larger problem or anything completely absurd. And this is why he has such a sложные щи right now, because I think because we forgot to create the next round, and so he had to urgently not just create it so that there is a contest in the chat and everything, but also look through all the problems to detect any anomalies. But it looks like it's fine. But my like physiognomy skills are pretty
I thought that you
meh.
like made it completely automatic, like the
It is.
contest creation.
It is very automatic, but then you still need to like call a specific
Yeah, I
bot
think the only
command and
issue
stuff.
we had in one of the previous rounds was that the problem was from Helvetic contest, and the problem statement was like, oh, the problem statement is the same as in the like easier version of this problem, and that's all. No examples, not everything.
Yep,
Not
yep.
anything else.
It's been awkward. Oh, by the way, there was a vote in our Discord channel for those that advanced to semifinals, but your opinion doesn't matter. But I will ask about it anyways. I asked if you want to have 8 problems in semifinals. Turmax says let's keep 7. Tourist says whatever, and Geothermal says keep 7. What would you have said?
Our opinion does not matter, you're saying?
Yeah, because
Yes,
already
Yeah,
2
because
votes
two-
to keep a 7, so.
Oh,
it will
okay,
be
I
2
see.
to 1 at best.
Well,
I don't care. I have never like reached to like solving the 7th problem.
yeah, I agree. This is the closest I've gotten to solving it, but I'm still WA, so I don't think it. I I mean, 8 I think could matter for the stronger contestants, which apparently we are not, but I'm not sure it needs to be changed, honestly. I think 8 problem will always be like very unlikely to get solved, I think.
Also, I like since World Finals 2020, which was conducted in 2021, as you may remember, I don't really like changing the rules mid-competition.
Oh, I see how you can have a PTSD of this shit. Yes, yes, absolutely.
It was an absolute like circus.
I agree. But then maybe we can discuss changing rules for the final round. Like, would you want to see a best of 3? I would die because it would have been too long, but still. We can probably, like, do something for the final round. Okay, maybe not. I see. I see no enthusiasm in your faces.
I'm pretty indifferent on the extra problem thing though, but I mean, there was a talk about a best of 3. I don't know if that's a good idea, but that would at least that'd be interesting, I guess.
That would be long. That I know for
Yeah,
sure.
I don't know if you guys want to do at least one more
Well, I
round.
slept something, so I can probably survive through that clicking buttons, but this part would not be entertaining at all. Dear chat, let us know what you think about this.
From my perspective as a spectator, like it would be more entertaining, obviously, but if I like proceed to the finals, which I very much doubt, then I like can try, but there is a chance that I will become very tired and frustrated, like suddenly, instantly, in one moment, like will snap into this tired mode.
True.
So not sure.
True.
Yeah,
true.
I think it's also worth pointing that some of the finalists, like some of the people started with round 4 today, while some others started with from round 5 yesterday because we have some round 4 matches yesterday. So like for some people in the finals, they might have one more round today, which can contribute to fatigue. So yeah, I mean, I don't know.
On the other hand, people who have more rounds today will be more warmed up, probably. Not sure how it contributes people.
Okay, next match will be starting in 5 minutes, and it's turmax against Geothermal. Any predictions?
I think Geothermal is faster on easier problems, and on harder problems, it's hard to say.
So far, we saw Geothermal be dominant, like overwhelmingly dominant.
But for example, you saw that in the previous match that it took him some time, which he spent on incorrect ideas in problems F and G. And for example, Alireza like was much cleaner on these problems, I think. I don't know about G, actually, but on problem F at least. So anything may happen. Also, you remember yesterday's match between Tourist and the Conqueror of him, and like there may be some problems where both participants will be stuck, and from this point it is basically random, like who will get accepted and how much time will remain after this.
That's true. And we have our contestants sending our streams right now.
Oh yeah, one more thing.
Yeah,
I
go
just
ahead.
noticed that the next both semifinals are the usernames are lowercase t versus uppercase G. So that's kind of fun.
Oh, so this was the drama all along. I see.
All according to plan, right, Lydia?
Oh, I mean, sure. As you wish. Will the final be T versus T or G versus G or T versus G? And also, we can probably argue that tourist is also somewhat of a capital G. So there are a lot of options. Oh, that's exciting. So this match will actually be like true speed coding. I'm absolutely sure that turmax versus Geothermal are to reach problem 7. The question is in what time? Alex, Kevin, do you want to try and guess over under length of that contest?
I don't.
Yeah, I'm also okay. I'm still looking for my bug in problem G.
Really?
Well, I fixed my problem E first.
Oh, I wanted to submit my solution to some of the earlier problems about like ×2 +1 something.
Were you
Yeah.
solving any of the problems that people were doing in the other matches?
In one, like there was some match in like the earlier rounds which I did, but not any of the bracket rounds.
I see, I see.
Is it okay if I stay here?
Yes, please, join us and commentate.
Thanks.
Kevin, do you feel like commentating for a match or two now that you don't have to go to sleep, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I was supposed to. Oh no, my next match was supposed to be, or your match, I guess, is in an extra hour. But yeah, sure, I'll stay for a bit.
Yay.
It's about to start.
Yes, we are 30 seconds out. And if you look in the Zoom call, you'll see that my webcam image is whatever is going on stream. It's not the highest resolution ever, but you should be able to get an overall look of this. And then higher resolution is on YouTube with the delay. Okay, I need to make a poll on YouTube.
Okay, so contest starts. I can explain problem A. Basically, the story is there are n dormitories, and the ith dormitory has AI rooms, and the rooms are first numbered 1 to A1 on the first dormitory, and so on. So the second dormitory got rooms AI +1 all the way to A1 plus A2. And then, yeah, basically you are given n, and then the number of rooms in each dormitories, and then there will be m queries. And then basically the queries are you are given x, and in which dormitory and in which room is room number x, right? So it's just a prefix sum problems.
Straightforward,
Yeah.
nice, clean. How many wrong submissions will we see from turmax on this one? That's the question.
I think 0 actually. I believe in turmax.
In the past, he's not been too reliable. But then again, as Geothermal said, that one of the reasons for his very clean performance is that he set up a local testing tool. So he only needs to type two characters to be able to get it.
Geothermal is submitting. Turmax versus Indaguren was a match.
And
I mean,
Geothermal
always
is
a
okay.
match. Yeah. But yeah, Turmax versus Indaguren has a lot of wrong answers.
And this is where Max like kind of gave up. You can see precisely the second where he looks at it and he's like, okay, whatever.
I hope he does not like go into full tilt mode and like throw it from this moment.
Yeah, all his future competitive programming endeavors will be thrown just based on a turmax versus Geothermal semifinal blitz.
Let me quickly read problem B so I can explain it before Geothermal solved it.
Tick tock, tick tock, tick tock, tick tock. The clock is ticking. You need to be faster. Yeah, I can. So Jay was one of the first people to actually say that intermission is a little too long, and now I can see why. Because in most of the other matches, intermission is like just barely the only available moment to take a breather, and for Geothermal, it probably feels like half the contest time. That's pretty rough. Let me tell you, pretty rough.
No, I don't know. I personally enjoyed the 1 minute. I think 30 seconds would not have been enough to get ready for me.
But it would feel a little more like, Counter-Strike if you ever watched it, where there is always not enough time for the intermission between rounds. And they even have like tactical timeouts that allow them to recuperate and have a few seconds to think about their further strategy. So I feel like that's basically the same difference. There is a reason sometimes to not have long enough intermissions. What's our second problem for today? B. Garland.
I have yet to understand it. and they already started coding. Okay, so
It's problem from Codeforces round 239 that was created by Ilyas Bain 11 years ago. So 2014. Look at me. I enjoy this magic number.
Oh,
okay.
I think
So
I understand.
okay, yeah. You go ahead, Kevin.
Oh,
You can,
okay.
you can
Well, I
explain it.
think the problem is it's a bit silly, but you're given a bunch of squares of colored paper that are area 1, and then you just need to create the given colored shapes of the other given string colors, but they can be any size. So you can cut them into fractions, basically, or combined, or no, not combine them.
See his screen. See Geothermal screen right now. That problem was hard to understand. Only got what it is by reading samples. That's why he just typed on
Yep,
on his screen.
yep. These are true old problems. Sometimes they're harder to understand, as we just saw on the previous round as well.
It's okay. We can move on from it now.
Lucky us. Chat is asking for Geothermal's testing tool. Yes, problem names are the same. All of these problems are coming from older, well, usually older Codeforces rounds. He's commentating. He's on the Zoom call. I'm not sure if he identifies himself as a commentator now. Kevin, do you commentate? Do you even commentate?
Like, I mean, I'm saying things, I guess.
Yay. Problem C,
so
tape.
Yeah. So like you have a long tape of m centimeters, let's say, but it's broken on some on some points. Wait, am I reading this correctly? Yeah. So it's
This problem is also from a pretty fabulous contest. It is from Codeforces Global Round 1.
Yeah, I think I understand the solution, the problem statement and the solution. Like,
Okay.
I think we have, let's say, black and white cells on the line, like in a row, and we want to cover all black cells by strips, but we can use at most K strips, and we need to find the minimum length of these K strips to cover all the black cells. So one strip can cover a block of black cells, for example, then some white cells, and then some also black cells. It's okay to cover white cells as well, but it's just unnecessary length.
right. Yep.
So I think we need to just count the blocks of black cells. Each of them needs to be covered, and also the blocks of white cells between them. And we need to cover some fixed amount of them, and we just take the smallest ones.
We have a submission.
Right.
Kevin finished 7th
Turmax.
in this contest.
Turmax wrong answer on test 1. Right. So you sort by the gaps, right? I think. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Sort the gaps. Yeah.
Max is printing one less than it should be, and now
Or
he
Max
has
got
accepted.
it.
Ooh, let's go.
Oh, nice.
It took Kevin 2 minutes to solve this problem on the real contest. Just saying.
Wow. That's when I was good.
Yeah, back then.
Right now, it would probably take me 4 minutes.
Okay. Now Geothermal also explaining.
Okay,
his
no
thought.
sweep, no sweep.
Misread. I think the right version isn't any harder. Set misread again.
I see. Well, see.
The right version is easier, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. Like, Geothermal can make mistakes and like of different sorts. And
Everyone
this is
can.
when...
True.
Yes, true.
It's okay. Mistakes make it more exciting.
I agree.
Of course. Also, this is a boost of motivation for participants, I believe. Like next time, I must not make any single mistake. At least how I treat them.
I have not read D, so if
I
any
have
of you
read
wants
D.
to
I
explain
can tell you the statements is actually very simple. You have three integers n, d, and h, and you have to build a tree which has n vertices. The diameter of the tree is d, and the height of the tree when rooted at vertex 1 is h. Or you can also tell that there is no such tree.
Wow.
Well, there is an obvious inequality. Like we can reach every vertex from every other in 2h steps if you want. So the diameter might be at most this.
And at least H? Or I guess that's given.
Oh, this contest has excellent taste. We have a problem from contest 239. We have a problem from global round 1. We have a problem from Radevush authored Wiki Cup 2016 round 1. Like these are some. This is a nice bouquet of problems.
Yep.
I think we just want to first build some simple tree which only has like one vertex, which has like splitting path below, and between it and the root there is only one bamboo path, and then we want to add some more vertices not to break anything, and to carefully consider corner cases like diameter is 1 or something.
Yeah, I think you can just build like a triangle with correct height and diameter, and then basically copy the vertex 1 over all other vertices. It wouldn't change the diameter or the height, except the corner cases.
But I
must
think
be-
the only corner case is D equals 1 and H equals 1, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, is H equals 1 even a corner case?
Well, then N must be equal to 2. And you're not allowed to add any other vertices.
But should this be a binary tree or?
No, h equal to 1 is actually possible for many vertices. Like you
Yes.
can have a star tree.
I know, but not if D equals 1. I mean.
J is submitting.
Yeah, okay.
Wrong answer on test 10.
Okay.
By the way, funny things, I get notifications about their successful submissions because
Yep.
I'm like physically in the contest.
Yep. And also sometimes when you are a manager of multiple contests and you enter the contest standing page, contest list page for all the contests, then you have to click escape like 20 times or stuff.
Oh, we got okay. But
Oh,
turmax
cross
wrong answer on
submissions.
test 1.
Turmax way 1.
Yeah.
Geothermal wrong answer 10. Ooh, okay. Content is coming. Now
So
I'm ready.
test 10 is actually d equals h equals 1.
Ooh, that's a nice
Oh.
corner.
Yeah, and there are three
Probably the only
vertices.
one.
I think it's the only corner case if you handle most of the other reasonable cases.
Okay, I'm here for it. How far is Turmax from something real?
How far is turmax? I'm not sure. Let me take a look.
Wrong answer 1 is better though. The sample is right there.
He prints not a connected tree.
Oh no, that's unlucky.
But I mean, that could be simply as having a loop not going to the end or something.
Sure, but
Like he prints, instead of 4 edges, he prints 6 pairs of
Okay.
edges.
2 and
Yeah.
Geothermal seems to pass. Yay.
Wow.
Oh, he celebrated there. Good lord, the edge cases on that one are nasty.
I turned away for a moment. What happened?
Geothermal fixed it
Okay.
and typed something like these edge cases are nasty.
Yeah.
This
I
is
mean,
the
they're not
Blitz. Blink and
nasty.
you miss it. That's terrible.
Okay, I have read problem E. I actually did not follow all of your discussions on problem D because I was reading problem E, but that means I can explain it later.
Very good.
We are distributing the tasks of reading statements here. And meanwhile, all of the contestants, like both of contestants have to read all of them. So,
And they're still faster than us.
yeah.
That's a commentator's curse, but the other way around.
Skill issue.
By the way, I'm not sure like how participation in annual advent of code affects one's ability to skim through the problem statement and just go implement it.
Well, let's ask Kevin. He was actually trying hard to solve it right at the release time.
So this year, in the past I've done all right on advent of code, although usually not getting like first place on the fast days. Probably sometimes getting in the top 50 though. But this year it was a bit worse. I think partially because of the LLMs clogging the leaderboard, but also I think I'm just not as fast as coding anymore.
Yeah, back then
Or
we
maybe
were
other
good.
people are faster. I don't
right?
know.
So yeah, I can explain this problem. You're given strings, several strings, and then for each of the string, you have to find any subsequence of that string that has that contains at most 4 characters, and then all of the strings that you generated must be different.
Oh, and it's also an input.txt, output.txt.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
Well, apparently these two
exactly.
gentlemen actually practiced a lot, and so we ran out of problems.
Geothermal actually typed that he can solve it with bipartite matching if you allow me to use library. That's why he just typed. I'm thinking of the same thing actually.
Guys, look at the problem it comes from. It's school regional team contest, Saratov 2011.
Сокращенным аналогом этого слова.
Yeah. So actually,
Do we actually have a better solution than bipartite matching?
it probably is the solution. I don't know. I mean, why not? I think expecting people to know how to code bipartite matching is like pretty reasonable in like an untimed contest, but in this one it's a bit short. So, my prediction is that this will be solved in, let's say, 10 minutes.
10 minutes. Yeah, that was what I was thinking as well. So turmax is coding here. Can we see where there is a bipartite matching code? I can't really read the letters.
I'm looking at the stream, which has better quality.
Okay.
I'm not sure. For now, I think it's only reading.
So Jay is still thinking about better solution.
That doesn't seem like a good sentence from it. If it's bipartite matching, it just is, I think. There's not much you can do about it usually.
yeah, it's also another aspect of this format. Like, it's not clear whether you should wait to like think a little bit more to maybe find a potentially easier to implement solution, or you should just go implement the first thing you have in your head.
Always implement the first thing you have, obviously. Also,
Not obvious.
YouTube chat, stop tagging me. That's annoying. Don't be obnoxious. Thank you.
So it's kind of funny now. If turmax gets this question, he will be in the lead by 1 point, and if that like is the case, then he might actually want to wait so that the next problem is not opened, basically.
Yeah, but he doesn't know that geothermal doesn't start coding, right?
Yeah,
so
he
he might yeah, so he might think that he needs to solve it as fast as possible. So yeah.
But if he ends up taking longer on it because he has some bugs or something, who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe it'll be over.
The question is, what's the message from Geothermal that he cannot really code the bipartite matching? Or he's not sure in his ability to do so?
He didn't say that he cannot, but he like said like it would be much easier if I could use my library.
Yeah. And actually he starts coding here. That looks like what is he implementing there?
I think first thing he will implement will be just reading the input and parsing, like extracting all the 4 letter sequences. At least this is what turmax was doing in the first place. And now he writes some DFS. So probably it's actually the matching, the cool algorithm.
Yeah, that looks very close to the matching, the cons algorithm. So we actually got some algorithms on the Blitz tournament.
Yay! That's what semifinals are for. But also it's completely random. So it's more of a These two gentlemen solved so many problems on Codeforces. We were kind of pushed out to get some, alternative sources, some teams preferred competitions.
But also, as far as I remember, during that time at least, in school team competitions, it was allowed to bring some printed documents,
Yeah.
even books.
Yep.
You could
Kids
bring a
can
book.
bring like Corman literally.
Yeah, so probably
Oh, is it allowed?
It's still allowed now.
Okay.
Like if it helps, it's unclear.
Oh.
One day I
Turmax
went.
is already testing.
Oh, let's go. One day I was at the registration for a high school contest, and one team brought a full printout of Emacs. So I filmed the video and sent it to Emacs. He was
He's
somewhat happy.
submitting.
Turmax is submitting, yeah.
That's great.
Let's go, wait.
It's honestly probably correct.
Where it is? I
feel
don't
like.
see it. Where's the submission? Oh, here's the submission. Wrong answer,
Wrong
test
answer,
2.
test.
Oh.
Okay,
But the second test is a sample test. So
let's go,
Yeah.
let's go.
It's the -1 test case. So maybe he forgot adding the -1, or maybe it's more complicated than that. I don't know.
he resubmits.
Yeah, he doesn't have -1 in his code. as
Ah,
well.
okay.
Oh,
Okay. Yeah, that's why.
that's
okay.
easy
Let's go.
fix then.
Okay, and he's submitting
Give a
again.
submission,
Okay.
give a submission. Let's go. It's
Oh,
running.
It's running at test 25.
Nice.
And it's AC, yeah.
Nice.
Nice.
Nikolai, I can't see the submission. Is it a matching solution?
Yeah.
Okay. Not sure what I was typing would have worked anyway. That's what Geothermal just right on his screen. Okay, so we might see.
Okay,
an
hype.
We might see an upset in this match. And there's still half of the contest remaining, so anything can still
Yeah,
happen.
everything is like very much up for grabs. Oh, I love that it's not a sweep. Oh, I love me some drama. That's so good.
12 points is actually a record in terms of how many points you can grab from Geothermal. The previous record is 10.
Well,
There's still 20 minutes.
Geothermal says
Yeah.
he thinks it comes down to G, but in reality, I think it's a little bit more about how much time do you spend on F.
So the problem F is actually from the VK Cup 2012,
Oh my god.
round 3.
Like the problems are so old.
And it has a lot of system tests failed. Out of approximately 200 contestants, only 87 solved it in the contest. And
But
there are,
what was the system? Was it like you only see the pre-tests and then, or was it full testing during the contest?
no, it was a standard old Codeforce format that you only submit. And I think the idea back then was that, especially in this type of competitions which are not regular rounds, you have as little pretests as possible. Well, for our contestants, it doesn't really matter because for us, it will be testing.
It was the
also.
first VK Cup, right? 2012?
Yes.
Oh my, good times, good times.
For example, it took Gennady 24 minutes to code this.
Oh my god. Well, he was a baby. Take that into account.
yeah.
He was in high school.
That's true. That's true. Who else can I check? Like,
This problem does not look easy.
for Host Lyric, it took 15 minutes.
What is this problem's rating again?
Well, we are not sure because it was like from round 3 where just not too many people participated. I wouldn't believe it's like a 2000, but I wouldn't believe that it's the true rating. The older we go, the more skewed the rating is. The fun part is I feel like a problem that got 2000 difficulty, like, what was it, 14 years ago? Okay, 13 years ago.
13.
It's probably easier than 2000 these days? Because kids are smarter?
Mm,
And Geothermal is already coding.
Nice.
So
So the interesting thing about this problem is that, well, I guess we haven't explained it, but there's a line in the beginning of the problem statement that says there's each number only occurs in each hieroglyph at most once. So if you miss that, then it's probably very difficult to solve the problem.
oh,
so
wait,
what
I
is the
missed
problem
one.
about?
Wait, am I reading the correct problem?
It's about
Probably.
hieroglyphs, so yes,
Oh,
read
okay.
it.
Yeah, so the problem is you're given two strings, I believe, but they're circular strings and you can cycle each string basically. And then your goal is to you're trying to choose how to cycle each of the strings so that
How to break the cycle, you mean, right?
yeah, how to break the cycle, so that the longest substring of A that occurs as a subsequence of B is minimized.
That sounds complicated.
Yeah, so it's probably very difficult to solve this on arbitrary strings, but the condition is that each letter appears in each string at most once. So they're kind of like permutations of each other.
Ah, okay.
So I think it's probably not too hard, at least in theory. Like if you match a string in the first string, then there's only one place it can go in the second string because of that condition. So
Oh, by the way, so if you like broke some of this string somehow, and you have the like for each character, for each hieroglyph of the first string, you can map the index in the second string to it, or -1, and you need to find the like longest subsegment, consecutive subsegment without -1s, consisting of only increasing numbers, right?
yeah, that's right. After
Increasing
cycling.
in the cyclical order.
Yeah. But you get to
Yeah.
choose the cyclic order. So it feels like you should choose how you break the first string first, and then maybe try to decide how to break or like change the ordering after that. I'm not sure.
Ah, by the way, yeah, you can initially, without breaking the first string, you can to every position map like how far away it is from the previous one, or like put some markers if the previous one doesn't exist in the second string, but this one does exist. And then you need like some consecutive subsegment where the first one maybe has a marker or something, and like the total sum of them is at most the length of the second string.
Yeah, but we also need to minimize this number.
Yeah, so maybe you have to binary search on the length, but that's not looking good with the constraints, honestly. It's up to 1 million, and the time limit is only 1.5.
Yeah, no, I think you actually. Yeah, I don't know.
So yeah, this problem seems very difficult, honestly.
I thought that you need to break it into like blocks of existing characters or something like this, and for each of them you need to like. Yeah, okay, I'm not sure.
Maybe the better approach is the other way. So cycle the second string, and this updates the indices in the
Running
first string,
something?
and then you
Turmax
just
local
need to
testing. What the
you
hell
have
has
to
happened?
maintain. Wait, that's very fast. Yeah. I'll be very impressed if it's right, which it could be.
No, I'm impressed with the fact that he's testing. That's abnormal.
Oh, okay.
I mean, in a complicated problem like this, submitting would not work with 90% probability,
True.
and then it will only distract you.
Oh, I think what I was saying earlier does work. So if you fix the cycle of the second string, then you have runs of the first string that need to be increasing, and you should just cut it in the middle of an increasing sequence at the midpoint, I believe.
But what do we do with the kind of like sequence subsegments that like loop over, like they are increasing, like they have indices like 1, 3, 5, 2, 4, 6, something like this.
Yeah, so but you're only looking for a substring of A. So as long as it's not an increase, it's a new run basically.
Oh, wait,
And-
second. We need to maximize, not minimize. Sorry about it.
Maximize.
Yay,
So-
new problem incoming.
So then we should just break it somewhere random, right? That does not interlap with something.
Wait, then we don't even care
Submission?
about where to break.
J is submitting. Yep.
We just need to provide wrong answer 5.
Wrong answer.
Wrong answer.
five, yeah.
Okay, interesting.
We just need to provide some like actually increasing segments. So no, yeah, I think what I said before is okay, where you start with whatever you want and then like 2-pointer stuff, like where for each position in the first string, cyclic string, you know, like you maintain or you once calculate how far away it is in the second cyclic
Another?
string clockwise.
Yeah, I believe that should work. So
It passes
Breaking
test
the
5, but
cycle-
now it's wrong answer test 13. Oh my.
wow.
It gives
Five
turmax a
was-
few more minutes.
Test 5 was a corner case, like A or N and M are 1, and you have 2 different characters in the 2 strings. So the answer is no, 0. And turmax is submitting.
So is the answer only no if there are
Nope.
no common letters?
Yeah.
Okay,
Wrong
Turmax
answer on
Turmax
test
wrong answer
one.
test 1.
has standards. Professionals.
He looks very surprised for some reason.
Because he tested it locally. So there are some like
Okay.
initialization problems.
I don't know. So J's submission fails on some fairly large test. So I cannot really comment on that. Yeah.
Can people look at problems from the scoreboard? Can?
No.
Like
Okay.
audience? No.
Yeah, okay. Even for the past contests, right?
Turmax is submitting again.
Running test 3.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
test
Okay.
6.
Time limit exceeded.
Oh no.
This is
That's
actually
an
the-
interesting verdict.
Oh no, we saw time limit exceeded sometime earlier. Kevin, was that you? Time limit 100?
Today? Oh, it was, but
It was Kevin yesterday.
I got TLE today, but it was after Golovanov had already solved the problem. So
Oh, right. Yeah, remember that now. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
by the way, you were very fast on that problem. I felt like I had no chance.
Thank you. What problem that was?
It was about having G good days and B bad days.
Ah, yeah. I was very nervous actually. I couldn't really type but I don't know.
What's so
Turmax running
nerve-wracking
on
about
test 15.
blitzes?
Oh,
Turmax is on test 15.
Yeah.
Geothermal submitted
And
as well.
Geothermal submitted.
Geothermal submitted.
Time limit
Oh.
15, wrong answer 13. My
oh,
god.
no.
I don't know. It is something about Turmax that makes the contests where he participates so
Yeah, he's pretty
so,
chaotic.
so good to watch.
Yeah.
He likes to submit around the time where his opponent submits. with
Turmax submitting
unpredictable
again.
verdicts.
And it's so stressful. True.
Another TLE.
And I
on
wouldn't
test.
say that Turmax's like tempo is that like the Geothermal's tempo matches with Aragorn's tempo, but for whatever reason Turmax can match their crazy very nicely.
He's changing something though.
I mean,
Yes.
from what I can see, the Turmax submission is summon squared with breaks.
Oh,
I mean, I cannot
So like
estimate
not a
whether.
chance, right?
No, I don't know. Maybe
well,
the
it
breaks
depends on
are
the test
really
data.
smart.
I think.
No, for 1 million, I don't believe.
TL15.
For 100,000, maybe, but
Are you sure it's not like secretly 2-pointers or something?
No, I don't know. I cannot really tell. So, but the difference between 2 submissions was that he added another break, like another condition. And
More
Ah.
breaks.
Oh, that's not
More
good.
break.
But
Cut the
I
corners.
think he's ahead, so he can afford to,
He's not though.
So it's like a pruning,
Wait, what do you
desperation
mean?
pruning break, right?
He has.
Yeah.
Doesn't he have more points in the contest?
He does, but
Этого.
this gives him 0 advantage, right? The only outcome where it matters is if they solve nothing
I
of the
think
remaining
it's-
problems.
I think there's some chance that they don't.
Though
solve this
it's
problem.
just 7 minutes till the end of the contest. So like if they both get tilted and panic for the remaining 7 minutes, which is not completely impossible.
Like for example, if Geothermal realizes he completely messed up the problem, I don't think he has enough time to finish it.
Do you want me
But
to
I
send his
wonder-
source code to
So,
you?
but run 13 is makes
you want
that
his
a bit
source code?
unlikely.
Let me send it to you.
I wonder whether they actually have noticed this special condition, which is not in bold actually, and somewhere in the beginning of the statement.
It's
That
also written in the input section.
Yeah.
okay.
Turmax is submitting again?
I
Or-
feel like they have noticed it. It would be a bit
Yeah, otherwise
weird.
they won't submit, right? Like they
Compilation
won't
error?
have this, right?
Okay.
I think the problem would be too difficult. Like
Yeah.
obviously too difficult.
Yeah.
Compilation error.
Interesting.
У меня тут спуск.
Two main arguments to the
Выбираю
function
спуск, иду
solve.
сюда и сюда.
Why would he not resubmit compilation error though? He haven't seen
Maybe
it. Oh, he hasn't seen it. I see.
I mean, probably he sees that locally it doesn't compile, so it doesn't make sense to resubmit until.
Maybe.
Yeah, now he removes incorrect code.
Oh my god. But this would
This-
not work. Like the solution is asymptotically incorrect, right?
We
That's
don't know.
what
Maybe it has
I
some
think.
smart breaks.
Сейчас.
Running
So-
like TLE on 15 again. Yep.
But it's some
That
pruning. I
time.
mean, he just moved the vectors from local or from creating a new vector every time to some global vectors that he clears.
Another submission.
I wonder what Geothermal's doing wrong. I mean, the code looks like. I mean, it could be right. I don't know.
Нет, не то.
Very hard to read this. It's
No,
probably
no,
very
no,
hard to
no.
read any code for this problem, honestly.
Another time limit 15. Have you got the source codes? Should I submit them somewhere so that you can take a look? I can like submit the newest turmax submission.
I'm nervous. I need to eat.
Слов каких параметров?
Less than 5 minutes till the end. Oh, it would be crazy if they stop.
Jay is submitting. Geothermal is submitting.
Oh wow.
That's still.
He got some weird.
Oh, he got TLE on 15 as well.
Oh
Oh.
my.
Oh no!
They are on the same test right now.
But his didn't look like it was n squared. I don't know.
But I mean, I notice sometimes the tendency in problems prepared by Russians. I don't know. They have very tight time limits sometimes on linear algorithm problems, especially.
And you know who is the author, at least, of the analysis of this
Alphabet.
problem?
Ты ничего неправильно.
This is a Burunduk one.
Okay.
That may explain a lot.
Oh, the famous fasta you're not allowed to spend an extra millisecond anywhere. Thanks,
That's-
Wait,
Burunduk.
so was
I
the
mean-
the time limit was not halved. The real time limit for this contest was 1.5.
Is the
Yeah, I think
solution in
this-
the... Sorry, go ahead.
Я не понимаю.
This package was
Thermal is
updated
sub-
at some point later.
Geothermal is submitting. Both of them is submitting.
Just 3 seconds difference. Turmax
Geothermal
is
pass.
Geothermal
Oh, Geothermal
pass.
is passing.
Wait. And Turmax is
Time limit.
not.
No.
Oh.
Wow. Okay, there's only like 1 minute left. Wow, strong.
And it seems
Если
like
небольшой отрезок
Geothermal
вверх,
is winning this round.
Yep.
я тут склон.
His typing time limit
Geothermal.
is weird. Wow. I probably didn't deserve that one. Guessing. Map.
Come back
Okay.
with the
So
real.
it's different issue. Yeah.
Seems so. Well,
He-
2
he's
minutes.
writing map
There is no
constantly.
way 2 minutes are happening, right? that's just, it's not gonna happen.
Should I just explain the problem? I've read it. Should I just explain, or
I
should
mean,
we just watch what
it's
they are
2
doing,
minutes.
what they'll do?
But sure, go
what
ahead.
they'll do?
Не, ну это тупо.
It's like you're given a R by C grid. Each cell has a 1-digit number, and then like you want to go from one cell to the other. There are Q queries. Each query you're given your original cell and your goal cell, and then like whenever you go to adjacent cells, you pay depending on the difference of the numbers to the power of x, and it can be negative. X is always odd, so it can be negative. Yeah, and then you want to find what's the minimum total cost to go from the original cell to the destination cell. Yeah.
This
And
problem.
if there is a infinite negative cycle, you have to indicate that. If like the answer is like negative infinity. Yeah, I'm not coding this in under 1 minute. That's what Geothermal is typing.
Yeah.
I mean, you cannot code any problem in one. Most problems you cannot code most problems in 1 minute.
This problem is actually not very hard, I would say, but yeah, not 1 minute.
Oof.
It's from a regional contest in the current year. Actually.
Yeah.
And I think it was one of the easier problems, although not the easiest, maybe.
Yeah, a really close one, that's true.
Okay, I got to go, but like to reset before the next round. But you will have new commentators right now, I guess, from this match.
Maybe. Good luck.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Have a
good
good
luck.
one. Okay, Golovanov's gone.
Wonder if E actually was just bipartite matching. That's what.
I mean, yeah.
Okay, and the contest is over. Is it? It is.
They'll be joining us.
Hopefully,
how this
I'm sending them the link every time. So let's get ourselves ready for fantastic guests. Zoom work, dude. See, I'm getting better at this. Like, not like I'm good, but I'm definitely getting better at setting up Zoom. Oh my. Yeah, there is something about turmax's rounds which makes us all, sweat. Hi, Max. I mean, honestly, good job, both of you. It's been very exciting to watch. I'm ready to blame turmax on the most exciting content of this bracket of 16. It's been so close, and there's been so many tight submissions. I'm not sure if you had time to pay attention to the number of seconds difference between your submissions, but it's been wild. So thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Good game. Well played. The close one. And I feel bad. I felt like those last few problems did not feel very fair. Like I suspect that you lost on F only because of constant factor. Because I also got time limit 15, and then I just replaced my map with an array, and that did the trick. So I don't know. Feels like n log n with like n up to 1,000,000 is like.
Yeah, I was trying to find a mistake, but I didn't find a mistake. I think it's linear. I mean linear log.
Yeah, I think this is like someone trying to cut n log n in favor of O of n, which is sort of silly. But then E, I think like, I don't know, I just missed that one because of the node library rule. Like, I don't know, feels a little bit silly there for the contest to like.
I write a kun with map.
What was that?
I write a kun algorithm with map instead of arrays to.
Mm-hmm.
Like the funniest part was to extract the subsequence of length 4. I do it just by hands.
I can entertain you with some trivia, because the problems you were given, or rather the contests they came originally from, were very exciting in my opinion. So let's start with the last one. So unreasonably tight time limits, right?
So
guess who is the author of that contest? person that sets unreasonably tight time limits.
I mean, I have to say that unreasonably tight, but all the other solutions work in under 500 milliseconds.
That's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
Geothermal's
if you-
accepted one. Ended up quite fast as well. 300 milliseconds, is it?
Yeah, 390. Yeah, I
390, yeah.
agree that like if you don't use maps, it's like then like the time limit is not tight at all. I just think like I don't know, setting the time limits to cut out using map instead of array is like a little bit like the thing that just like diminishes contestants' quality of life without adding like something substantive to the problem, in my opinion. Unless there's like some sort of like n log n, I don't know, like I don't know what solution or what alternate solution that like that limit would be trying to cut, but yeah, it does feel a little bit sad to have like the round decided on what was effectively a constant factor thing.
Mm-hmm. So author of that contest, or at least the problem analysis, is Burunduk1, who is very well known for making sure that you have to write fast IO everywhere and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Then a previous problem, the E, is from 2011 high school Saratov Olympiad. Our problem matching algorithm had issues apparently finding you some a little more like straightforward problems. So problem D was from Ericto and Radavush's VK Cup 2016. Problem before that, I'm not sure which one, was from one of the first installments of VK Cup at all. And another one from Codeforces Global Round 1. So that's a very nice selection of North. Oh,
A little bit of
and
everything.
maybe another one was from Codeforces Round 239 or something. Like just a great selection of noteworthy contests and authors. A lot of them pretty old.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I don't understand the statement of B. What should I output?
Yeah, I agree. I only figured it out from the samples. I think it was like not a very well phrased thing. I think it's like something to the effect of like you have to count each letter of the first string up to as many times as it occurs in the second string. So if the second string has 4 A's, then you can count up to the first 4 A's in the first string. But if there's a letter that appears in the second string but not in the first string, the answer is -1. But I agree that I think the statement did not really help me. I had to like look at the sample explanation and like sort of reverse engineer what the problem was asking for from there.
So I was trying to figure out, but like
Yeah.
I think that was one of the older problems.
Oh, definitely.
That sounds right.
Yep.
I feel like in these contests you can always tell how old a problem is based on whether there's multi-testing. Like if the first line of the
is quite new. I mean, it's only 2 or 3 years old.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like a relatively large fraction of the overall set of problems on Codeforces. Although I think those problems tend to be underrepresented in these rounds because for most of the newer problems, one of the 2 participants will have solved it already.
Yep, true.
So
both of you worked pretty hard to eliminate a lot of recent Codeforces rounds. That's absolutely true.
Yes.
You both posted in our Discord discussion that you would not be in favor of increasing the number of problems in a round. And this round indeed proved that 7 was enough for you, but you both got us pretty scared in the previous rounds. What do you feel for the further future, and or now maybe you've changed your opinion for the final round?
I still think the 7 problem format feels good. I think like it's the right level of difficulty where the harder problems still feel like mostly a test of speed. I think like it's a reasonable duration, and I do think like that maybe this is a separate thing, but I think there's some interesting strategy where like I think there's a high chance turmax would have won this round if he submitted E later into the contest, because I think like I was just writing a brute force thing. It was like sort of unlikely that I was going to solve it just because I don't have algorithms memorized because I use libraries during normal rounds. And so like yeah, anyway, it would have been possible to deny like the chance to solve F. Anyway, like I do think like remove or decreasing the likelihood that there's a problem that like one contestant it like isn't going to solve in any amount of time reduces the extent to which that can generate an advantage, which I think is maybe a slight argument in favor of the current smaller number of problems. But I don't know, it could be interesting to try at some point. I also think though that like when everyone has been has like been working under this format for the last week and has been like sort of assuming that this is the format for the tournament, I'm not sure that it makes sense to change it for the final round. I think like it maybe makes sense to experiment in future tournaments, but for today I would be in favor of keeping things the way they are.
For sure, I agree.
Sorry, that was a lot. Turmax, do you have any thoughts?
Any thoughts? Sorry, about what?
Oh, on whether the number of problems should be increased.
No, I don't think so, because like 7 is like enough. If you have a fast match, then like I don't think that it would change anything. It would just like I would root for 7, I think.
Nice.
So
I right now change the map to unordered map in my submission to pass.
Oh, sad.
Why do you use match in the first place then?
What?
Why did you use a map in the first place then?
But yeah, unordered map can be hacked.
Or yeah, I mean, but the probability of that, I mean, maybe that would be the first idea or one of the first ideas, how to try both possibilities, like map and unordered map. You never know which one works faster, and given that you don't have any penalty for wrong submissions, then why not try both?
So the problem is in the solution, because it was written like the square that becomes unlock in this way.
Yeah, I see. We read the solution, and I was not sure if it's unsquared or not. So.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, I think like Turmax, I don't know if you were using it the same way I was. I think like I was just using it to like find the position in B of a given element in A, which I know can be just done using an array, or you could have switched to unordered map, but I haven't had a lot of success squeezing problems that are squeezing like solutions that are too slow with map using unordered map, and so the array works, but it just takes like a couple extra lines of code.
But I was sure that like unordered map shouldn't be much faster, so I actually don't use it at all.
I can see actually. I'm curious what would have happened if I just resubmit my time limit 15 code with unordered map. I can check that now.
Yes, please.
Let's have a look.
Upsolving, live upsolving. No, I'm not trying to imply that it's boring or something. Completely the other way around.
I usually think of upsolving as the problems that, thinking about the problems that we didn't solve during the contest. Okay, let's see. I think if I just change map to unordered map, then that will be sufficient. Let's have a look. Running. Still time limit on test 15, so you did just have to write O of n. Oof. Like real O of n. I don't know. I just think of unordered map as like effectively having an extra log factor. The constant is just not good.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, I don't know, some different, like a log that didn't come from STL might have passed, I don't know, but
yeah,
Cruet wasn't necessary for the solution.
Yeah, so I was thinking before I just wrote the array, I was thinking to do some like shenanigans with like using using like vector and upper bound to search rather than map, because if you don't need to perform updates, that's like also and log n, but the constant factor is a lot better. But then I realized that I think that would have taken longer to write than just changing it to an array. So
for the bipartite matching problem, have I understood correctly that you wouldn't be able to type the Kunz algorithm?
right. Yeah, I don't know if you saw, but I was just like typing in a like recursive solution, which I don't know if it would have worked. I mean, I think like there's like something to the effect of like if each string has a lot of possible subsequences, then like any solution you pick will work with high probability. So I thought like if someone hadn't put in a hack case specifically to break like a not totally stupid brute force solution, then I thought there was a chance that might work. But yeah, I mean, I just like I don't know, like all the online competitions allow library code, and for ICPC, I have it in my team reference document. So, yeah, it just like isn't in the set of things that I would like be able to type from scratch.
I mean,
So we saw your screen, like you type it that you know this is a bipartite matching solution and you code it if you're at library, but then you spend some time thinking about other solutions. Like if you have typed it straight away, do you think you've solved this problem?
No, I think that yeah, I think I probably would have had to do some debugging, and I also think it's possible that it would have just gotten TLE. So I think like I think like there, even if I had like just started typing the brute force solution from the beginning, I think that most likely turmax would have solved it faster.
But maybe the key factor here is that I don't copy Kun but write it.
Yeah.
Every time.
yeah, you were very fast on it, I thought.
Well, on all of the problems in general, it feels like both contestants are like somewhere in the area of ridiculously fast typing.
I was so excited in the first minute when J was A. Like very fast.
Excited is an interesting choice of word.
For the matching problem, what about you, Termax? Like, we saw that you typed earlier than Jay, but like, do you also hesitated whether you should go to code directly or like you should try to find other solutions?
Yeah, I don't exactly understand what to type when start. Then, like, I wasn't even sure that I understand the statement correctly. But
Well,
I was trying to figure out something.
Blitz is exactly about making some like assumptions about problem statement, because reading is just the slowest part of the process. You're typing definitely faster than you do read.
Yeah, C was pretty sad because I misread it as like I thought all the pieces have the same constant length, and that was what you were trying to minimize. And so I'd like written the binary search for the answer that was correct under that assumption. And then like I actually think that the real version is maybe possibly easier. Not sure, but it was a little bit sad missing it because of that misread. I think that if I had read it correctly, then there might have been enough time. But I know have to read more carefully the next match, I guess.
Yeah, with
speaking about that,
with
sorry,
the
go ahead.
equal lengths of parts, it's a bit harder. Yeah.
So speaking about the next match, like Tourist will face Kolofanov, and let's say Tourist wins. I think he's the favorites as well. Like then in the finals we have you who competed 2 matches today, and Tourist who competed only 1 match today. I think that contributes to like fatigue, but there's also another factor of like you're more warm up. Like, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I think there's also the nice advantage of like I don't have to compete in 2 matches in a row. I've got an hour to cool down. Not sure I'll be able to fall back to sleep. I might take a nap. I had to wake up for the first match at 8 a.m., which because of daylight savings feels like 7 a.m. So I was like pretty tired going into this match. I felt like I needed A and B to wake up a little. But anyways, I think like having that time to rest will be nice. But I don't know. Ultimately, I think that all of this will be like a second order factor, and it'll just come down to what problems are selected and how well they suit each of us and which of us is the better competitor on the day.
Yeah, daylight saving definitely added some emotional damage to every single US-based contestant. And to me, I struggled, but that's okay. We should probably expect a lot of like older problems in a sense. So this can give a pretty impressive bias. Also, I'm happy to see that the farther we go through the bracket, the less complaints there are about input.txt, which still happens every once in a while, but everybody now knows how to properly work with it. So good job.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I don't know. I think like there's certainly, or even though Tourist has obviously done a huge number of problems, I do think that like he doesn't compete in Div 2 and 3 rounds quite as frequently as some people in this bracket, and so like I don't know, I think like assuming or in the event that he does win, I think there actually might be like a larger number of newer problems available, and plus in some, I think like he probably has solved. Maybe this isn't true, but he's had a long career. He's probably solved a large number of older problems relative to some of the people in the bracket, and so
To turmax, for
I don't know.
example, yes, for sure.
It's not obvious to me in which direction this is going to shift problem selection.
Fair enough. The joke was that our semifinals are lowercase t versus capital G. Does that reflect the fact that you're now rooting? Lowercase t would be rooting for lowercase t. Uppercase G would be rooting for uppercase G.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It'd be fun to see Golovanov pull off an upset. Although I don't know, I haven't had the chance to face Tourist in a 1v1 format before, so I think that would be fun. I think either way, it'll be a good match.
And our contestants are now ready. We can see them on the screen. Feel free to run away and take an hour of rest if you feel like you need it, Jay. But anyway, see you very shortly.
See you soon.
Everyone is obviously welcome to stay and entertain ourselves with some good new blitz tonight. Even
Jay, good luck in the finals.
Thank you. Yeah, good luck to Tourist and Golovanov.
Thank you. And the contest has begun. What do we have in store?
Problem A might be a first minute submission. The problem is about you're given two values n and k, and basically among the numbers 1 to n, how many pairs sum up to k?
Yeah, and that more importantly, that problem is about Tanishka in a store of toys. So yeah, that problem should be quite easy. But there are also, I think, a few cases that one has to consider.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the k here is not bounded by some numbers. So like k can be way larger than n, in which case you have to print 0, and you have to be a bit careful with that.
Oh, so this is Wiki Cup Final 2018? Is it not Tourists? No, it was before my time at Wiki, right? Yes, it was. We have simultaneous submissions.
Both
Which one
wrong?
is actually wrong? 1 second difference between that and a resubmission from Tourist. Also wrong.
Yeah, but Golovanov actually passed a few.
Oh, Tourist second submission is actually
cases,
wrong
and
answer
then
on
he
test
printed minus
7.
3 ways to choose something, which is
Yay, Golovanov runs it.
Okay, Golovanov solved it.
Ooh, let's
Wow,
go.
strong.
Okay, problem B, I gave up when reading the problem statement. You'll see why soon.
Well, it's actually not. If you just look at the samples.
Oh, I didn't try that. Okay. Still doesn't really help.
Remember, statements are part of the contest.
yeah, the problem B is
Statements,
wrong.
yes, are part of the contest. That's correct, Lydia.
Sorry, part of the statement. My brain is just auto-completes whatever sentences.
I'd love to see their reaction when they open it, so I'm going to take a close look
Okay,
at their webcam
I wanna
for a
see
while.
this too, but I cannot. I only see them when they're added to the contest. I just don't know where to click, and I'm too scared to click the wrong button.
Yeah, so that the new problem, problem B, will be from Codeforce round 102, which is one of the first, not beta round. And yeah, it is a formatting problem. You are given a number, like a floating point number, and you have to print it with exactly 2 digits after the decimal point, with commas separating every 3 digits from the lowest to highest, and then you have to replace the negative sign, so the minus, with the round parents.
Golovanov just shake their
you
head there.
you also need to truncate the extra decimal points after the first decimal digits after the first two. So in the third sample, there's like 0.009876, but you have to get rid of the 9876.
I mean, it's disgusting, but it feels like Python may just have a built-in function for this, doesn't it?
Except that
It
Python will
probably-
probably round instead of truncating.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I mean, in C++, you can also format to the specific format
true.
with conf and print.
There should be a way to truncate as well in some
Mhm.
languages, but I doubt that anyone would know how it works.
If you just multiply it by 100 and then change it to integer, what will happen?
Rounding, I would expect.
I
No.
think
But you can
that's
floor. You can
I think
floor.
that's likely to work, but I'm not sure.
But also, I mean, for that you will need to read it as a floating point number and not as a string, and
Oh
then
wait, no.
at this point the
Ah.
rounding will happen.
The number's length does not exceed 100 characters, so it'll be a
Oh, okay.
very large number as well.
Yes, so I think you work it as a string.
And then
This
just
problem-
massage it back.
This problem is very fun.
Yeah, they both look appropriately disgusted.
Can we see what the contestants of the actual rounds said about that?
Comments, you mean?
Yeah.
So this actually appeared in a round.
You wouldn't believe it. Tourist, first compilation error, second round answer, test 1.
Oh, I've actually solved this problem.
Thank you, Kevin. You saved yourself from having it in a Blitz tournament. Oh, I have a strat. Listen. So we need to build a list of the most disgusting Codeforces problems. And then as part of your Blitz preparation, you have to go through all of them and just solve them no matter what.
So that they go away.
Yes.
Torres is submitting
Another
again.
submission. Wrong answer 4.
Wrong. 4 is still one of the sample case, so at least you can try on.
I'm not
running
sure
on
if
that
it's
one.
good or bad.
Somehow all of the comments are about the div1 contest of the same round, but this problem has only appeared in div2.
Ah, okay.
Mm.
Okay, so yeah, one doesn't need to print comma every other digit, as Gennady is doing, but only every 3 digits.
Yeah, not US enough. Golovanov is like in denial for this one, I believe, and it's done. Yay.
Yeah.
Alex is more like happy that he doesn't have to type this trash. And he's like, thank you for taking care of this one. This was a cheap way to get rid of this.
Yeah, has anyone read the next problem?
I read the next problem, so I can explain that one.
Where is the
Wonderful.
poll? People, oh, I forgot to start a poll.
Yeah, don't worry. The next problem is much easier to understand compared to problem B. Okay. Yeah, I think they opened it already. So yeah, basically like you're given an array of integers, and then you want to make another array of arrays of integers where like basically for each of the 3 consecutive items, you push it to your array. So now you have an array of 3 integers, and then you want to find the number of pairs in that array, the number of beautiful pairs. And the way we define beautiful is that if exactly one of the indices between the 3 is different. So two of the same value and 1 different value on the corresponding position. That is a beautiful pair, and we want to count how many beautiful pairs.
I don't understand why they don't just give you the triples outright, because it doesn't feel like that's necessary to solve the problem.
Yeah, that must be
Yeah.
relevant. Well, anyway, I think
solution works without. So like basically you map you count the occurrences of each of the two. Like every 3 failures, you like increment the counter of each two pairs, two failures, something like that.
yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, you count you have a map for every pair,
Pairs
and
of
then
integers. Yep.
you subtract from the answer the number of coinciding triples.
Right. So it
So
should
like,
actually work for any arbitrary 3 times n integers as well. Yeah.
So Golovanov submitted,
oh,
That's
that
so
was weird,
fast.
and
but
he
it's wrong answer 1.
Wrong answer
But
on
it's so
test
fast.
1.
he has a lot. He had 8
Resubmit?
lines of some code.
Some code accepted.
Oh wow.
Wow.
Actually, the
Nice.
first submission was for one test case, but the problem has many. So he only solved the first test case.
Oh no.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Yes, he had 8 lines in the interior of that for loop that were like incrementing something. So I guess he was able to like copy and paste or type something very quickly.
Yep.
Okay, I have read problem D.
Oof.
I have
It's-
read that. So
It's quite simple to explain.
Oh, you say you have read it. Okay, yeah. You can
But
explain.
yeah,
it.
I mean,
What is rating of problems? So Codeforces has an estimation on the difficulty for every single problem. In the archive, you can see it. And I think that the way we picked our problem difficulty is starting from 1,000 to 100 points up every problem, right? So 1,000, 1,200, 1,400, 1,600, 1,800, 2,000. No, something doesn't math.
And 2,200.
2,200 as well, yeah.
Okay, Kevin, you want to
yeah,
explain
so
the
problem
problem?
D, you start with a equilateral triangle of side length x, which a larger triangle, and your goal is to get a smaller equilateral triangle, and each operation you're allowed to take one side length and change it, but the new side length must still form a triangle with the other two. And you're trying to decrease the triangle from y to x.
But can't you just I mean, when you decrease one of the sides of the you cannot decrease the second one, right? You can
Yeah,
if you
you
decrease
can only
the first
decrease
one.
Yes.
one.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
actually, it's a bit funny. I think it's easier if you consider the problem in reverse, because the operations are reversibles, and it might be easier to think about the other way. Because you can once you make one of the higher length, you can always change the other two to the higher length if you're looking in the reverse direction.
Yeah, and then you can basically double, but not really double, because I think you're only allowed to make it integer, right? Or
Yeah, it has always it
What?
needs
Yeah,
to be integer at any time. Yeah, at any time. Yeah.
Ooh, we got a wrong answer from Taurus. That's interesting.
On test
And
3.
Golovanov.
Test 3 is still one of
Oh.
the sample case. Okay. And Golovanov is submitting another one.
yeah, it's
Same.
running.
Same. Now both of them are on test
Also,
3.
wrong answer 3.
I wonder if
Yeah.
they did
Okay.
the reverse thing.
So the test 3 is 22-4.
Yeah, it's one of the sample case actually.
Ah, okay. Yeah, and I think they both print 8 instead of 6.
That's pretty far off.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder if, so what you need to do starting from the smaller one is like alternate between the 3 until you can get to the side length that you want.
Not just 2. You can alternate between just the 2
No,
sides.
because the third
Just
one will
one.
give you a larger sum.
Oh,
So
Gennady
you
has
want
solved.
to do the larger one.
How large is the fix, I wonder?
How large is the fix? We can check.
Yeah, I'm looking at this now. Just replace
quite-
some x with y, like just wrong direction.
Yeah, so
And
Yeah, so I
maximum
think
with
that's just-
minimum.
like switching because x to y is increasing is the more natural direction for the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So it makes sense that
Yeah. Yeah. So I think that was the fix actually to go in increasing order.
Right.
But I think Alexander was also on the submit page when the alert came up. So
That's heartbreaking, right?
yeah. So Gennady is now ahead by 3 points. But that basically doesn't mean
That's
anything.
nothing.
I mean,
yeah.
yeah.
The problem points are
have
built in a way that if you alternate who gets the next problem, it's just everyone's game.
Yeah.
Okay, so problem E is about sequence of pairs. So like you have an array of pairs, and then there's a definition that the sequence of pairs is bad if it's sorted in non-descending order by first elements, or if it's non-descending order by second elements. If it's not bad, then it's good. So like I think most of the sequence should be good here. Yeah, and then you are asked to count the number of permutations of these sequence such that it is good. How many good permutations of this sequence, basically?
But we can also count how many bad are there, and that's like a more natural question, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we want to count how many permutations of these pairs are sorted by either of the two numbers.
Something like that, yeah.
Oh, it sounds interesting. I mean, the only problem, of course, is that sometimes you get sorted by both of the positions. And that's like you double count this.
Yeah, and that's only possible if, like, there's a unique way to sort them by both elements up to exchanging the same elements.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so that should be pretty straightforward. You just count the number of ways to sort by the first element, which is the product of factorials of the number of equal elements. Then do the same for the second one, and then you just create a... First, you need to check whether they are both sorted in the same way. I think that's quite easy to forget, right? And then subtract the product of factorials of equal pairs, number of equal pairs.
So no inverse factorials needed, I guess.
Submission?
Gennady submitted, yep. Wrong answer on test 1, as always.
Oh no.
Who would have thought? Expected 3, found 4.
This one has no overcounting though.
And
Golovanov is submitting, yep.
And this is a wrong answer test too. Okay. That's perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Test 2 has some overcounting.
Let's see if Tourist was able to fix the bug. No, wrong answer test 4. Are we doing powers of 2?
Interesting. 4 is the first non-sample case. So now Tourist has to find
Golovanov, can he raise it up to test 8? No,
he decreases it.
He's back to test 1. Well, still on powers of 2. That's good.
Yeah.
And there is another submission by both of them. Okay, so we have okay, but both.
Oh, they're really struggling on this problem. That's very
Funner.
interesting. Maybe they're not doing the modules correctly. What do you think?
I mean, looks like they're doing. Also, there is this.
Yeah, I think I mentioned it in the previous stream that like if you're so used to using like the in-mod class, and then now you don't have access to it, you have to be careful with the mods. Like make sure you don't get negative numbers or something like that.
Because at the end you subtract something.
Yeah, and then you have to like be careful if it's less than 0, you have to plus mod. And if you are so used with your in-mod class, then you might forget.
I think in Gennady's code, everything is correctly taken by modular, but but he doesn't take factorials. He just
What?
He just multiplies by t instead of factorial of t, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, And it's
Oh.
an okay.
Nice.
Gennady. Okay.
He's so like angry at himself.
Wait, is
no.
Golovanov not realizing that the race is softed? Yeah, he's still
I
coding
think he
and.
missed it.
Oh
It's
no.
not good.
No,
That's not
he'll
good.
see it in
Oh,
the
he'll-
system in a second. That's fine.
Okay, now he sees it. Okay, yeah.
Chat wants me to introduce our wonderful hosts again, so let's give a round of applause to Khan for sticking with us through all the potential 15 hours of broadcast. Jonathan Irving, who is here to entertain us even though it's late at night in Singapore right now, and Kevin San, who was supposed to go to sleep and prepare for some lectures, but he decided not to because that's a lot of fun. And then Lydia, hi.
Yeah, and Lydia, who's doing all the streams and all the technical stuff behind the stream.
All right. Also, we have Mike and Vladosia who are trying to help us set up all this crazy thing, and I think it works well, which I'm also very happy about.
Okay, now we have like an 11-point lead on tourists. That means that for Alexander, the next problem is not enough. And yeah, that means he must solve both this and the next one, right?
Yes.
C, D, F. Yeah, we only have 2 problems left, and only the problem G would have been enough, but that would mean that someone has to solve problem F first, and that
Yes.
cannot be Gennady.
Yes.
So, what is problem F about?
It's very unclear.
Yeah, I haven't understood it as well.
But our contestants are already coding.
The
Interesting.
first sentence of the problem is, and here goes another problem on arrays. So you know we're in for a fun time.
And then the output section contains the warning to not use LLD. This must be from earlier rounds as well.
Yes. So you read the problem. I will try to find where this problem comes from.
And this warning is not even accurate now, right? Like you can use LLD now, right? So
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Mhm.
But this
So-
is Codeforces round 117.
So Golovanov is already typing. But the problem seems to be something like this. You have an array of integers and a length, which you consider lengths, that length subarrays of the interval. So you take this, what you need to do for each interval of that length is add the numbers and then take the absolute value of the sum and take the max over all subarrays of this absolute value. So this is, they define it as the optimal sum of the array. And then the problem is you're allowed to take at most k numbers and negate their sign in the original array. And your goal is to maximize the optimal sum. So actually, I think this problem is easier than reading the statement, basically. Because you're trying to maximize something that's already a max. So all you need to do is pick an interval that you like and maximize its value.
right.
Yeah, but the thing is, I just looked in the editorial for this problem, and it mentions segment trees, even two separate segment trees.
Ew.
I don't know about that. I feel like you should be able to do it with a set or maybe like 2 sets.
Golovanov is coding something like struct there. I can't really see each of the letters, but the structure of the code seems like a struct there.
It does look like a.
Yeah, it says. Okay, I'm again looking at the stream, which lags a little bit. He just wrote struct and then erased it immediately.
He has struct.
Now he has, yeah. Sorry, my stream is like maybe 30 seconds to 1 minute later than what you can see on the Zoom.
There is a button live. Try clicking it just for you know, for some placebo measures.
Yeah, but still, like,
But oh, okay, it's not a segment tree. I believe it's what I was thinking about with there's two multisets, and how this usually works is if you're looking for the optimal k values to do, you should have one set which is fixed at k size k, and the other set is the ones that you're not using. And this is something that you can maintain by moving the numbers between the two sets.
Tourist
Yeah,
is
I think
submitting
that-
wrong answer on test 11 on tourist.
oh, from Gennady, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's a non-trivial test number, very much so.
But it's some small test case with a negative number. I mean, yeah, of course.
Maybe he didn't consider the negative numbers as the optimal sum. Is that possible?
I think negative numbers are included in some of the previous ones.
Yeah, I mean, but maybe not in the optimal solution. I don't know.
Yeah, because I think all the samples can be done with only. Oh, wait, that's not true. The third sample is requires a negative number. Okay, so I don't know.
I mean, he's doing the same thing twice, negating all the numbers in the middle. So I think that covers both cases. So
Golovanov is submitting.
submitted.
Wrong answer on test 1 or favorite verdict.
So a few more seconds for tourists to actually fix something.
And yeah, Golovanov also does the same thing twice, negating all the numbers in the middle. This
Another
is
submission by Golovanov. Test 3 now.
And it's done.
And it's done.
Oh,
So
wow,
the decide.
strong.
Okay.
So you have a deciding last problem.
yeah. Sander is not happy yet.
For now, it's 17 to 16, but
So
everything will be.
If nobody solves it, then
Gennady wins.
yeah, they
Yeah.
will still. But maybe that's unlikely.
They have
This
so
could
much
be
time.
the boring game.
So boring.
They will have 15 minutes for one problem. That's definitely enough.
I mean, unless we see a Hello 2024 H again.
Wow.
Yeah, so I'm again trying to look where this problem comes from. And
That's a good drama.
This is Codeforce around 4 to 1.
4 to 1. Okay.
Yeah, we like the powers of 2 today. And this is around by Adedalik. And it says, yeah, was his first round, and yes, this was once again a round from a Violet. So, what is the proper name for Violet? I guess Master. Candidate Master. Okay.
Candidate Master, yeah.
So this is playing some kind of game with a fixed algorithm. So not like a mini-max game, but I'm still trying to understand the task.
What was the problem? Look at the standings for that contest.
Yeah, since there is some problem with exactly this problem.
Like they're out of all the contestants, there are just 5 correct submissions.
Gennady just shook
Something's
his head, and then,
wrong. Something's
2
really
seconds-
wrong with this problem.
2 seconds later, like Golovanov also shook his head. That was so funny.
You know how I said that it's gonna be fine? It's not gonna be fine. Look.
Do we
Look
need
here.
to replace the problem?
No.
What is this?
Look here.
Well,
That's problem A.
there are solves.
Yeah, but look at this bloodbath.
I mean, there was a problem with this problem in the actual round, and it wasn't rated because of that. So now I'm trying to figure out whether the problem is okay now or not.
I mean, there are modal solutions, right?
It doesn't say anything about the problem.
Some of them are accepted. Not all of them, but some of them are.
Even a few of the ones in contest are accepted.
So apparently there was a challenge test added, but it's like long. Solution is maybe like 100 lines or so. Over.
So I wonder why this problem
Sherlock.
was given a low rating if this is what the standings look like.
Well, it's not a low rating exactly. It's a 2000er,
That's,
which is a problem AD1. So
yeah, but if you look at the
I'm
standings,
pretty sure that the system solutions are incorrect. So I think
So-
we have to replace the problem.
even the one that are accepted.
I think so, yes.
Khan, you actually wrote the blog. Situation
Yeah,
with
I-
round 421 problem div 1A. I'm reading that you're writing right now.
Yeah.
one A.
Okay.
I'm not sure if we can actually replace the problem right here.
Well,
Do you want to send a message to them?
tell them at least. So are you gonna track how much time is left on the clock?
No.
Oh,
Do you actually think that there is something wrong with the solutions? Because I can see them passing test 64, which was supposed to be a problem.
I think we don't know any proven solution for this problem.
I see.
There is some unproven one. Or maybe we can just finish the match and then
Yeah, let's
decide
finish the match and
afterwards.
ask them what do they want to do with it.
So if we have to replace the problem, we can create a 15-minute contest maybe because
Yeah, something along
they
the
started
lines.
yeah,
Because it's a decider, so it doesn't matter
Yeah.
really.
they started
Okay,
they started
chat.
reading this.
Okay, chat. What are we doing with this? If we need to do a rematch, then we need to postpone the final round a little bit.
Yeah.
Oh. This is an interesting turn of events. I'm pretty fascinated.
I'm reading that your blog post about why it was made, or like the fact that it was made unrated. So it seemed like the author solution had some error. Then people found a fixed solution, and after that, it seems that the fixed solution is right, but there's no proof.
Something
Yeah,
along
it seems like it passes all the tests, but yeah, it seems to be not proven.
Very interesting.
There is a
situation.
submission though. Wrong
In our
answer
contest,
one
you
so
mean?
far. Yeah, in our contest, yeah.
There's a chance that I could pass with.
I mean, that would have been hilarious, right?
Piotr is saying in the chat, if you are sure the problem is broken, why not abort right now?
Because I don't think that it gives us any more input on the final results.
Well,
Like it would
it would be
distract
a
them.
It would be a bit sad if they got accepted and then we told them. So that's
yeah.
one reason.
Mm-hmm.
But on the other hand, I mean, you can choose to do whatever we want, I guess. But if someone manages to get accepted,
That would be a good cinema.
like, maybe they just deserve to win. I don't know.
Yeah, our option is obviously, if we dislike what happened with this problem, we'll do an extra round with one problem in 15 minutes. But we'll see how the last 10 minutes unfold.
I mean, but also like the tests in the system are at least correct, right?
We definitely are not trying to minimize suffering. Have you seen Kevin yesterday?
Yeah, I think the tests are correct, but we don't know if the solution exists.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, looks interesting at least, but that probably means it's hard. So it seems like there was an obvious solution that was subtly wrong in some way.
One.
This is fun. Let's postpone the final round for a little bit. That's what I'm thinking. I'll go let Geothermal know.
Yeah, Geothermal is
okay.
actually posting in the chat, in the
Okay,
Discord
good.
chat.
Thanks. Yeah. Let's add 30 minutes to the final time right now, and then we'll at least have enough time to discuss it with both Golovanov and Tourist on stream.
Also,
Yep.
your wishes came true. We are actually having 8 problems in the
Alright.
semifinals.
Yay! Easy. Look at Khan masterminding it all. Nice. That's fun.
I remember a different problem actually. I think you were also the coordinator, and there was also something about the model solution. I think it was a TLE instead, but I don't remember if the problem was kept or not.
I think nowadays we actually delete the problems
Yeah,
which
yeah.
have many kind of these problems. Either delete from the problem set or modify the statement to actually adjust for the existing solution, and
Okay.
like add the bold text that look, this problem is modified. But I think back in the days that was not really the standard thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not really sure.
Yep.
Yeah. Do you think it'd be worth adding that right now to this ROM, or?
Yeah, we should definitely add maybe later today.
Okay, that's great.
See, that's like a show match making itself. 7 problems that were not solved by anyone. 7 problems that made a selection of problems
Yeah.
that made rounds unrated.
Yeah, I was thinking the same line. Yeah. Like
That's
7
cool.
problematic
Golovanov submitted,
problems.
and it's from answer on test 2.
The thing is also because this problem caused problems in the actual round, it might be that it caught more attention from the contestants. So it is possible that they remember the problem.
Mm-hmm. How downvoted is the blog?
The blog is not actually very much down.
I think people were nicer back in the day.
No, they were never nice.
Well, maybe not with maybe not
Maybe
with the
not to
comments,
me, but yeah.
with the votes, I feel like the heavy downvoting is
Downvoting contest announcements over unrated contests is just stupid. Here, I said it. Unofficial Codeforces YouTube channel. That's not what needs to be done if there is a bug in a problem.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like nowadays announcements gets downvoted for much less than that.
Yeah, for no reason, to be honest.
Yeah.
And that's a bad
kind
practice.
of unfortunate.
You shouldn't do this.
Lydia, do you want to respond to Geothermal's message in Discord? Like he's saying that he needs to leave by some hour, so.
Yeah, all is well.
Yeah, it's fine.
We have just 2.5 minutes of this suffering left in this segment of the contest, which is also good.
So have you created the new round yet?
Yeah, I created that it starts in 7 minutes. Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine.
And it's 15 minutes long.
Yeah, we'll be good.
Okay, let me check the new
Let me
problem.
type a
Also,
message.
so they can already see that this contest exists.
No, they wouldn't go there.
Last problem rematch. That's the name of the contest.
But the score, I mean, the score for this problem will
Doesn't
be
matter.
incorrect.
Yeah.
We'll calculate it manually. It's fine.
Let's assign it a very high score, like 100
No.
or 500.
It's scheduled to start 5 minutes after the contestant, right?
Yes.
Yep.
What I wanted. Okay.
Nice.
Have you?
Pavel Kuniavsky, our core developer for the overlay, listens to the stream and says, well, if you rename this problem as problem H and merge two contests, that will work with the overlay. I'm not doing this. That's a little too experimental for me. But thank you very much for the suggestion, Pavel. Okay, passing, running on test 7. Golovanov accepted it.
Oh, it's solved!
And he celebrated that. I don't yeah. I don't know how he'll take
What
the
am I
news
sending to their
for
chat
the
now?
rematch.
Wait, hold on.
Yeah, this is tricky. This is tricky.
I think we.
Zoom
mean,
ASAP, I'm sending them message.
Yeah, let's maybe discuss.
Yeah. Oh, this won't be easy.
Oh my god. I was not ready. What the hell? So this and this is the time where I need my camera to be here, but that's hard, right? Okay, let me Oh my god.
Wait,
No.
are we
wrong
off stream
button.
or what?
No, we are on stream. Phew. Okay. No, that's not what you think it is. We need to wait for Alex because we really need to have him. Okay, guys, we think we need a rejudge and rematch on the last problem, and it's not because we don't like the results. This problem actually comes from a completely broken contest where only 5 people were able to solve it, and we don't know if it's a correct solution. All tests are valid. We don't really have a solution that's proven.
I agree
Your
that my
thoughts?
solution is not proven. I achieved this problem by just iterating over all pairs of characters and saying that the guy just alternates completely appending these characters and these characters. This is like, I thought that if this problem has a strategy, probably this is how it should look like.
So our suggestion is 15-minute rematch with one problem of similar difficulty.
In 4 minutes, it's already created. But ultimately, it's your call. I did not make it, Khan did not make it to have 8 problems in a round. This is not something that we've done for meme value, but it definitely has a lot of meme value.
I literally don't care. We can do a rematch if you want.
You're muted.
I'm just so confused. I don't know what to say. Okay.
Just for your reference, this is the link.
Yeah.
I thought that broken problems get deleted from the content.
Yeah, Khan didn't delete it.
We also thought so.
Problem A in Div 1 and no, wow.
Like, look at the scoreboard.
The results look great, yeah.
And there is a block by Khan explaining why that round is unrated. So
you have 3 minutes to make a call. You can see a contest already in the system.
Oh.
I don't want to decide anything. You are the organizers, you decide.
I think
okay
we've kind of decided. Yeah, I mean, the only argument I think would be if you said that, okay, I know that my solution is correct.
Yeah, no, man. I suspect my solution is not, but...
Well,
Okay,
so,
sounds
so,
good.
so you're saying
Then
like there's a solution which is like better than authors, but not still not proven, right?
Yeah, it's
Well,
not
the
proven.
authors one is replaced already, I think, but
Yeah,
yeah, it's not proven.
no mind.
okay, I think you have 2 minutes to restart the grabber.
Yeah.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye guys.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Bye. I love
and
you
good luck.
all.
Okay,
That's
let me post
awkward.
the.
Isn't it awkward? This is very awkward. You talk. I need to restart my things. as
Let
well.
me post the public link to the scoreboard.
Hi chat. Sorry, we're not
match.
reading now because we need to click a lot of buttons in a pretty short period of time.
Oh, and I also need to share the problem to you.
Oh my god. I'm sorry, when I asked for for meme value, this was not what I intended.
Be careful what you wish, Lydia.
Yeah, I'm
It's okay. The chat is fuming right now.
okay.
That's fine. That's fine.
But Golovanov made it easy for me. Like honestly, he went easy. Could have absolutely said like called the
remove him
bullshit
from
it
Zoom?
is and made us
Yeah. So
Alex. Oh
props
wait,
to
wait,
him.
wait. I need to expel him,
Kick him from the Zoom. Yeah.
Yeah, the stream is still showing our
No,
faces.
it
You
says
should-
he will not be able to rejoin the meeting. That's weird. Sorry, it needs to. Oh, sorry. This works. He's now in the waiting room. That's fine.
Fine. Okay, this is the name of the new problem. You can just look it up.
Okay, thank you.
Oh my god.
Lydia, can you switch the stream back to
yeah,
their screens?
Yes, we are in.
Yep, thank you.
And it starts.
Oh, he doesn't know it's in the different contest.
Oh, we need to tell him.
Oh,
there we go. He
found
sees it now. He sees
It's-
it now. Yeah, okay.
It's okay.
Oh my god.
So the new problem is from the ComFest 13 finals online Miro. So an ICPC contest, and it's called Holiday Wall Ornaments. And
They're
it
both
seems like there
typing
are no
wrong.
problems with this problem.
Hi chat. What's up? Okay, I think I've set things up and you can see something, right? Yeah, everyone can see something.
Problem is very strange. So
Oh my
the
God.
answer asked to output the minimal number of elements that need to be changed for various things to be true, but the output contains some negative numbers, so that's a bit weird.
Yeah, so since the chat asks us to explain what happened, so there was a problem from an old round where this problem was actually broken in the round, the outer solution was incorrect. And although we are almost sure that the test data is correct, nobody has ever written down that there is a correct solution for this problem. Therefore, we are not sure if it's solvable, and this makes it invalid for our contest. And also, Alexander Golovanov mentioned in the Zoom that he's absolutely not sure why his solution is correct. That passed all the tests. So yeah, we decided to rematch the last problem. It was around 15 minutes left when they solved problem F in the original contest. So instead of problem G from the original contest, now we have a new problem. Well, in our stream, it will show that it costs 2 points, but for our competition, it will cost 12 points as the original G problem costed. and the results for the original G problem will be discarded.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, I think basically based on the scores of the original round, whoever gets this wins. So yeah, the point does not matter. And if nobody gets it, tourist wins. So.
Yeah, so interface says it's 2 points. It doesn't matter. I can maybe change that, but I'm too lazy. Why didn't contest stop immediately after finding out that problem is broken? Because you don't really know the problem is broken. And it takes a couple of minutes to do research. And then it's 7 minutes till the end of the contest. And sending a message to them on Discord does not guarantee that they will see it immediately. So we anyways cannot start rematch earlier than when we ultimately started it. And I think that it's better to not interfere and then see how this works. That's it.
Okay. So the problem is basically like you're given 2 binary strings. One of them is shorter than the other. And then what's the question here? You want to
A
find
submission from tourist,
okay.
which is running.
You want to find how many characters have to be replaced from the longer string to ensure that at least there is k occurrences of the shorter string in the longer string. And you
It
have
has
to
to
answer
be-
for all the failures of k.
It has to be exactly K.
Oh, it has to be exactly k. Okay.
It's a memory limit test 32. We are here, our power 2 lovers.
This problem seems quite like not non-trivial at least. Because guaranteeing that
And it's accepted.
And it's
Oh,
accepted
wow.
by tourists, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh well.
Yeah, but it's not really too happy there as well.
Yeah, it places, you know. Yeah. A tone on the match, unfortunately. But then it's been 5 minutes, so yeah. Okay, let's go back to our wonderful Zoom meetings and hear what they have to say. I hope they both will find their ways back into the Zoom. But I can see how Galovanov may choose not to.
And the second submission is also very close to the memory limit. It's just saving 1,000 kilobytes.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, GG.
Hi, Alex. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, no, that's okay. Like, it would be unfair if the previous result was like actually.
Oh.
I guess it's time to go to that old problem and decide whether it's solvable with the new techniques that we know now after 8 years.
Yeah.
And if not, delete it permanently from code.
Do you have a graveyard of like old wrong problems that were never
It's
fixed?
Not hard to find all of them, I think. But it's much more common that the problem can be altered in a way that the authors presumed.
Right.
So it's, yeah, usually you can add some statement to some condition to the statements and then modify the problem this way.
What was the intended solution to that problem?
Unfortunately, we don't know because the editorial is also deleted.
Ouch.
Okay.
But, I mean, chances are it's similar to what you did.
But why is it problem A then? Was it so obvious? Or like I wrote this solution for
Oh,
the
you
sole
sorry. You
purpose-
mean that? No. I think the original author solution was different.
Ah, okay. GG, Gennady.
GG, I'm kind of speechless. I don't know. I feel very weird about all this situation, but yeah, very good game. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, I accepted my loss. I think, like in this last problem, I guess you had some just better idea of what the strategy could be. Basically, I just simulated something, and
What
I
do you
just
call
like
the last problem?
Well, the broken last problem.
Okay.
Yeah. And yeah, like when I saw this problem, I was pretty sure, like, yeah, like there's just some strategy which I don't see immediately, and then there's gonna be some simple correct strategy. But I guess
Did you remember anything about that problem? Because there's been so many like
oh,
comments and discussions and stuff.
I don't think so. Well, I guess I didn't do that round, right? Or did I?
No, you didn't.
But yeah, no, I didn't remember what happened there at all.
First problems. First of all, Golovanov's problem A, ridiculously fast. Just outrageously fast. You should definitely rewatch the stream, and Gane is like, what?
I should have also gotten problems D and E, but I made too many mistakes. Like, I will absolve them. I have the solutions that I had at the moment where I wanted to submit them, but they, like, my submissions contain some stupid bugs. Like, I multiplied by the count instead of the factorial of this count or something like this. But yeah, I'm kind of nervous. Was it at least a good show?
Well, I have a lot of comments, let me tell you.
Okay.
The chat rate is flying to your inbox right now. Most of the messages are like, Lydia did that for meme value. And
Yeah,
it's
everything
probably...
is scripted, of course.
Yeah, this part was scripted, exactly. But it was a typo, and I planned this for the final round, but it went to the semifinal, which is a grave mistake. Could have been so much more embarrassing to have issues the later they are in the tournament. You have plenty of people who are saying Golovanov was robbed, and everything is rigged against you and stuff.
No, it was not. It's like an honest mistake.
No, but I mean, you definitely deserve the final. I don't know. I do feel weird about this, and
well,
I don't
did
know.
you not expect that first ever Blitz tournament should have major technical difficulties? And the disappointing part is that also Alex got some technical difficulties with Codeforces servers yesterday, which makes both of his like final rounds in the top 16 be somewhat meh.
No. My yesterday round like had some major like technical difficulties, but they affected my opponent more, I would say. So it was unfair like for my opponent, not for me.
I think so. Interesting.
I mean,
Codeforces lagged
PC crashed,
pretty identically for both of us. So
my PC didn't crash.
oh, it's not just a PC crash. It's more of a Codeforces not answering at some point, so you need to refresh a couple more times. But overall, it kind of works. Oh, yay! People are asking me to be fired. Yay! I'll be fired from Codeforces Blitz. Let's go.
First time.
Yeah, basically. What were your mistakes in D and E?
In problem E, again, I multiplied by the thing instead of the factorial of thing.
Oh, Gennady did too, right?
No, my bugs were just because I'm a bit used to using the modular arithmetic class. So basically, I just used it incorrect. Like I didn't take modular like in one place, and yeah, like that basically.
Oh yeah.
In problem D, I had the wrong idea initially, and
D,
maybe I had the
yeah.
wrong idea in my final solution as well. We'll see. But
well, in D, when you go top to bottom, like when you try to decrease x's to y's, then it's wrong. But if you increase y's to x's, then it's right.
yeah, this is my first solution. My second solution.
I just changed the first. I had the first one typed, and I just changed it to second, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, Kevin had the same idea there, where like you from y you increase it to x instead. Yeah.
Kevin has so many ideas when he is in commentary.
Yeah, but somehow they don't come when I'm competing. What's
that's
that
fine.
about?
It's called backseat gaming.
But I'm surprised that you're able to fix it from decreasing to increasing so fast. That's like, those are pretty different, I feel like, but I guess not to you.
I'm very happy that both semifinals were really close, which neither of them I somewhat expected to be. Like, I was, with the performances from both Geothermal and Tourists in their previous rounds, I was somewhat like, okay, well, semifinals will be rough. And then it turns out not at all. Do you think it affects, like, the reason for that is mostly stress level and or random part of the problem selection? Like, it's not, even though Blitz format looks PvP, it's not like you're actually affected too significantly by your opponent behavior. You're just always stressed, right? That's the only thing that happens.
No, to some extent you are affected, but not very indeed. Like, I refreshed the status page a number of times instead of just blindly like causing my solution or thinking about the problem. But yeah, in general, not a lot. Like, it's not a major factor, I would say.
Oh, by the way, I think we need to announce to the stream and to Gennady as well that we are planning to start the finals 15 minutes later than originally scheduled. So yeah, it will start at
Yeah.
0.15. Yeah.
Yeah, so 15 minutes to go and plenty of time to check that there are no broken problems in the finals.
Have you seeded them already?
That was close because, well, I should not tell. Okay.
Okay.
but while checking, there were some funny situations already.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know. I feel like just leaving it as is not right. Doesn't feel right to me. So I don't know. I think at least in the original problem G, your solution is like, at least it matches the best known solution, right? So I understand it's not like how problems usually are set. So basically, right now the problem as it is set, it's just unproven, right? Like there is a solution which is like supposed to be correct but not proven, at least.
Yes.
But nobody
And
tried
solution-
to break it, like, as far as I understand, right? Like,
I don't know. I
some-
think people tried it for a few days. I'm pretty sure, like before it went unrated, I'm pretty sure people were like thinking about it for a long time.
Mm,
So I don't
not
know.
even like assume that a person submits a solution that is better than the intended solution. It also could be the case that checker just returned wrong answer instead of fail, right?
No, but there's no. Well, I mean, yeah, you can validate, right? So, but I don't think that the solution which is there right now, I don't know, is worse on some test cases at least. It should be better in some, or like on all test cases at least.
Okay,
I would guess.
my problem D, by the way, gets accepted in absolving my solution.
Ooh,
Yeah.
strong.
So you were just late to submit, or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the one that he didn't notice that Gen already solved and went to submit and then noticed it.
Oh, okay.
It's okay because of this extra minute. It did not affect me again.
Yeah, this is a pretty turns out to be a pretty useful cooldown period.
That is voting for the free PayPal final.
Like, I'm not sure Codeforces will not break in shambles if we do that, because we definitely have not tested this one.
I mean, it was written that it is possible to do, but nobody really tested that.
Okay, my problem E is also okay. Yeah.
Oh.
Do you want to have a warm up 3 person match?
Okay. Okay. Let me just say that I'm not willing to just accept the 2-person final as it is. So I think we should do at least one of the other options, which is maybe 3 people, maybe rematch, maybe just. I'm just also willing to just give up my place in the finals because I think you had a very good performance. So I think you deserve it completely.
Gennady, you also deserve it. Like, everyone did a very good performance.
Yeah.
We can like, I agreed on the terms, and like we can just accept that if you want, I can like get a honorary mention or something like this, and then you just compete.
Okay, but I don't want it to just go as it is, as in like I just go to the finals and we just keep it as it is. So
Highest winners.
we can try the 3 people. I mean, we can try the 3 people and then everything breaks. That's also an option.
Should we
Can
call
try.
Jay? Jay, if you're listening and if you want to say anything, go back to the Zoom call.
Or we can just become. I mean, if it was the final, I would say we are co-champions. But
You're annoying me with all the chess references. Yes, I was trying to build the title Tuesday, but I did not want to buy all the drama along.
Okay, I
Oh
think
my
it is
God.
meme overflow. Or the meme value overflow.
Will YouTube pay me for every chat message people send? I'm increasing like time spent, you know.
Is it okay if I'm not dressed properly, by the way?
Let's not check if you're wearing any jeans, please.
I am.
You can mirror your video if you make a change.
Hi Jay, do you have any
Jay's
input on this circus?
I don't know. It's a tough one. I mean, so I don't know. Just to say my piece, like I think like the right way to handle this was something like as soon as the bad problem, or as soon as the problem is identified as like having a wrong model solution, round gets stopped, new problem G is selected, do the rematch. I think like if that was the case and Tourist won on the replace problem, I don't think there would be any like grounds for controversy. I think it's harder when that decision was made like after Golovanov got accepted. I mean, I don't know. Like I think it's a little bit sad it's like also a little bit sad for the finals to be decided on like who matches the test data or the like test data from the author's wrong solution or something. So I don't know. I mean, we can try person finals. I think like just to say it, I think that like disadvantages me a little bit in that like I've like won the bracket with 50% of the competitors and now like have to face 2 people to win. But I also think like I don't know. This is also just for fun. I think maybe that's like the unfairness minimizing option. But like also if the technical issues are problem, then that would be an issue. I guess other option is rematch. I think like if the rematch started at like 12:10 and then we like started the finals immediately afterwards, so that would be at 1 o'clock my time in 55 minutes. I think I could make it and leave on time. Or like rematch and play the finals at some like later time is also like a viable option from my perspective, although probably not from like the stream point of view. So I think those are my thoughts.
Again, Alex, do you want a rematch one-on-one?
You mean a complete rematch?
Yeah.
I think that's too complicated. Like then Gennady would have.
It's an extra 40 minutes of work. That's true.
No, I don't care about like the amount or like it's not just me, right? Wait, what? I mean, I guess. Wait, yeah. Why is it me? What do you mean?
It's all of you.
It's the winner of this match, right? But anyway, I don't know. I mean, it would be fun to have 3. I mean, but I understand it does put Geothermal at a bit of disadvantage as well. That's fair.
I guess also like I don't know how like the game theory works out with if there are any like weird incentives with 3 people, or like there are probably ways for ties to happen. So I don't know. We might have to like make it up a little as we go, but
then you have
I'm also
yeah, you know, like decision,
like
just stop the stream. We call Geothermal half champion. We call you 2 guys quarter champions, and that's it. No more content. Maximum meme value. I'm not suggesting that seriously.
not a viable option, but something that could be fun. Me versus Tourist versus Golovanov, round robin, maximum like sum of scores wins or something. I think there are a number of reasons that's not an actual like good option, but
well, but we don't have that much time. So basically, we only have time for either 2 matches if we start right now, or for 1 match, but then you can wait a little bit. So maybe we can like make sure that the 3-person works somehow. I don't know how though, because like nobody tested it, right?
I mean, Mike said,
have
well,
a warm-up now.
I tested for 3 people a little bit. Like, there is literally a message in chat right now. So it will probably
Wait,
works
let's
trust
test it
somehow.
Mike.
again. Yeah, I trust Mike. If he tested it.
What could possibly go wrong after all, right?
Yeah.
Is Mike
Lydia
on,
just
by the way?
Sorry, what?
Is Mike online right now and
Yeah,
aware?
he is, but it doesn't seem like he wants to come in and make an executive decision on this one.
I can imagine why not.
yeah.
Um,
Lydia, you'll have to press more buttons during the stream so that we can alternate
I'm
between three screens
fine.
itself
I
too.
have an auto button for this one.
Okay.
What
I don't know.
about?
I think that yeah, I think there's like I think that like probably the minimal unfairness option is either tourist wins or rematch. I think like at the point at which like A through F had been solved, the match was just like a 50-50 contingent on G. I think like if the decision for a new G had been made before Golovanov had solved it, then there would be no uncertainty. I think like I don't know. I think there's a decent or an argument that like since the decision was made after he had already gotten AC, that would warrant a rematch. But
No,
yeah,
I mean,
it's
we
not
decided
Not
that
exactly
it
true.
would be
We
was it, though?
announced the rematch before they finished the problem, but true.
You,
so-
you did announce the rematch before they
Yeah,
finished
even created the contest.
Okay. I don't
we
know.
just didn't want to stop them.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I mean, Tourist obviously disagrees with me. I think in that case, yeah, I think in that case, it seems most reasonable to me to consider Tourist the winner. But I don't know. It's a complicated situation.
Okay.
I don't know. We can see. I mean, the chat is clearly saying.
The chat. I mean, honestly, like if this is for
we
the
should
chat,
just
like
do-
maybe we just
do
need
the
to do
chat
I
it.
mean,
once.
chat's combined Codeforces rating
We-
is less than mine, probably, so that's fine. And
We can-
unless Piotr is still there, so
Combined.
that's fine.
We can just receive the problems through some channel and then just honestly on the main Codeforces page update the status page and do a three-way finals like this, for example.
I mean,
No, I
for
mean,
the three-way finals, Jay is the most disadvantaged person, so we need.
Yep.
Yeah. If
Ah,
you're fine with that, we'll consider it. But...
sorry,
Yeah,
missed the whole
I
process.
think that's all right. I think that might just be like unfairness minimizing or something. I think we should make a decision like in the next
Yeah,
small minutes or
we
something.
really should. Okay, question 1. Alex versus Gunna. Complete rematch 40 minutes. Yay or nay? Only you two are voting.
I mean, that's an option. Like, I don't know. Like, are we choosing options one by one? I don't know.
Yeah.
And just like the first one that gets yay gets accepted. I don't know.
Yeah.
I
Kinda weird.
don't have a preference. Like I'm okay to do this. Like I am personally okay. Not sure about Jay or like the viewers.
I think that's fine. It would just need to like start right away. Like I don't want the finals to start any more than like at 1:05, which is 55 minutes from now.
Okay, I think I have. Okay, like, just to make it clear, I think I made it clear already, but just to reiterate, so just going to the finals is not what I accept. So we can either make a rematch right now, or we can make a three-way, or I don't know what else.
Yeah,
I can also just.
and my
place.
point
That's
is,
awesome.
I feel like Jay's performance in the other bracket is just so cool that I'm trying to optimize for his convenience.
I'm okay with any of
I
the
think
three
I think
options.
I'm okay with either option. Just to be clear.
I understand.
So we are doing a
So-
rematch, like a 30-minute long rematch.
40 minutes is fine. I think if you start at like maybe
in
like
3 minutes.
yeah, or like I don't know if you don't care about starting it in even 5 minutes, start at like 17 to give them a moment to get ready. And I think if we like can start the finals at 1:05, I think that will be okay for my schedule. I'm assuming Gennady and Alex, is that right? I'm assuming that since you guys haven't mentioned it, you don't have schedule conflicts.
I'm good. I'm good. Any of the options is good for me anytime. So yeah.
Same.
Oh,
Let's do the 30-minute rematch.
okay. 3-0.
What time?
5 minutes? 7 minutes?
From now? Okay.
7 minutes. And
okay.
we'll go on a technical break just to take a breather. Okay, chat, see ya. Stop spamming. You're annoying. Welcome back to an unplanned, unscheduled rematch of Tourist versus Golovanov, which we brilliantly failed the first instance of by randoming one of the problems that was unfortunately incorrect in one of the past rounds. So now our contestants have yet another round for scheduling reasons, also to make it a completely breakless contest for the rest of the day. This round will be 30 minutes long, but we still loaded it with the same number of 7 problems. So this hopefully will be just as fun as it is. Also, kudos to both Golovanov and Tourist. You were able to listen in on part of the discussion, and both of them were so gracefully and nice, agreeing on all kinds of fun potential options. We also kept in mind the 3-person final feature request for future. It is unfortunately technically impossible at this point, so that we would be satisfied with any kind of quality. But we'll definitely consider that as one of the options for the future. And we still have Jay with us on the Zoom call, so this is a great opportunity for me to say thank you for also volunteering with either of the options, which is very sweet. Everyone's so nice of the Grandmasters, which I cannot say about our chat, but our chat will be pretty happy to see that Golovanov got the first problem accepted.
Hold on. I think wait. No, yeah, Golovanov's submission ID was just a little bit smaller. That was extremely close. Yeah. It was he got it by what? Golovanov
105 and 105 and 109.
4 seconds difference in submission time. So this is also a nice proof that. So okay, sorry. Tourist is also into chess. I believe Golovanov is also very much a chess enjoyer, which send a plus to the chat if you also watch and follow competitive chess. And so recently competitive chess had a lot of content, strike through drama, including one of the matches that was held this weekend. But one of the drama points is that we are too tired to play more matches. The schedule is unreasonable, so let's be co-champions, which was exactly the reference that Tourist went for. And I absolutely saw it coming the minute he entered the Zoom. Like, it was written on her face that that's what's going to happen, and he's just trying to find the correct words. What's with our problem B for this time? Oof.
I am yet to read it, so I mean I'm trying to read it right now, but yeah.
Let's see. So so we have N items. Right now the price of each item is given to us as AI. In a week the prices will change to BI. And we have to figure out the cheapest way to buy all the items under the constraint that we have to buy at least K of them now, and then the rest we can choose either to buy now or in a week.
Oh, so but in the week, not all of the products are more expensive than now, right? We don't know.
Right.
Or we
AI,
know, but
yeah, there are no constraints on the relationship between the price now and the price in a week. So I think if there are at least K items that are cheaper to buy now, then you just want to buy all the items that are cheaper now, and then buy the items that are cheaper in a week. And then it's slightly more subtle if there are fewer than K items that you want to buy now, and so you have to choose which K will be the least costly to buy now.
Submissions were coming in real tight. First Tourist, then 2 seconds after Golovanov, both wrong answer in test 1, and then Golovanov at 42 seconds and Tourist at 39 seconds. So again with just 3-second difference, but this submission of Tourist was actually accepted. So we surprisingly start very close to the original round plot, which I'm very happy that everyone learned the script well and everyone is playing exactly as it was originally designed. We have first problem at one contestant and the second problem at another contestant, which in my opinion maximizes the potential number of very close score point values for the rest of the round.
And the pattern is still the same. In the original contest, Golovanov solved A and Tourist solved B. So the pattern is still the same so far.
We need auto refresh. They'll break the command R button, like, because there's like a hit every second, very clock like.
So for problem C, you need to create a password or a string of digits basically, and the length has to be exactly M. And each of the character there is a condition whether like it has to be between Li and Ri for all I from 1 to M. And then there's also an additional constraint that you are given a long string, and the password that you created must not be a subsequence of the long string that is given.
This is a little clever.
Just yes or no.
Yeah. You don't actually need to print the string. This should be like a DP kind of problem. Yeah, M is like 10, so you can have a DP of like n times M kind of thing. N is the size of the longest string. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say, I think you actually can do a greedy here. Where like you're keeping, I think if you keep track, after each like point in the string, you want to make your password so far appear as late in the database as possible as a subsequence. So if you can already have something that doesn't appear as a subsequence, then you're good to go. Otherwise, like all else equal, if you can have like the first 3 characters of your password appear appear 10 characters into the database as a subsequence, or 5 characters into the database as a subsequence, you'd rather them appear 10 characters in as a subsequence, because that reduces the number of ways there are for the rest of the string, or for the rest of the digits to end up creating a subsequence. Oh, and Tourist solved the problem already.
Tourist solved the problem, yep.
Crazy.
Yeah.
This is one of the reasons why maybe like a potential submissions, at least the first 30 seconds of the cooldown would be nice, not for the purpose of scoring them additionally, but I want to know how many seconds behind Alex is. Because I can see how this can be 4 seconds behind. We don't have a like clear indication for this now, but you know how after ICPC World Finals, pretty often people say, I needed 2 more minutes, I needed 5 more minutes on this problem, and that would have been it. And I absolutely trust this idea, but seeing this in the system would have been significantly more exciting.
Yep. And you can actually see on our overlay for the problem A that Tourist has a time mark on this problem, but it doesn't have any plus or minus, meaning that the solution was actually accepted without any prior submissions, but it was later than Alexander's submission.
Yep. This is definitely something that we should figure out an even prettier way to show. And one more problem. They're moving pretty fast. It feels like they would not have needed a full 40 minutes again. Or at least first 4 problems often make me feel this way.
We'll see. So the problem D is about some tanks. So we kind of, there are objects on the cell on the line of length n. We can simply assume there is only one object, and we want to hit it twice. In one go, we can hit one cell, and then
already a submission. What?
Yeah, this object moves to one of the neighboring cells. We don't know which, and we don't know where the object is. And our goal is to hit all possible initial positions and the movements in the smallest number of moves.
Tourist submission, those 6 seconds after the Golovanov submission is one answer on test 2, and Golovanov's is processing. Pretty slow, but yay, 27 tests and it passed.
Wow, close match.
Another back and forth. See, even though I always thought that blitzes are like really random. Do you get it? Like so many random factors, like problems and time of day and just, you know, your mood, if how tilted are you and stuff. But this looks like a repeatable experiment, which I did not expect for sure.
Have we found the ideal pairing for the Blitz match, for the most spectacular Blitz match?
Well, there is definitely a sprinkle of turmax on top of this one. I don't know
Yeah,
why,
I
but
was thinking.
my hypothesis is that he is able to match the crazy of his opponent. Like he just looks you in the eyes and says, "I will submit every submission within 3 seconds of you, either before or after," and you'll be so scared. Oof.
I can explain problem E. It's fairly short to understand. So basically, you are given a sequence of integers, and then in one step, you can remove 2 consecutive integers and change it to the difference of the integers. It can be plus or minus, so it can be x minus y or y minus x. Yeah, and then you repeat it n minus 1 time, so you left with 1 integer, and you want the integer to be as big as possible.
Yeah, so normally when you have this legend, the integer that you remove adds up to the remaining integer, but not in this problem. In this problem, it's vice versa. The removed integer is subtracted from the remaining.
Yep.
But you cannot go negative, right? Or you can?
You can.
You can.
Oh, okay, but then it's isn't that one of the two cases? Either the biggest one just eats everyone, or the second biggest first eats everyone, and then the first eats the second. I think it should be something like that.
Like our system submissions with model solutions, and both correct and incorrect, have not yet finished testing by the moment they submitted a solution. Which makes it very inconvenient for us to look in the admin interface, but also is goddamn crazy cool. Unfortunately, so far, all the wrong answers.
There is only one integer in the array, so n equals to 1, and you should just print it, but Tourist prints 0.
And he makes another submission. He's making. Oh, and it's running on test 70 now.
That's 93. I mean, it should be.
There is always a chance of wrong answer 1 to 3. You know, it's always in the back of your head.
Especially with no multi-testing. If there are multiple test cases per file, then running on test 93 feels a lot better because you actually probably run on thousands of test cases by then.
True.
He does get accepted there, though.
Yep, got accepted there.
Fast match.
So now Torres is leading 15-8.
Yeah, so it looks like whoever solves... So I think Torres needs to solve either of the next 2 problems in order to win, while Golovanov needs to solve F and then either solve G, or if G goes unsolved, then he would also win. Definitely an advantageous position for Torres.
And remember that this match is 10 minutes shorter, so we only have 16 minutes remaining.
Well, only 16 minutes for 2 problems feels like something of a wrong of a sentence. There's been plenty of cases where our contestant had less time in a regular 40-minute match, which just says for you know, the crazy skill and speed of the semifinalists.
Okay, this upcoming problem is also fairly easy to understand. Short problem statement. You have a room of n times m meters, and then you have several planks of 1 times 2, 2 times 1, and 2 times 2, each of which is specified how many you have. And then, yeah, just put them in a room and whether it's possible or not. And if it's possible, you have to provide the construction.
Oh, you have to provide the construction. That is the hard part, I think.
It will take a
Yeah,
while.
the construction seems really annoying.
So maybe we'll have
Glad I didn't get this problem.
Oh, guys, bet around 26.
Ooh. Oh, and then
15 years ago. August 12, 2010. Is it the oldest we had so far?
I think so,
I
yes.
think so.
In
We had
the-
to really scrape the bottom of the barrel here.
in the English version of the statement, there is one Russian character there.
Just one. I'm surprised. Oh.
Well, fortunately for our contestants, it's not a problem at all.
I mean, even I understand what that should have been, right? That should have been an N, right? Like, yeah. I mean, that does not matter very much. So. But it's just funny to see.
Oh my. So winner of this round was CGY Forever. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. He participated, his last participation is 2016.
Yeah. I think in the previous stream we talked about legends we should have back. I think it's CGY Forever should be one of them.
Yeah, he
that
should
we
definitely
did
be
not
on the
mention.
list. Oh my god. Like comments to this announcement blog is just plain text, not mono width font, source code copy pastes, usernames in a blog post are just native HTML links as opposed to contestant tags. Oh, feels like, you know, visiting early 2000s internet web pages with HTML 1.0. Sublime versus VS Code. Is it? Yes, Golovanov seems to be using Sublime, which by many people was considered a superior IDE because it was just so fast. I'm very happy that VS Code actually takes like speed very seriously. They stripped all the extras and it's actually just the best part of IDE. Basically a text editor.
You mean Sublime?
Well, Sublime originally was the Notepad++ of Macs. So such a great tool, very customizable. Also enjoy it much more than Vim for whatever reasons. And then you see that it took like just so many years for tourists to switch from FAR to anything else, just because all the other IDEs were overweight, bloated with all the possible processing. And now finally VS Code has taken the request of just give me a nice text editor very seriously. But turmax uses code blocks, so probably it's just, you know, as there is a saying that bad dancer is always complaining about the bad shoes.
Wait, is tourist trying to submit? I saw.
Yes.
Ryan, it's on test one.
Okay.
And then Alex copied the source code, but he did not go to submit it right away. Interesting.
So tourist submission first of all prints as key 0, 1, and so on instead of English letters. And second of all, it doesn't fill the whole grid. So I think he starts with a field full of dots, and then fills letters, but there are still some dots in the output.
We
So
have
now
both
have Ryan
contestants. Yeah, on test 5 now. Which is a non-sample case, so.
Another resubmit.
But I think there are quite many corner cases. in this
11,
problem.
16, accepted from Golovanov.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So G is a decider, just like previous
Strong.
match. Except now, if nobody gets G, now Golovanov
No,
wins.
Golovanov wins it as opposed to Gennady.
Yeah. Yeah.
See, we're back to exactly where we were. No matter what we do. That was
And
always the plan.
And we'll
So
figure
strong,
out
so strong.
from which unrated round we take G this time.
Yeah, so the G.
10 minutes. Wait, is this the fastest that we've seen 6 problems solved? Like 18 minutes?
And there's been some pretty aggressive sweeps from a gentleman in this video call as well, so I'm not 100% sure, but...
You know what? Now I look at the announcement for the contest where the problem G appeared in. So it was round 4 to 0. in the summer of 2017.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that we replaced one problem from that match like 2 hours before the round because the solution was incorrect. And because, yeah, I remember that after. And actually, later on, we solved the original problem. And it appeaed in the finals of VK Cup of the same year.
Nice. Thank you, sir.
That was a problem about the Zinger house. That, first of all, I think about a completely incorrect solution that was originally planned for the easy problem. Then you realize at some point, oh no, this is not correct. And then you think this problem must be insolvable. But actually there is a solution, and a very nice one. So yeah, but it seems that with the problems that finally went into the round, we don't have any problems.
Good for them.
Okay, so I can explain this last problem. So there is a 2D grid of cells, R times C kind of thing, and you want to walk from the top left cell to the bottom right cell, and then you can only walk on lit cells, and initially you're given K of those lit, and it's guaranteed that the top left is lit, I think. Yeah, it is guaranteed. Okay, and then you can only go, I think, right and down every time. Wait, is it? How do you move? Sorry. Oh no, you can go up and left as well. Okay, so you can go for directions, but every time you move, you must land on a lit cells. And the operations that you can do is you can change a single row to be lit or a single column to be lit, and you can only do this one at a time. So like, yeah, before you change another row or another column to be lit, you must unlit the previous row or column. And when you unlit that, you must stand on the cell that is initially lit. And then, yeah, basically the question is count the number of, minimum number of operations to complete your walk.
I'm going to hop off and get ready for my match in a bit.
Deal.
So I will see you all in about, 20 minutes.
Yeah, we'll definitely see you.
Good luck for the finals.
Good luck. One of the people in chat is like, this is definitely more interesting than cricket match today, which is, trust me, if person actually watches cricket, is a huge compliment. I mean, choosing competitive programming over cricket, which is a very exciting sport, usually is very sweet. Thank you. When was cricket interesting? Do you have in cricket?
I probably should not comment on this one.
Are you following?
No, I'm not. That's
Okay.
why.
I see. One of the, if we're looking for more chess connections, right? One of the chess grandmaster and commentators that I actively follow is very much into cricket. So through diffusion, I know some very basic things. Amit says, I was watching both. That's how you multitask. Good job.
So yeah, the new problem is kind of long in implementation. I look at my solution back in the days, and it is fairly maybe 100 lines of the code. I mean, it's mostly copy-paste, but but still there is some, I think, breadth-first search on a grid. So, and there are 2 different cases how to go. You go 4 different directions. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I have 8 very similar blocks of code, so you can compress that if you do that normally. And on the other hand, I think these kind of problems usually have a larger chance to work on the first try. So it is definitely possible to code however many lines you have, and after it compiles, it just works.
How many chances for any major issues, though, while you'll be typing the little over 100 lines?
What do you mean by major issues?
Like, how many places do you have in the 100 lines of source code that something can go wrong? I believe not like corner cases, but still.
I don't think there are any, basically.
Okay.
It's just a breadth-first search on a specifically constructed graph. Although I have some bit set, but I guess this is only for, yeah, for marking whatever is given in the input.
I see.
So is this like kind of like breadth search where you push at the front of the queue if it's 1 and back of the queue if it's 0 kind of thing? Because like this is like a 0-1 weighted graph. Is it something like that?
I don't see any pushes to the front.
Okay.
Picking, but maybe, I mean, there are many correct solutions, so I just opened one of them. And what is interesting though is that the memory limit is quite low. So my solution is using 200 megabytes, and it is already storing one square array in bit set and the other one in short.
So far, we have wrong answer on test 1 for tourist.
Yes, and
Okay.
for some reason we don't have any other correct solutions to this problem. Or the system doesn't show the proper name, I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, they're all the same. Okay. And yeah, Gennady has submitted once again, and now it's runtime error.
Still gonna catch them all on test 1. We don't have any interactive problems. Alex is confused on what's up with this code. That's unfortunate.
So now Gennady is testing, and
Another wrong answer?
Khan, did you check the announcement of this contest? Codeforces round 420 div 2?
yeah.
Oh, okay. So it was, wait, so this round is unrated because of this task, but it was fixed in the middle of the contest?
Was it unrated? It doesn't say anything about that.
Let me send
Did that happen to us again? That would be hilarious.
See the announcement there at the bottom?
Yeah, I mean, it was updated.
Yeah,
Okay.
and the model solutions that we see in the system look pretty reasonable.
So we are choosing another problem that causes a round to
Well,
be unrated.
it's not us, it's the random number generator, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Meanwhile, Tourist moved from issues on test 1 to issues on test 4, which definitely adds more pressure on Alex, who is now looking at that precise status page, which does not auto-update. Would be a cool thing if it auto-updated.
But that also means that this problem is much harder than the rating is, I think.
Yep. And they still
in
have
the
3 more
contest-
minutes. And again, if in 3 more minutes Tourist won't fix it, Golovanov will advance to the final.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Alexander just abandoned. Or not? No, he's still
No,
going.
he realized something.
2 minutes left.
This problem is hard. Yes, definitely.
Oh, that is complicated. That is really complicated and exciting to have this match. But I
submission?
think actually
No.
in the first and in the second semifinals and now in the rematch, we have problems which are like on the more difficult side of the respective ratings, which is good, I think.
Yep, it definitely helped to have eventful live streams and eventful contests for them. 1 minute. Kevin was able to do this at some point. Can Gennady? He's also well known for being very aware of the time that is left in the contest. Like the number of submissions from tourists on the last 10 seconds of the contest cannot be counted onto hands. So let's see, would that be the final submission?
Alex
Both of
is
them
leading.
submitted, and Tourist is passing.
Oh.
Whoa.
Oh, wow!
30 seconds to go.
This is yeah. The whole this whole match has been drama and drama.
Oh my. You can't make this up, right?
Yeah.
And we even lowered
Yeah.
the duration of the round.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the duration was 10 minutes shorter, did not change anything basically.
It turns out it didn't.
Yeah,
Oh my.
that only means we can start our finals in.
Yeah, can you
Yeah.
please check the finals problems? Just, you know, to be sure. Oof. Yeah, it's been fun. I'm sure Golovanov picked up 500 fans by his, well, both performance and sportsmanship over the last 90 minutes. I like ORZ, Alex. That's
was quite a
been
match.
Thank
a
you.
fight and a half. Absolutely crazy.
I don't know why my solution to the last problem doesn't work, but I'll maybe figure it out.
Oof.
Yeah, that
GG.
was tough. That was tough.
What's going on, guys? Good game.
When did you submit it? 29:34. Okay.
Well, yeah. Had to finish 10 minutes early, you know.
Sub 30 speedrun achieved, completed.
Yeah.
Yes.
Wow.
So this problem had an incorrect utter solution before the round. And
Okay.
up until the middle of the round.
Guys, you just solved too many problems. You know, like there's always a discussion on how do we like make sure that there is a variety of contestants, that new contestants come in. And the answer is very easy. Winners of last year's Blitz seem to be the people who solved all the problems on Codeforce, and we have nothing else to offer to you.
Okay. So is my solution correct this time? Is it provable? I don't know. Like, should we check it?
We think so, yeah. I mean, it was fixed during the round. The outer solution was fixed during the round, and
So the round was rated, right? So at least
No.
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 And this is also why this problem was like incorrectly estimated in difficulty, we think. We think it's like, in reality, it's harder than what, 220 that we were hoping to
Like
give you.
200, yeah.
And then they say it's not scripted.
I mean, no. You repeated the order in which you solved the first few problems precisely to the script of the semifinals. So everything is scripted in our lives.
Oh,
You didn't
yeah.
you didn't provide me the new script. I had to stick to the last one.
It's a rematch. Script is always the same. Oh my god.
Wow.
Jokes aside, it's such a battle, and we hit 1,000 viewers at the very end of this one. If it matters something, I think everyone's been very actively rooting for both of you, and it's a pleasure to have you at this match. How did you like the problems today?
I think they
okay.
were good. Probably better than previous days, I think, even my matches at least. I feel like in many of these problems, I look at them and I understand like this is a problem where, well, I feel like specifically maybe Alex can like beat me because like they're like, I don't know, some idea where it's not obvious from the reading, so you need to like type fast. Also, like sometimes I even when I knew what to do, you typed really fast and just beat me. So that's,
Yeah. I was going to ask,
that's
like,
really
do
cool.
you assume that if a problem requires thinking, then I have no chances? Like, thank you.
Oh, come
No. You actually typed
on.
faster as well. No. You actually typed faster a few times as well. That's yeah, really impressive. I think
Yeah.
I was under a lot of pressure for sure.
By
In
the
both
way,
matches.
I wanted to thank you for the previous round where you solved some very nasty problem that I really didn't want to implement.
Yeah,
I don't remember what
he
it was.
gave you a thumb up, honestly, when you was it problem B or something?
I don't remember. Probably it was early in the contest.
In this
in
contest,
the previous one.
yeah, in the
Okay.
previous one.
When you needed to parse some currency, like
Okay, yeah,
if it starts at minus, you need to
I felt like
enclose
I didn't have to like rush on that one, but you know, I still did. And I had like infinite incorrect submissions as usual.
Also, okay, guess the oldest problem and guess the age of the oldest problem.
No, but there's like, I mean, A and F are the oldest, right? Because they have this disclaimer about the packages and stuff, so it's spoiled kind of.
Okay, and what's the birth year? How old is it?
I think F is earlier. It
Right.
kind of looks like the first or second problem in the Codeforces archives, like where you need to find just
2011. I have no idea.
Problem F is from 2010. It's the oldest we yet had in the Blitz tournaments from better round 26.
Impressive.
to
So-
do the round.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's wrong with my solution actually. What did you do?
Well, first of all, if the area is odd, then impossible.
Yeah,
If-
for some reason I thought that there were some 1x1 planks as well, and that turned
no,
out
no.
not the case.
At no point of time did I think that. If it has an odd number of rows, then we just tile the last one if we can, otherwise impossible, and then we forget about it completely. The same about columns. Then we just, if we don't have enough, we write impossible, otherwise we get rid of the extra odd like A plank or B plank, and then we just go over the squares and like tile them
Okay,
however we please.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I feel like I've had similar thing, but it didn't pass. But maybe I don't know.
Maybe
I feel like
you-
also like the characters that I put, I'm not sure if they like are neighbors are distinct. Like I just did something.
I just chose like I%3 and J%3 and based on
Yeah.
this. From
I
A
think
to
I'm not sure about mine. I just used like I plus J times 11 modulo 26 and hope that it works. I don't know. But maybe
no.
not.
Maybe it does. Yeah, I don't know actually.
Yeah. I mean, I would probably like, normally I would probably like think more about it, but I think just props to you. Basically, I correctly felt that like I needed to do it quickly, so I just wrote something, tried to like guess a little bit and tried to, risk, but get it accepted with some probability, and then it didn't work out, I guess. And then you actually got it pretty quickly after that, so.
If you think you know the solution, you like most probably will implement it correctly. But I think more often than not, I implement something like I make some stupid bugs, some dumb mistakes, even if my solution is correct, like the one that I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
At least here, the problems that you overtook from me, let's say, I either was far away from completing, like at least 1 minute away, or I like already implemented it and it didn't work on the first sample.
Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, in B, I suppose you were close, as I see from your code. In G, actually, also, actually, I didn't understand G at all, but it's okay. I'll think about it later. I didn't understand what's going on at all. I just, like in G as well, I was just trying to guess the solution, and I submitted later than you, also incorrect, like, it's just completely destroyed.
I read the solution, I did not understand it completely. I looked at the samples and I decided that I probably understand it.
Okay, yeah, nice. I see, yeah, 2, 1, 3, 2, yeah, I guess I understand how you get your solution from that, from the second sample or first sample.
It's now 6 minutes before the final, so I wanted to make sure that Tourist has enough time to reset.
No, it's okay.
You're fine?
I'm done.
Okay. Okay. Just very tired.
No, I'm fine. I'm very energetic and ready to fight in the final.
Yeah, I noticed.
Just kidding.
Yeah, but thank you. It was fun.
Thank you. It was very
For
fun.
me as
Yeah,
well.
very good game. Thank you.
Alex, if you're not yet fallen asleep, you're very welcome to stay for the commentary of whatever will be going on in the next hour, which I hope will be just the final round of Codeforces Blitz Cup. I hope with no further rematches, just a very fast final round where every single problem is submitted within 2 to 3 minutes, and then we are all just here sitting and trying to collect our consciousness from the fact that a full Div 1 round can be solved within, 12 minutes, with 6 of them being the cooldown time. A very worthy bracket, tons of impressive performances. Some may say absolutely scripted, which I am not going to deny at all. And yes, probably everyone was able to predict exactly who will meet at the final round, but oh, trust me, the road was not simple. Both semifinals being one of the closest matches that we had, so many comebacks, so many a few second offsets between correct submissions. I really hope that feature would not be that important in our contests, but that's a lot of drama.
Yeah, and like I would like to say like thanks for the sportsmanship for both of you as well. Like I think either of you can easily claim that you deserve to be in the finals, and like yeah, but like yeah, you both accept that like the rematch, and yeah, I think the audience loves that. We all love that. So
Yeah. For an experimental format like a Blitz, I hope that we'll still have hundreds more, and then we'll look back on the first Blitz Cup with as much nostalgia. What's the word? I lost it. Whatever. With as fondly as we today looked at some problems from Codeforces Global Round number 1, from early beta rounds from Codeforces history. So this should be pretty fun and entertaining. I hope that if we are all ready for the final round, we have a little less than 3 minutes before start. Both contestants have now connected, and I'll show their screens and webcams in just a second. I'm somewhat lucky that both contestants are using pretty standard 16:9 screens. So for maximum, not meme value, but effective use of screen value, we can literally use every pixel to follow our finalists. I really hope it's going to be a very close match. Sweep at this point would be somewhat anticlimactic. And we are 2 minutes away from the start of the round.
Yeah, I want to wish good luck to both the opponents and of course to have fun. I'm not sure like in what state exactly the J is now, geothermal, but I kind of can imagine the state where in which tourist is.
Yeah, true.
Would be interesting to compare the performance and maybe find some correlations. Like
actually, before the semis, like I was discussing about like tourists having one less match today because like tourists had his round 4 yesterday, I think, but then in the end it becomes equal because of the rematch. That's definitely scripted, yeah. We need to make both of the finalists have the exact same number of rounds today.
Also, the number of consecutive matches were, as we discussed before, like some person with small letter T in the beginning of the nickname versus some person with the capital G at the beginning. The number of consecutive contests in the end is already more than we could have imagined, and we are not sure. Maybe it will be even more, but I hope not.
That is definitely not something that like we are actively trying to achieve. I think that Blitz format,
Yes, of
again,
course.
works really nicely for the situations where that's your only contest of a week or a month that you're doing, because it fits nicely into your work schedule. But seeing professionals attack Blitz format as if they can play, I don't know, a dozen of games a day has been very surprising. At the same time, Blitz format is very emotional, right? It's created to create drama, to make you feel under pressure every single minute you're into the contest. And so in that sense, we should not underestimate the moral strength, the emotional strength our contestants are demonstrating. And we are
so
now off to the contest.
Yep. So problem A is for the chat here, because the title is literally called chat room. And basically the problem just asks you whether there is a subsequence of a given string hello, like whether the given string has a subsequence hello. HELLO.
And it's Codeforces but around 54, div2a.
What's the 27 to 30 seconds? Oof.
And Geothermal got it. Okay.
But tourists submitted it earlier. Wait.
Okay.
Wait. Why is it so much slower? I don't get it, but there is definitely. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I'm so proud of Codeforces development team for getting this specific thing precisely right. But I'm scared to death that at some point people will submit within the same second. Some millisecond rounding will go into play, and like, oh my.
I think it's about the IDs, like the ID. The IDs differ by 4.
I know, but also like it's scary, right?
Right.
Yeah, and I think Jay was not submitting through the Blitz interface.
Yeah, that's what I just saw as well. And during the intermission, he tries to log in the Blitz interface. So maybe
it's just the difference is only Cloudflare though, and in the US, Cloudflare is not often like affecting what's going on in here. So
that's true.
Yeah, we're off to a good start. Already 2 sub 1 minute submissions, and oh my god, what's in store?
By the way, about the sub 1 submissions, are you going to clip them and publish as shorts from this channel? For example,
I can. Should I? Yeah, I can. But also, it's gonna be a lot of me talking, and I'm not sure about you, but I cannot listen to my voice in the video recordings.
Okay,
what's the
so
problem B?
Problem B, you're given 3 arrays, A, B, and C. All of them has size exactly n, so they're on the same size. And then you want to find distinct values of x, y, and z, such that ax plus by plus cz is maximized. N is 10 to the power 5, so you cannot do n to the power 3. Which is the obvious solution.
If it was me, I would again iterate all permutations of size 3, as I have already done twice today, and then for each of them wrote some DP, like N3, something like this.
DP sounds complicated for a div3D problem.
On the second thought, I would probably write one single DP of like over the mask, but yeah, like what set of activities I have already picked so far.
He's already submitted.
So you can do kind of like prefix max and suffix max on 2 different arrays and
Guys,
then loop
chill.
the other one.
This problem is already done. Nobody cares anymore. That's absolutely crazy.
So
that's like a 2 minute and 10 seconds, maybe even less. No, 1 minute and 10 seconds. I can't count, which is not a surprise, right? Oh.
Yeah. So the next problem is by one of the legends that we remember today. Can you guess who is the author of the next problem? Or at least one of the authors of the corresponding round?
CGY Forever, that's the name that we mentioned today.
Or Burunduk 1.
Or Burunduk 1.
Well, maybe yesterday, not today.
Oh, okay. RNG 58.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, that would be so good.
Wow, high quality problems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Идейные задачи.
Look at the picture.
I didn't know.
That's
it's
so
called
pretty.
I am still trying to understand the task.
Just pretty pictures.
Yeah,
it has
just
nice
yeah.
pictures.
Chat was hoping that this problem was set by Piotr. Which I'm not sure if they were.
I'm not
Code
sure if
versus
Piotr
rounds
set
by
any
Piotr.
code force round. Yeah.
Would be very cool to have one though.
Oh, okay. So it's basically you are filling the empty cells by like three distinct fruits alternately, and then the queries are just given like you're given a cell and then like what is the fruit that is on that cell.
Also, we had a similar problem today, but instead of a pattern, we just filled first all blue or all white and then all black squares.
Yeah, it's similar to that. But yeah, that one has a large like number of rows and columns. This one, it also has a large number of rows and columns. But yeah, like you're given a list of blocked cells. The number of blocked cells is small, yeah.
So it's actually significantly more complicated than...
You cannot
Yeah.
allocate like NM cells, right? Okay, but you need to calculate some prefix sums of the number of results and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, basically for each of the given query, you count the number of empty cells before it. Yeah, something like that. And then mod 3. Yeah. And then, yeah, I think you can calculate the prefix sums of the number of empty cells by row, something like that. Yeah.
Ilyas Bine asks, is 27 seconds fastest for A we've seen in Blitz?
I mean, in the stream, definitely. In the
Feel
whole
so.
tournament, I'm pretty sure, but I'm not sure. I mean...
Yeah, surprisingly, like...
Tourist solved it, yep.
Surprisingly, like, problems... surprisingly few problems have been solved in under 1 minute, I think. For example, we all were amazed by Geothermal's performance, like in his previous round where he solved like everything in 3 minutes. But like, I haven't seen a lot of solutions under 1 minute.
Yeah.
The final is...
Look
no!
at what Geothermal is typing.
Oh no, that's the infinity moment. That's unfortunately. Oh no.
He hasn't submitted. So...
Yeah, but
he hasn't submitted. Yeah.
Still, that's unfortunate. Yeah, our wonderful hosts now are Khan, Jonathan Irving, and we have Golovanov with us, staying from the semifinal game. Enjoying the show from the first row of VIP seats, right in our handy commentary Zoom call.
Yep.
What's the D?
Oh, seems like a geometry problem, at least to some extent. It has some points.
Kevin somewhere woke up.
Again, if it has some points, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a geometry problem. As my teammate likes to say, when in the Universal Cups we just delegate some geometry to him, he always says, like, it is not a geometry problem. Maybe he's right, I'm not sure.
Undercover geometry.
So basically we have n stars, and then these stars, every second they become one. So each star has a brightness, and each second it becomes one unit brighter, except that when it reaches brightness of C is up to 10, the brightness becomes 0. And then we have Q queries. We look at this rectangle on the sky, so each star also has a position on the Cartesian coordinates, and we are required to print what is the total brightness of all the stars in this rectangle at this specific time moment.
I think I saw this problem before. And since the coordinates are pretty small, we can, I think I know the solution. Like, we can, for each brightness, for each possible value, initial value, we can just compute some prefix sums of the number of stars of this initial brightness. Then
That's correct.
just do something.
And even if they weren't so small, then we could just build some data structure, I guess.
Yes, we could, of course, but this would not be problem D in this match, I hope.
Yeah. Yeah, and this is another problem that looks geometry, but not geometry at all. This is just basically a 2D prefix sum, like, yeah.
This is one of the most exciting problems for me personally as like a spectator on competitive programming is that the problems that fake their topic. They look like geometry, but they're not, or the other way around. I recently remembered a problem. I don't remember where it's from, but it had like some die throwing, and it initially looked like a combinatoric, so like a probability theory kind of problem. But then if you put all the possible outcomes on a diagram, you'll just have to do a convex hull. And so it's such a nice, gorgeous way to trick people that the topic of a problem is different. And I think it's also elegant because it often requires being able to look into a problem in a different angle.
Tourist submitted D.
Wrong answer 1.
Wrong answer 1.
But I must say, Lydia, that these transitions are much more nice and elegant than the other way around, where you think it is a geometry problem and it turns out to be some garbage problem. I don't know.
I see. Yeah, World Finals 23. Thank you. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, and
It's been solved.
solved it.
Wow.
Yeah, but it seems that he had some troubles. But again, I don't think he thought about, like, I think the solution came to him pretty much instantly, probably to Jet as well.
Just a dominant performance. We'll wait for our overlay to update, but it is now 15-0.
Still, there is a chance to come back,
Sure.
although it is quite slim, I might say.
Yeah.
Must say.
But
There is plenty of time, so time is not the factor, but oof.
When did the round start?
At 05 minutes. We are now 12 minutes into the round.
Okay. Yeah, I hope that Jay keeps his cool with this.
He's been very calm throughout the whole competition. He was not the one to get nervous or something. So I think that he's really good at resetting between problems as well. Not like he had a lot of difficulties previously, but match against turmax was not for nothing.
Yes, but again, if he has not had any difficulties in the past, how do you exactly know how he feels right now?
I mean, also, even those who were actively winning their contests, sometimes they're significantly more emotional. But again, next time when we are running a really posh Blitz tournament with great sponsors, I'm putting a heart rate monitor in every single contestant in top 16. That's going to be exciting.
Like, for example, when I competed against Tourist, both times I think, like, I didn't feel especially nervous, but my fingers sometimes were trembling just because I couldn't control it.
Yeah.
But I don't think it affected my mental abilities or anything.
I can see that. Do you have smartwatch?
I do, yes.
Okay, send me the heart rate monitor graph if it's recording.
No, it's not. I don't like stuff being like being made in background without my direct permission. So.
Yeah, I see. Fair enough.
I do not share my location. I don't know.
You should share your location with me. Do you want to know my location?
No, thank you. Yeah, maybe we should discuss the problem. Sorry, I interrupted.
Sorry, yes, sure, go ahead.
I haven't read the problem. Have anybody?
I haven't managed to understand the problem. I give up and I just read F now instead, so I can explain it later. If anyone wants to explain E, go ahead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can explain E. So the question first defines what is a k-correct string. So the k-correct string, a binary string, is that the first k characters are equal and then these blocks of k equal characters alternate. So k ones, then k zeros, then k ones, and so on, or vice versa. And then and k is the divisor of the length. Then we are given some binary string, and our goal is to find such position that if we first write down the suffix and then the prefix in the reverse order, then we have a k correct string. So basically one of the two given strings. That's what I understand from the problem, and it seems like in principle we can simply do hashes and that's all.
Oh, by the way, it's a fun detail that in actual Codeforces round, you would probably consider do some precautions for your hashing because of the hacks, but here you don't have to. You can just seed it by some random string or something.
Do you usually add anti-hash hack tests? No, anti-hash hacks into the problem package after the contest, or are these specifically not included?
It's hard to tell whether it was like this before, but now I think we do add.
Okay, I see. Wrong answer one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, also this whole championship, this competition, like revealed some particular detail about at least all the participants, but maybe about all the competitors in general, that like without compilation and testing on samples, it's surprisingly rare, at least surprisingly for me, to get your solution accepted on the first try. Even on the simplest problems.
So we still have only one wrong answer submission. And it says incorrect operation.
Ooh.
What does that mean?
Nadi seems to have understood something. Also, I am watching the stream, so I also have the delay. Maybe he understood something a long while ago. I don't know. Like he made this gesture, like. And I'm not sure what Jay is doing. He doesn't have much code.
I think...
So if Tourist gets this problem, it's over for Jay, right? Yeah. Okay. So Jay has to get this problem.
But again, the match will contain some like, different results. The non-zeroness of his score, for example.
We are seeing Tourist was not happy there, and then undoing a lot of changes.
Yeah, but what was the solution? Oh, I think that, okay, he went for some non-hashing solution, which I'm not sure if it's if it's a good idea in this kind of contest, because hashing seems more straightforward and
I think he just didn't think about hashes at all, because there was a problem in his match yesterday where, maybe not yesterday, in one of the earlier rounds, where you had to find some palindromes, like starting with this from which position or something like this, I don't remember. And he decided to go with hashes instead of, for example, the moniker. And he told on his stream or screencast or whatever that, yeah, it was one of the earlier rounds because he had a screencast, I think. That, yeah, he told something like, quote, "I don't know any simpler way to do this," unquote, which probably means that he prefers hashes when there are two otherwise equal options.
I mean, I would probably also prefer hashes over moniker, especially if you have to both find even and odd palindromes. In this case, the editorial mentions some non-hashing, like constructive solution. Check this and that, and basically get the operation. Which I think was the intention of the authors, to have a non-hashing solution as the main one, so that it doesn't require knowledge, so to say. But in this case, I think they are both going for not hashes, right? In J's code is also some calculation. But it's good that we have a fairly difficult problem.
Yeah. And we are not even at the 7th problem of the set.
Yes.
20 minutes into the contest, we are not getting a sub 30 speed run as we did a little while ago, but hopefully the further problems can also support this timeline. Obviously, with such an advantage as 15-0, I wouldn't speak that there is a strategy of like submitting problem a little later. And I hope to waste a little more time from your opponent in solving further problems. But there is definitely something like this at play in some of the setups, which I'm also very interested in.
But I mean, if tourist solves this, then
he just wins. Yeah. So in this situation, it's not a reason to postpone. But then when you see that your opponent is not running away with the problem, sometimes you just don't need to rush. Just slow down. Read the problem statement carefully for once.
Yes, exactly. Because in this type of situations, I think it benefits Jay right now because from his perspective, like tourist, like objectively got unlucky in some sense. So that he just something is wrong with his solution and he does not immediately know what exactly.
Jay also got wrong answer on test 1 though. Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, of course. Which means that like Jay may not like happen to not be unlucky, which like from his perspective, the probability of that is probably high.
Okay, Jay is submitting another submission.
Let's
Torres
go.
already submitted something.
Oh, Torres also submitted.
Yeah.
Oh, and Torres solved it.
And this is
It's
accepted.
GG.
Oh my god.
So the match is over.
Shame that
Would
Jay
they continue solving the other? Thank you so much, Jay. Because I can see that obviously contestants always have a choice if they want to continue solving problems when the result is already known or not. And we also know that Jay's like already running kind of a little bit behind his schedule for the day because he has like further plans. But everyone send a heart to the chat to say thank you to Jay for staying and finishing the round. We still have up to 18 more minutes, and obviously guys are just coding incredibly fast, but it's very nice that he decided to stay and finish the remaining problems.
I can see F is going to be a fast problem, but there's just some tricky cases. I'm going to explain. Yeah, I can explain it now, I guess. So we've been talking a lot of chess references. This is probably the reverse of that. Because like the problem is about there's a king in an n by m grid, but the king can only move to 4 directions, not 8. So if you are too familiar with chess, be very careful. And then yeah, basically you want the king starts at the 1,1, the top left square, and then it needs to go to all other squares exactly once, and then go back to the original style. So like a Hamiltonian cycle. Yeah, Hamiltonian cycle. And then yeah, the catch is of course if n by n times m is odd, you can't do that. So the problem allows you to add teleports. Where yeah, I think it's intuitive. Like you can place the destination and the source of the teleports in any place you want, but you have to minimize the number of teleports. So yeah, basically yeah, if n by m is odd, then you have to place 1 teleport. Otherwise, there's a way to not use teleport at all. I think the tricky case here, if either of the row or column is 1, then even though even the number of if the number of n by m is even, you still have to like if number of row is 1 and the column is like 10, then you still have to add teleports. So yeah.
But at least it should be pretty straightforward to the competitors that no more than 1 teleporter is ever required. And in general, this type of problem, I think I have already seen a number of times, which is not surprising given that this is an old problem. But yeah, the construction, like snake-like constructions, are known, I think, to both of them. But the tricky case, I mean, part of this problem is to implement it exactly without any mistakes.
Yeah,
So
because you also have
Gennadi's,
to print the path.
yeah, you have to print the
Yeah.
path. And fun fact, like
Submission? Wrong answer,
this is
5.
yeah, this is from Codeforces Blitz Cup 42, and Igor wins this contest, even though he failed system test on this problem, but he got 26 hacks.
Oof.
Oh, on this problem, right?
As far as I can see, yeah.
So
Oh
he
no,
locked,
there's also
realized that it was a bad problem, challenged everyone, including himself.
Seems like
oh,
this.
there are other hacks of other problems as well, but most of the 26 are from this task. Yes.
Nice, nice.
Yeah.
Well, Yegor is well known for, alternative ways to win competitions with his top coder. Did he advance to the final round on just challenges or something like this? Won on an easy and a challenge or something? So yeah, kudos to Yegor. And it's been a while.
But I think back then people used hacks much more than nowadays, so it was not so unconventional at the time.
True.
Yeah.
I kind of
So
miss.
Gennady,
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, Gennady is just printing some incorrect path that is not. Okay, now he's printing.
No, he's printing the correct pass.
Now he's printing.
Oh my. Okay, 6 down, 1 to go.
This might be a sweep.
Yeah, the code just grows like 1.5 times at least in comparison to the wrong submission in just under a minute.
Someone from the comments, Tourist is advanced AI. It's unfair to compete against him.
I mean, I think Alexander was the most successful competitor against Tourist.
Yeah, maybe he's also an AI. Please mark light poles on this image.
I'm
So
actually
what
not
is-
sure if AI would be more successful at this task. Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, what is our final problem?
Okay,
Tricky
so
function.
it's yeah, I can explain this. So basically you are given an array of integers, and then you want to find basically there's a function Fij here, which is defined as the distance squared plus so like I minus j squared plus another function squared, and this another function is just the sum of the elements. So like basically the sum of the elements in the interval squared plus the distance of the interval squared, and then you want to find the minimum among them.
Yeah, so it's that exact example of what we discussed earlier of the problem being some actually geometry problem in a nutshell, because we can correspond like this input to the points like I, AI, and then we need to find two closest points.
Okay, yeah.
And the algorithm for two closest points is well known, and there is also some, I think, randomized algorithm as well, but well known, but not to me. Like I would have spent quite some time to remember it from memory.
But
like,
it's also quite complicated.
Yeah.
So to say, even a lot complicated. So I have to say this problem was originally a D problem in a Div1 contest. So it was supposed to be quite hard, but it seems to be that there is a simpler solution. Even the announcement says that there was an unexpected simple solution of problem D, so this one.
Maybe it somehow abuses the fact that coordinates are small.
Could be, or maybe the function itself is somehow easier.
No, the
And
function
we
is completely equivalent to.
Is it? Yeah, probably yes.
There are plenty of time
then-
limits on our model solutions. So I'm pretty curious if that would be the problem as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the standard closest points algorithm can be easily timed out because it's quite an easy, quite a complicated problem. Yeah, so the editorial just says, okay, this fine, use the standard algorithm, but maybe
Okay, so you plot the points I comma pi, right? Where pi is the prefix sum, right? Something like that.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah,
Sorry,
yeah,
I
yeah.
initially
Okay.
said AI. It wasn't correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the prefix sum. Okay, yeah, makes sense.
So technically speaking, the y coordinate would not be like bounded by what I thought it would, but I don't know. Maybe still we can abuse that. X's are uniform.
Yeah.
This
I'm
might
trying
benefit
to
from geometry book code. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah,
Yes,
look
sir.
at yeah,
That's
exactly. That's the solution, Jay. Yeah.
Aw.
While J prints this, Gennady prints code.
Oh. Oh my god. Oh,
Not sure what the strategy was here, but
that's a one-liner of the day. Oof.
Yep. So
And yeah, that was it. That's the final round of our Blitz Cup that we've just finished. Let me see if I can switch into something more interview appropriate. Hi Jay.
Hello.
How are you? How are you doing? After such a long break before the round, it should feel very emotional.
Yeah, it's a rough round. I think like I was off by a couple seconds on a significant number of the problems, but it also was I was consistently off by a couple of seconds enough that it's clear that like that I don't think that I think I was like maybe close to getting one or two of the problems, but I don't think I was close to winning.
But definitely on multiple problems, it was just a couple of seconds advantage. Yes, I absolutely see this.
A obviously I submitted 3 seconds too late. I think I don't know what my bug was in B. But I feel like, but that was somewhat close. C, I was a couple seconds away. I think that my submission's only error was that I didn't pluralize Kiwis.
This hurt.
Yeah, it happens though.
Can you try submitting it just for funsies at some point today and letting us know if it passed with the typo fixed? I think that those typos are always the most heartbreaking. Maybe that's just me having a PTSD of my PT performance in Luxor or something else, but I always feel the most for them because they also don't have to happen, right? Like, have you had enough time to test on samples? That's usually enough to avoid all kinds of issues with them, but yeah.
Yeah, no, it's tough, but it happens.
I also really appreciate the fact that you tested first problem, which probably costed you those 3 seconds of submissions.
I'm not
but
sure.
chat feels like you're a good engineer for this.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, I don't think testing like consumed that much time. Like ultimately, I need to alt tab to my terminal, type like the command to get the link or to get the path to submit, and then submit it. And so I think typing like GT to test on top of that probably did not cost me the extra 3 seconds, but I know, hard to say. And I just submitted, and adding an S to Kiwis in my C does get AC. So I think I was like 0 of 3 seconds behind on that one as well.
Do you want a friendship bracelet with Kiwi written on it out of letter beads? Like, I can make one. I'm not sure if it helps, but it's just a fun memory. What have you thought about the other problems of the round?
Yeah, I thought it was a fairly good round. I don't know. I think like I didn't start implementing E until much too late, just because I thought that there was going to be some sort of like simpler, easier to code solution. And I'm not sure that was true. So I think getting stuck there definitely hurt, but I don't think it's a bad problem. I know a couple of like relatively standard things looking at D and F, and so I think like being more confident typing 2D prefix sums really quickly might have helped, for example. Yeah, and then I think like Turst, I don't know if you used any like geometry stuff on G. It seemed like it was sort of reduces to the short or to like the shortest distance between 2 points in a set, but not sure if there's a better way to do it.
Yeah, so in G, it does reduce to that indeed, and I just used a trick where you just rotate the plane by a random angle and just do a n² solution where you break by answer, basically. So like for each point, you just take the closest on the left and on the right. But if the x distance is too large, you can break. So I just passed. I think it usually passes, and I think someone said it's like n², but I'm not sure. But yeah, I just decided. Also, since it was the last problem, but probably I would do either way. I think it's like, I don't know, it should pass, and it's pretty fast to type.
Yeah, I mean something that's en route n-ish with up to 100,000 2-second time limit seems pretty good.
Also, AI are pretty small, so I'm not sure. Maybe you can even use that because, for example, you don't need to use points further than 10 to the 4 from each other. So I don't know. Not sure.
Yeah, I thought about that. And unfortunately, like n times 10 to the 4th is like too slow, but not by a huge margin. So yeah, I'm not sure if there's like one more optimization you can add that will get the constant factor down to a passable point.
Yeah. So F is indeed pretty well known by this point, like that you can do a Hamiltonian path or circuit on a grid graph.
Yep.
E, I don't know. E is very tricky. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know if there's a clean way, but maybe, like, if you could see something on my stream, basically, I was just making similar random changes for like 10 minutes in a row, or like, I was just like changing something very, no, like, it wasn't random, but it looked very random. And in some places, I was like not sure about the sign. So, like, multiple times I did it, like, put equals, run, doesn't work, put not equals, see if it's better. And like, I was just not thinking, I was just trying to like, I know, I know it's one of the two, and then I just try both and then see what happens. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, what?
Why not hashes for E?
I don't know. I mean, probably hashes are better. Yeah, I think if you think about since you know what the string should look like, you can literally just check if the string after the transformation is what you need. Yeah, that's easier. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, I thought about it. It seemed annoying to type quick enough, but like I was convinced that there would be some like observation that would get you to a pretty short solution, and I think that just turned out not to be the case. I'm not sure whether hashing would have been. I think hashing might have been a little bit harder than what I initially typed, but it does save you some time thinking, which is nice.
Yeah, I think hashing would be easier for me to type for sure. Like, I think the alternative was worse, but yeah, we have what we have. D indeed kind of standard, just 2D prefix sums. C, I didn't notice initially that the constraints are so low, so I was like starting to type some n log n solution, which I'm pretty sure you can do, but you can just do k times t. Yeah, but you can do k times t actually.
Yeah, that's probably better.
That's easier to type, I think. Yeah, but so I kind of made it like I typed like half of that solution, and then I was like, wait. And then like the other half I typed in a slow way. So yeah. Also, yeah, on A it was very very fun. 27 seconds to 30 seconds. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't think that there's been another time this tournament where where I've submitted something at 30 seconds and that's turned out to be a losing time.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy. I think both of those submissions were one of the fastest in the whole tournament. We'll definitely dig through some more stats to entertain you and figure out who's the luckiest and who's the unluckiest person of the tournament for sure. But the fact that you're the fastest ones is, I think, absolutely clear without any further statistical analysis.
Yeah, at least in problems A, but
that's what matters.
Anyway, yeah. But yeah, anyway, I want to say thanks to Jay for the finals and also to Alex for the semifinals, which was really amazing. And I felt kind of exhausted at the beginning of this match, but then I guess I felt better as it went. So it was really fun.
Yeah, it's a good match.
Thanks, GG to both of you, and well played.
Okie dokie. We will not make the stream any longer than it's already is at 5 hours 51 minutes. Thank you very much for joining us for the inaugural Codeforces Blitz Cup. I hope you liked it. Like, subscribe, leave comments on Codeforces if you want this feature to be released publicly. I hope it's not going to be the last, and see you later. Thanks for tuning in. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Bye,
Thanks
everyone.
all. Bye.